Agenda item number 2 is public expression. And we invite members of the public to provide comment on items of interest. We're going to limit this to 12 minutes per topic.
12 minutes per topic?
Yes, 12 minutes per topic, so that allows 4 speakers 3 minutes each, or whatever it takes to get to 12 minutes. Members of the public in the chamber shall line up at the podium with 6 feet distance between them. Members of the public joining via Zoom shall utilize the raise hand feature by clicking the raise hand button on the bottom portion of their screen or by pressing 9 if they are called into the Zoom meeting via telephone. With that, let's begin. State your name for the record, please.
Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude and appreciation. Wow, there's a lot going on. Can't talk about today's agenda's items, but I will say I like the direction that we're going in the county. I'd like to frame where we've come from, which is chaos and disaster. And I like to think that that's been straightened out to some degree. I see the auditor controller here today. Not sure why, but it's good. I like the way everyone's getting along. That's what I asked. I said that before. Again, I'd like to talk about our direction. Economic development, growth, properly. I talked to Supervisor Hashek about that. I believe that, doing things properly, we're a model in many ways in this county. The people that have come here, homesteaded in proper ways, they're a model. We're a healing community model. We're also modeling how to get along now. And if we can bring this county into any kind of growth, then we've done a good thing. And we've got a lot of that base, and that's been done by the current board. So thank you all very much. My next thing I want to put out is there's a lot of stuff that happens in this community that people don't know about. For whatever reason, it's not advertised properly. People are like in little silos. And there's actually some people that say there's nothing to do for their teenagers in this town, which just blew me away. I rattled off 6, and I'm not even into the teenager thing. There's all kinds of stuff for adults into health and healing again. The gyms are doing well. And that comes down to economic development. These are all small business people, all small business owners. And the farmers market, again, I always support that. I want to say that. Supervisor Jurdy, thank you for showing up. I spy you. I spy everybody that comes to the market. And because I appreciate that entrepreneurship, and that's the formula we have there, and I'd like to see that grow through the county as we grow, and as we cooperate and get along as you all have. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Hello, I'm Robin Harris. I work for Behavioral Health and Recovery Services. And I would just like to say that when you guys put out the budget, I didn't see anything in there about wages or anything like that. I would like to recommend that you reread your wage analysis that was done back in 2019. If you'll notice on that analysis done by that company, the county only has 2 things, basically, to provide incentive for people to come and work for this county. One was the actual working conditions. Right now, I don't think the county's doing very well on that because you're running short staff. People are overloaded. Number 2 was actual wages, was the major incentive that the county has to offer to encourage people to come work for this county. And the benefits don't matter too much because the benefits that the county offers for health benefits, retirement benefits, et cetera, and so on, actually is inferior to the counties around, and the health benefit program is extremely expensive. And I understand, part of the reason for that. However, you're offering wages and then you're whacking away at it by having this very expensive health benefit program. All you need to do is go down to the north end of town where In-N-Out Burger is. They have a sign up there. They offer $19 an hour to start wages. And not only that, they give health insurance, they give vacation, and they give educational assistance and some other benefits for part-time as well as full-time employees. $19 an hour. And here, what? We're starting at, what, 17 or something like that? So I think that you need to reread that analysis that was done by that company for which you paid for, and actually act on it. Thank you very much.
Chair, if I could, so I'd like to clarify, I agree with you that our county health insurance is expensive. I gave a report to county staff that showed we are paying, the taxpayers are paying 25% more than our cities are paying. And we actually have slightly worse health care than the cities have, and we're paying 25% more. The explanation we've received so far as to the reason why that is because for whatever reason, some county employees have used the plan more aggressively than our city counterparts. I do not know anything about the demographics of our employees that make us think that our employees are more likely to use the healthcare plan than city employees. I don't know that we're necessarily older than city employees or have larger families, but we do know that county employees here in Mendocino County are using the plan as a group more aggressively than city employees, and therefore our plan is 25% more expensive. The only way the county can really cut the cost of the healthcare plan is with the support of the employee bargaining groups to work with us to reduce the cost of the plan. So it's back in your court.
Supervisor Williams? Okay, come on. Come on, this isn't the Jerry Springer show. Supervisor Williams, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, I support market wages. I would support doing the negotiation in open session instead of closed session tomorrow. I understand why my colleagues are hesitant to support a COLA. It's because we can't even pay the people we have on staff today. We're going to have to downsize as it is just to break even. So paying a COLA means you'd have to cut even more. I understand that. I'm in the camp of it's better to have a strong core staff that's paid market wages, and that's in our strategic plan. There's never a convenient time to do it. And so I would rather take the pain now, make that transition, and pay people enough to survive in our county.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Can you come up to the microphone if you have something further to say?
I asked if I may respond to the comment that was made about the health insurance program and the cost that it costs the county.
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. I sit on the committee that is involved in reviewing the health program, and one of the things that the company stated that is running this operation for you is the age demographics or age spread of your employees are much older than what needs to be done, and then therefore older population that you're insuring, they have to use the insurance more than younger people. It's like you get a whole lot of younger people, you're kind of getting money for free, so to speak, paid into the plan because they use it much less. Well, the only way you're going to be able to do that is to encourage more people to come work. To get them into the plan. Now, there are a lot of older people like myself. I'm 75. I do not use your health insurance program at all. I get no incentive for that, but I'm saving the county whatever money it is that you're paying for that and such. But that might be part of the reason why you're saying there's more aggressive use of the plan. It's because you're insuring an older population, which means you're not bringing in younger people. That's my only comment on that.
So I appreciate that comment. It's also true, though, when you look at the last 10 years, county employees on average, and I know not everybody is the average, but on average are about 2 years younger than they were 10 years ago. So I don't know what the insurance company told the committee, but I also know that what I just said is also true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Thanks.
Hello, My name is Jason Martinez. We're saving you a lot more money. If was not for us, the people, all the old people will be in their homes. You guys will have to afford it for the paying for them to be in that homes. I have to take 2 jobs to survive and pay my child support and my kid, buying them things and pay my rent, pay my carpet. It's not enough for us. We need actually more than that. We do a lot more for everything. Eventually, you guys won't need us. Eventually, that's all I have to say.
Good morning, Supervisors, Chair McGurty, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis. My name is Julie Beardsley. I work in public health as your epidemiologist, and I also serve on the executive board of SEIU Local 1021 and on the regional executive board. We're committed to working with you. What we were talking about here today is the path that you're on is not working. The auditor apparently is holding the county hostage, and this is not a situation that could continue. To not know what your budget is, to not know how much money you have, is not a way to run a government. We understand that there are over $10 million in back property taxes that are out there waiting to be collected. On your website, it says that auctions are going to begin in 2023. Well, we're almost through June and it's 2023, and I don't think those auctions have started. So why aren't you out there collecting that back property tax? We know of individuals that owe almost $1 million to the county. That's money that's revenue that should be being collected. And it's things like this that, that's what's wrong with the budget. Putting the auditor, the tax assessor, or the assessor and the tax collector together was a mistake. Maybe you should think about revisiting that. The other thing that I want to say is that, you sent out an email last week, the CEO's office did, celebrating the fact that, that we are, even though we're still below market value, it's not as bad as it used to be. Well, that market value is an average. So that means that we're getting a D. We are below average, okay? So if you don't want to lead, get out of the way. And the other thing I want to say is that we feel you're not bargaining in good faith. We feel that there have been threats to employees that have been made when they wanted to carry out their legally protected rights to act collectively. There's been bargaining in bad faith. We appreciate the fact that you're not spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on the lawyer in San Francisco, but you haven't given the people that we're negotiating with any authority to act, and that's not bargaining in good faith. There's been a discouraging activity, union activity, and there's been failure to provide information requested to bargain. So I have here some unfair labor practice complaints that I would like to hand you. I hope we can move forward. You've got to pay your employees. That's the bottom line. Thank you.
Hello, I signed up for LEAD probably about 2 years ago, and I did a presentation.
Your name, please? State your name.
My name's Trista Marie Freeman. I'm from the Round Valley Indian Reservation, and when I signed up for LEAD, I was there to change a little black box, because a long time ago there was a black box that had called the Boy Scouts of America. And then one of my friends, who he was a gangbanger, he got in a lot of trouble in and out of prison. And we had a little black box that we hid with our pictures in it a long time ago in case we needed a voice. And that was what my dedication. He ended up dying of cancer. His son was murdered. And when people come here to Mendocino County, it was when they get out, they have a lot of ways to walk. And I wanted to make sure they had a ticket to get home, a taxi or something, because our money's, it's like we run it around in a circle. I came in here a couple of weeks ago when you guys had a meeting and was listening to your retirements and everything like that, and where that money was going. And I mean, your guys' retirements that you guys are getting and what you guys plan on buying, could be paying for these guys right here. But you guys ain't out there on the streets and seeing what's going on. And then I've seen a lot of people that are out in here that are in contact with the people on the streets, and, you know, they threaten us and our lives are at stake. I was a grassroots baby growing up. We were here to change. It was CPS and ICWA was called AIM a long time ago, and they were selling our children. And so my family had started an activist, and I've been an activist my whole entire life. We changed it to ICWA, and right now they're saying, well, ICWA is prejudice, and then they're saying, well, CPS is, you know, prejudice too, but it kind of comes in both ways. So my goal is to make a change. Manzanita, when I worked for them, they started the lead, and they put me as an unemployee, and they didn't tell me that they shut down because they were embezzling. And, you know, I mean, I don't know, I've been here, grew up here all my life, and with what's going on with our Native American stuff, you guys check my Facebook out. It kind of has a lot of stuff to do with that. Sorry, it's been a long roll, and but with the monies and stuff, I was an auditor of the casino, and so, you know, it's kind of like a rotation, like when you have fish, you know, when the salmon go out, they come back, and that's what happens with our monies. You know, you guys could be writing off stipends. You know, you guys get the taxes back. You donate. You know, so that's why I don't understand why you guys said we don't have enough money. You know, to make a change. But with our CPS and everything, they're getting heck of money. As soon as our kids go in, they send papers out saying they're going to be adopted. You know, and that's before the parents even get through the paperwork. I haven't had nobody to look at my paperwork in 2 years. When I made my
Ms. Freeman,
speech,
your time is up. Is there anything
when I made my when I made my speech for
your...
LEAD, it was supposed to be for the community, and the money it's used for other things. I mean, if you guys check all your guys' grants out, you guys sit up here and look down on all of us, but you know, you guys are sitting with your high suits, and then you guys run around.
Okay, you
with
need
those
to
guys.
wrap it up. Your time is up.
But yeah, what's going on now is our
Okay.
archive
Thank you
stuff
very
has
much.
been taken.
Thank you
And
very
so there's
much.
some of you guys sitting up here.
Yeah. Okay, next speaker.
My name is Valerie Keene. I have a handicapped son who's 59 years old, and I'm his mother and conservator. I have him home. I have IHSS, which I'm very grateful for. I have him home on a weekend. What I want to talk about is the IHSS workers that I see over the years having to work so many extra hours to get by because they just don't have enough money. And then finding out that they don't get vacation or sick leave, it's very, you know, it's very hard. And so there's a big turnover of workers because they don't stay. And so my son constantly, it's been better lately, but constantly a turnover of staff because they don't stay. And that's not good for the clients. So, you know, being good to the workers has an effect on these clients that are being taken care of. So I'm very interested in IHSS being good to the clients and providing for them better. And they haven't been, I don't think. Thank you.
That's right.
Good morning, Carrie Shattuck, candidate for First District Supervisor. Referring to what Julie was talking about, do we know how many tax default properties we have in the county? We haven't done an auction since 2019, and one is not planned for this year either. I was told there isn't one excuse me. I tried recently to get a report and was told that there isn't one, to check back in a couple of months. This is the money that the county desperately needs. I'd like to comment on what Jurdy said about the overuse of the healthcare plan. The county just transitioned from self-funded healthcare to a prison group plan. It hasn't even been a year yet. How would the premiums reflect that already? I thought that it was short-sighted that the board did not add a COLA for county employees in the budget this year. Also, the fact that the board and the CEO's office made no mention of taking a pay reduction themselves, while the county continues to be underpaid and understaffed. Some of the board's problems with getting totals and reports is due to staff shortages. $150,000 was given to Visit Mendocino, while employees got nothing. What kind of message does that send to those that keep this county running? Considering that the coming year's budget was balanced by using one-time funds, which is not sustainable, and the board did not even consider taking a cut themselves, I will, if elected, take a 50% reduction in the current supervisor's salary of $100,002.78 before retirement and benefits to immediately help the county with its budget crisis. This supervisor seat is not about money or prestige for me. It is about our county, the people's home. Thank you.
Hi. I'm Beverly Galton. My age is 79 years old. I'll be 80 years old next month. I'm still working. I've been working for over 50 years. And I can't even retire. I came to California to go broke. Who am I taking care of? I'm taking care of a 77-year-old lady who needs help. I use my Social Security check for rent, and my rent goes up every year in November because of Southern California people, and pretty soon my Social Security check's going to be gone. And because no one wants to work for poor wages. $16.50 an hour is not enough. Not even $20 an hour is enough. People have bills. We're no different than you are. It's just we're poor. Thank you. Bye.
I'm a IHSS worker
Your
from
name,
Fort
please?
Bragg,
Your name, please?
Yenny Beatty. And I do feel like our pay is under what it should be, especially considering that fast food joints do get paid more per hour. But I think it's more important to take care of someone's needs versus trying to feed the masses and the convenience that everybody is used to. I want people to stay in their homes. I don't want them to be put in a facility. That's why I do the job that I do, and I've been doing it for about 9 years now. And it has been hard, and most of the time I have more than one client or more than one job to make things meet. And it's just getting harder, and without sick pay or vacation time or any of that stuff, it makes it hard to stay as a caregiver, even though you care about the people that you're working for. You want them to stay in their homes. You respect them. So, yeah, that's it.
Thank all of you who have addressed us so far, but we have time for one more speaker if they want to bring up something that hasn't been discussed so far, and then we'll close our kind of comment, public expression on labor.
No, that's not acceptable.
Okay.
Good morning, board and staff. Adam Gaska. I am back here to revisit and dig deeper on this property tax issue. I sent an email to all of you, and I hope you had some time to look at it, but it has come to my attention that someone owes the county $660,000 in back taxes, that it all traces back to one person through multiple entities. So I don't intend to publicly name and shame them, but I do have some questions. How does someone get this far in arrears? How much is owed in total to the county? At what point does the county put pressure to get people to pay? We deprioritize cannabis growers and refuse to push their permit along for not paying. I don't see why we can't do the same for people that have commercial interests besides cannabis. I'm not here to point the finger and blame anyone, but I'm asking for everyone, board and staff, to please collect the money that the county is owed. We keep on talking about how we don't have money for things, and we do. It's just we haven't been collecting it. So please collect it and do what's right for all of us, and please give the workers the COLA that they deserve. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so as I understand, 30% of properties in this county are not on the tax rolls. And then of those that are, many are not being billed or are not paying. I would like to discuss it further. I plan to pull the budget item 3H. I think that might be a better place than public expression.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, we have had comments about non-payment of taxes, and I think that some of these people might have some evidence of that. So I was wondering from the CEO or the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, if there was any kind of report on what the county's doing currently to make sure that people are paying their taxes.
Through the chair, are we discussing that now, or are we going to do that under the consent item that's planned to be pulled? And you have the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector in-house, and I know the assessor is online as well.
So what my preference as board chair is that we take that up as a pulled item from consent calendar. And I would like us to wrap up this topic if we may. So we have time. How many people want to speak on this? Okay, and board members, do you want to continue with this, or what would you like to do? What is your pleasure? 3 minutes. I'm sorry. As well. So we have 6 people who would want to express themselves. Is that correct? All right. Board members, shall we continue?
Yes. You know, it seems like, well, what we should be doing if we're limiting each topic to 12 minutes, you know, I guess we should be counting what those 12 minutes are, who's in each category.
Well, I've been kind of watching. I've been kind of
Okay.
splitting it a little bit. I've been giving the benefit of the doubt to both groups, both 2015 and 1021. So, because I see them as being slightly different in their issues. Maybe that's wrong, but that's how I'm seeing it. So with that in mind, let's continue. So County Council, any thoughts or comments on your part?
No, this is obviously within the board and the chair's discretion. I do, based on the way your rules are written, I would suggest that I do believe it is a separate topic, the 2 different labor negotiations.
Okay. Very good. Then we're on time if that's the case. So who is from 1021 who wants to speak? And who is from 2015? Okay, then we can probably proceed with who's here in the room, and that'll probably be good. All right?
Chairman Gordy, CEO Antle, members of the board, County Council Curtis. My name is Akesh Aidi. I work in public health as the program administrator for the Disaster Preparedness Bioterrorism Unit. I also serve on the executive board of SEIU Local 1021. I'm here this morning for 2 reasons. First is to tell you that yesterday, on Juneteenth, the Disaster Healthcare Coalition successfully conducted its first full-scale tabletop patient surge drill since before the pandemic started, over 3 years ago. Of our member facilities, we had an 80% participation rate, including all 3 of our hospitals. Second is to say that this is my 3rd time before you. It's been months, and yet of all of the things I said previously are still true. I have to ask myself why. It's my job to ask why. Why did things go well? Why did things go not so well? And then ask, what do we do to make ourselves better? It's called an after-action plan. The most critical part of an after-action plan is the improvement plan. An improvement plan has goals, specific, measurable goals with a timeline, SMART goals. And why is this important? We keep hearing from the board that there is no money to help keep employees above the water, but we know, we've heard this isn't actually the case. We've talked about the taxes unpaid property taxes, underassessed property taxes. We've agreed to discuss that later on. But what we want to know is, what's the plan to help us? What's the plan to take those taxes, collected or not, and return it back to staff? Where's your improvement plan? I would seriously hope that when it's done, that it bleeds purple. Thank you.
Chair McGordy, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis. My name is Patrick Hickey, field representative with SEIU Local 1021. I'd actually like to speak about something different, and that's management accountability. We have a proposal on today's agenda to improve the civil service system. I'm not going to speak about that, but I don't know that the board is in the best position to make recommendations for improving the civil service system based on its recent track record. What are you doing to supervise county management? I think we can all agree that the board's direct supervision of the cannabis department was a train wreck. We have a situation going on right now that you're all aware of. A manager who has threatened employees, lied to community members, violated labor law, sent an email to all staff speaking to you, the members of the Board of Supervisors, can be construed as both insubordination and a violation of the Brown Act. The manager claims this information and direction was provided by the county counsel's office. I hope that our county counsel's office is not giving out this sort of dubious advice. If any frontline employee did a fraction of these things, they would be put on administrative leave and investigated. You all received a petition from the majority of staff from this department a few weeks ago detailing the long list of mismanagement. But so far, it appears that you have done nothing. If this is the kind of oversight and supervision that the executive office is providing to its department heads, we all have real cause to worry. Rather than violate labor law, how about working with your employees to move the county forward? Come to the table with ideas. Hold your management accountable. The current approach will only lead to unnecessary strife and disruption. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jana Blunt. I'm a proud resident of Sonoma County, and I worked as a Sonoma County employee for 9 years up until about May 1st of this year. And I just wanted to explain some differences in what I've seen in the county of Sonoma and the county of Mendocino when it comes to just basic functionality. We just ratified our latest contract with a minimum 15.53% COLA for the next 3 years on top. Minimum, that's a minimum, on top of equity adjustments that affect at least 60% of the employees that range anywhere from 1 to 16%. The average is 4%. So people are looking at about 20% over the next 3 years. And that's on top of increased contributions toward their health care, the ability to use their health care when they're retired portably so they can leave the county and still maintain the benefit, among a ton of other benefits for both permanent and extra help employees alike. And it's always a fight, even when you have a functional government, right? But I've never seen such a crisis. Whenever I come up here just to visit the members here, I feel like a physical feeling of discomfort and it's like there's something that's deep down. You can see it when you drive through this town. It's dilapidated. It's falling apart. The members are falling apart. The people who work here are falling apart. I cannot believe how many people have stuck it out in this county and not found something better. It's an incredible testament to loyalty to the folks who live in this county. And that's the one thing I learned over 9 years at the County of Sonoma as a public servant, is that the way you compensate and care for your employees at a public agency is a direct reflection of how much you value the community. If you're treating your employees bad, you're looking at the final end product of that, and that's the people that you serve, and those are the people who suffer ultimately. Don't do it for this group of loudmouths you're getting tired of. Don't do it for them. Do it for the community, because services are failing. You have, obviously, department heads who are going against each other, department heads who are going against, the Board of Soups, battling it out. The Public Employees Relations Board has been made aware. Even the California State Controller is taking an eye and getting a little concerned about what's going on up here. If the Board of Supervisors isn't responsible, is there some party above the Board of Supervisors who is, that you're waiting for to take action? This is it. This is the end of the line. You have the control and the power to do this. Maybe you need to be more creative than you normally would be in a case like this. But we're open, we're ready to have those conversations, and we're going to keep on showing up. That's never going to stop.
Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question. If you would, you said there's a department head against the board. Which department is this?
I'm not saying that in the public. There's no way I'm putting that on record.
Do any of my colleagues know? Is there a department head that's fighting the board?
Not that I know of.
So I don't know. I mean, several of the statements you made, I don't know where that's coming from.
There's historical beef between the Board of Supervisors and department heads.
Well, I don't know of it. I've been here for a little over 4 years. I don't know of a beef between any
Department
heads
of
and the board.
Health, auditor, controller, tax collector, both of those.
Well, they're
Just
not,
look in the newspaper.
auditor, controller, tax collector, treasurer is not a department head. They're an elected official. We don't have control over her operation.
Okay. Beef between the Board of Supes and an elected official.
And then I have another question. What would you recommend? Obviously, give COLAs, right? You're saying 20% in Sonoma County. This county is in a different position than Sonoma County. Sonoma County has an economy that's providing increased revenue to the county, and they're deciding how to divide it up fairly. This county has declining revenue. There's less coming in. What would you do? How do we both staff up and pay higher wages without any dollar increase in revenue? And I hear be creative, find it, but we've been at that for years. I mean, you can stop putting fuel in the vehicle, you can stop buying paper, right? There's nickels and dimes, but you're not going to get enough to, every 1% COLA the county gives is $1.3 million cost to our budget. We don't have that 1.3. How would you go about solving that?
You've heard the fellow members talk about the fact that there's money is just not even being collected.
Yes, but
There's
you're talking to the Board of Supervisors. That's under elected departments. I agree, and I've been at it. I brought agenda items. Let's go after and collect the money. But even if we were to encourage those elected departments to get moving, and they do have funding. There's $500,000 sitting in the assessor's account to hire appraisers and do just as you're saying. That money would not flow in anytime soon, right? That's a good idea, but that's years out. What would you do to give a COLA now?
I can tell you from experience. In fact, I think you and I have actually had this conversation before about a year ago. Pay those assessors that are coming in a wage that will actually get them to come in. And then those assessors will continue to collect the monies. You have to think backwards. It's difficult to spend money in the short term when you're looking at a long-term cliff.
Yeah.
I understand that. But Sonoma County has done it. They just increased the amount of people that are staffing the assessor's office in order for themselves to go after additional taxes that have not been collected. They just did it last Tuesday.
I think you and I are looking at it the same. Revenue generation is one of the keys to pay fair wages. If you don't bill and you don't collect the revenue that's due, how do you operate a county? In the past, I've asked for support from SEIU to use the little bit that we have as seed funding, put it all towards revenue generation, hire the appraisers or go out to bid, whatever it takes to get it done, then use that money that comes in, which would be in the millions, to pay fair wages. The problem is, in the past, I've been fought on that. Everybody has to get a piece of whatever revenue we have. As a result, we never adequately fund the revenue generation. So would you support me on revenue generation first? Let's take the little bit that we have and use it to get properties on the tax rolls?
It depends on what it is you mean by revenue generation, but I don't think anybody in this room would disagree. Movement has to occur. And even if it's not aggressive argumentation between the Board of Supes and the elected official, the auditor, the fact that the auditor's not participating or cooperating, and there's no way that the Board of Supervisors have found and able to cooperate in their direction is troubling. Like there are heads butting at that point. I don't know what it's going to take for you all to be able to cooperate, but that's going to be really important. And they're going to have to be willing to do what it is that you want to do. They're going to have to cooperate with that goal as well.
And last, the only thing I've been asking for is a balance sheet since I got here over 4 years ago.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, how can you do what you need to do? That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. What is the purpose of anybody even being here when we've been waiting for years for basic information? You can't even make an educated decision. It's got to be maddening. If I were you, I would be throwing that screen off of the desk. Like, what do you want from me? But I would also do whatever it takes with this elected official at this auditor's office to get what it is that I need. Because again, you've signed up for this. Doesn't mean that you knew everything that everything that it takes in order to perform this position when you came in. I can imagine you come in pretty blind on a job like this. There's no way that anybody would be properly prepared. But this is one of those things where that relationship and that working relationship is non-negotiable. It has to occur. And that's a huge difference. Yes, Sonoma County's got way more money coming in and far more people collecting that money. But there's always a trickle of money coming in Mendocino County as well, whether it's property taxes, cannabis, you name it. It can be done.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chair McGorty, members of the board, Tony Rakes, IT Division Manager. I'm here today during public expression to speak to a bipartisan infrastructure bill at the federal level in the tune of $62 billion for broadband investment throughout nationwide. That money is intended to reach the states, and the states are to develop plans to distribute that money equitably for that broadband infrastructure. We have currently, part of the state's outreach plan and engagement plan involves a survey, what they call their Digital Equity Plan Survey, that they are distributing to the counties for responses regarding broadband, internet access, accessibility, availability. Right now, the state has set a minimum of 250 responses to this survey, due June 30th. Mendocino County is currently, as of last Friday, at around 93 responses. This money directly impacts the amount of funding available to our county for broadband infrastructure investment. And Mendocino County has a long way to go. As we all know, we're geographically challenged. So I'm here not just to speak to, of course, the board, but to also speak to everyone in this room and to those listening remotely. Please, if you have 10 minutes to spare, there's a link on the county website. It's on the top header. It's called Digital Equity Plan Survey. If you click it, it will take you to the state's survey page where you can spend the 10 minutes to fill this out. It's an anonymous survey. The closest thing it will ask you is a zip code, but it's used to determine, access and availability and accessibility in your area. And that, again, will directly tie to the $62 billion that's being allocated to the different states and then to our county. So it's critical that we reach that 250 mark. And of course, if we could bypass it, it would be even better. So please, if you have that 10 minutes, anyone listening, head to the website, Digital Equity Plan Survey on the top header bar. Thank you.
Mr. H, you'll be happy to know I filled out mine. So
thank you,
I hope
Mr.
the other
Chair.
board members also see it. It's an email that came in from last Friday from RCRC, from Barbara Hayes. Be sure to respond.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Sean DeVito. I own a little piece of land in just outside of Ukiah, and it's zoned RR10, and all around it is houses built. I have completely surrounded by houses, and all of those houses are zoned RR10, and I'm not sure how that would happen because it's half-acre parcels in a trailer park. And I've just had a lot of resistance at the planning department to even look like at my situation. And I think it would be a benefit to the county to be able to build some sort of housing. It's 10 acres. I built a house on the top part of it. I'm building a house now. And I just wanted the board to take a look at it because I feel like I'm not actually being heard in the planning department.
Chair.
Yes.
So there's an item on the agenda today, 4D, that I think is related, and we will be taking public comment at that time.
Okay.
So I appreciate this. I will say I think the planning department is operating within zoning, and zoning can be changed. That would take board action, and so I just don't want to put them in false light. I think they're probably giving you the technical answer that's correct, and what you're asking for is a change of policy. 4D, Chair, is that coming up this morning's session?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rosa Linares, and I am here I'm not used to speaking, but I am here on behalf of my clients. I have been a caregiver for 25 years, and I used to work for agencies for like the care homes, and at the care homes, you get paid, but not enough, and you don't have enough time in 8 hours to take care of 6 people and give them the quality care that they deserve. All these people are in there because they cannot afford to live in their home and have somebody, a private caregiver, to take care of them. So where I was going to is that when I was working through IHSS, it's not enough pay through there and not enough hours that are being paid to care for these clients that need the care that they deserve because they have worked so hard before and they want to be in their homes. And us caregivers need to get paid enough to give them the care that they deserve for working so hard in their lives so they can enjoy their home. I worked 10 years for one client, and I wasn't making enough money to survive myself, but I still stayed there because that person had worked so hard in their life to be where they're at and to enjoy their home. It's like I see them that they're enjoying their home now that they cannot move, they cannot do things on their own. They have to depend on somebody like us to do what they used to do, or to help them at least, you know. But what I'm here for is to ask you to please add the minimum hours that a caregiver can work for them, at least 4 hours and up, not 2 hours. 2 hours is not enough to get there and start this client, because some of them, they're not ready for us whenever we get there, and we're just rushing them. And that's how they get frustrated, and then that's when they start getting misbehaviors, and they disrespect the caregivers, and then we just walk out. And that's unfair to the clients and unfair to us, because we need the job. And second, they need the care. So, like I said, I'm not a speaker, but I thought it was a good thing for me to stand here today. Thank you. I hope something gets done. And it's not for me, basically for the clients that I love and care for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Heather Dowden, and this is my son, Joseph Martinez. Right now, unfortunately, the statistics that I had that I was looking up on the websites with the governments of of how the rates of the IHSS workers, they have been growing. But the only thing is all the benefits, everything has been stuck down to the same, and it's like 35% of what we should be making, which most caregivers are, their rates are growing higher of the nurses, the doctors, and everybody. They're growing higher as we are growing lower with the rates. We are all struggling to survive on just the 35 little percent of what we could make when we're growing so largely. We're at like 650,000 people of taking care of over 500,000 people. It's just the little 35%, that's just a little slap in the face going, ha ha ha, this is what you're only getting. No, we need the benefits. We need the raises. And I'm trying to take care of 2 kids. One of them, he's only 7 years old. He has so much going for him. But at the same time, I have to send him to his dad's house because for me to work extra hours, I'm hardly ever home. My kids never hardly ever see me. My oldest one, he's 16 years old, and he's like, Mom, when are you ever going to be home with me? I'm like, I have to work extra hours, my hardest. I ended up working 2 jobs. I couldn't do that. I tried to pick up more clients. I struggled. I'm still struggling with my bills. I'm still struggling with my car payments. I'm struggling with my insurance. I'm struggling of keeping food in the house, especially for my 7-year-old who's standing right here next to me. He's hardly ever home with me. The little 35% of what we're making is nothing. All we are is we're growing more and more strongly. But the 35% is going down to like 20%, 15%, because there's no way. Yeah, it might be a high percentage for everybody else, not for us. Not at all. And if you look on the government statistics, you would see. Thank you.
Good morning, Cesar Alvarado with the Caregivers Workers Union. I just want to remind the board, we've been in negotiations since November. It's been 8 months, and we have not seen yet any money at the table. It's just not acceptable, right? I mean, you already heard all the stories. We are at the point that we just very upset, and we are hoping, I think today we're going to send a new revised proposal to you all, and we're hoping that you reconsider and put some money at the table. It's time to act. We're all members of this community, and your job is to improve community. So improve community means better wages, decent wages. So do the right thing. Thank you.
So, Chair, I'd just like to remind the audience that the program we're talking about is a very valuable program, and everybody wants to see the program be successful. But it's also important to remember that this is a federal Medicare program and Medi-Cal program in the state of California. This is the only Medicaid program in California that local governments are, for some reason, being asked to help pay the cost of. We don't have the ability to raise taxes at local level, whether it's school board, city council, board of supervisors. There is no authority to raise taxes. There is no ability to go to the voters and say, vote in a new tax to pay for this state and federal program. The answer to fully funding this program is to get the state and federal government to fully fund the program. It is unrealistic to think that local governments can afford to, with its limited local sources, pay for a Medicaid program.
Good morning, board members, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, Shamice Cubison. I just wanted to address, while there's still people in the room, one of the issues that's been brought up today. I really appreciate that staff has, or that the public has not tried to name names in terms of who is delinquent on their taxes. Unfortunately, right now, I think there is a little bit of a misconception by whatever information they're accessing. The examples that were sent to the board and forwarded to me yesterday afternoon involve multiple billings that went out as part of the CSD project. They are not delinquent. They are not even due yet. They are not actually payable until June 30th. In some cases, there may be more than one installment. So I'd like to be careful about people perhaps not understanding how property taxes work, the amount of time allowed for collections, that we don't make examples of people who are not late on their taxes at this point. And I have had staff analyze one of the spreadsheets and indicate that there's only one parcel that might possibly go to power to sell, and that would not be until next year. So please be careful. That includes payments for items that go back as far as 2017 and 2018. As the board is well aware, part of the correction, supplemental, and escape process did involve parcels that went back that far for transfers and ownership, upgrades, improved properties, et cetera. So I'd like the public and the board to be careful before we mischaracterize certain parcels as being delinquent. So I'm open to discussing that at a future date or future time, but let's please be careful about perhaps bringing people out in the public that are not behind or delinquent and giving them time to pay their bills as they are allowed. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Do we have anyone online?
David A. online.
David, please give us a moment. We are unable to hear you in chambers.
Shall we come back to him and?
Okay, David, go ahead and try to speak again.
Hello?
Okay, you can be heard.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Ordinance 4420, Section 211920, that allows creation of cannabis prohibition combined districts is poorly crafted and is leading to discriminatory treatment of our fellow residents. This fact was shown on May 18 at the Planning Commission meeting when petitioners from Redwood Valley spoke in favor of a prohibition on commercial cannabis operations. They spoke openly about their fear of strangers, fear of outsiders, and even fear of culturally different people. Some use stereotypes and insults to justify their position. The Planning Commission voted in support. I find that baffling. The county is facilitating discrimination. County staff and facilities are now for hire for private groups to mount campaigns of exclusion. It's blatant neighborhood gerrymandering. This is not in keeping with the general plan of promoting public inclusion in planning. There are no planning or zoning considerations for these districts. All that is needed is to gather enough signatures. How did the board in 2018 decide this section was a good idea? Did they think that charging for staff time would make it look better? We've already heard at a recent board meeting that charging for staff time alone for public use of county facilities doesn't cover the actual cost of the county. So now taxpayers are subsidizing the mapping out of exclusive zones for private groups. Look, we're living in a time of changing attitudes and values, and cannabis is in a peculiar situation now. Some people have notions about its negative effect on society or its association with crime, yet we can see in the agitation and angst over cannabis a connection with the history of alcohol prohibition. Today, Redwood Valley has pride in their vineyards, but a century ago, wine was also an underground illegal commodity. People who drank were considered amoral, degenerate. A constitutional amendment banning alcohol lasted 13 years, but it devastated California wineries for decades after. Prohibition of alcohol didn't last because prohibition itself is a failed idea, but it had lasting consequences. The county should be leading the way to a solution that makes room for new business to take root, not allowing or even encouraging these districts of discrimination. Section 211920 should be rescinded. Thank you very much.
Rose Macy?
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Rose.
Hi, I'm Rose Macy. I am currently living up in Willits, California. I am a concerned citizen, taxpayer, caregiver to an adult mentally ill person who recently went through crisis. I originally came to the meeting to ask to join the board Measure B Funds Oversight Committee. However, when looking at it, I realized I've kind of missed the boat, so to speak. And I've written letters to all the members and would like to forward that to you. I'm not happy with how the Measure B funds have been utilized. I know that it's been a hard journey to get anything done and accomplished. However, the same thing is happening. That was happening before we put those monies forward. My son still ended up in the emergency room for days, locked up in a little 6x6 room with a guard outside the door, not able to go outside to go to the bathroom. Then was transferred to a facility far, far away, which no matter what, that's probably just, I mean, they do that in Sonoma County. I assumed, which I shouldn't have, that the crisis unit that was built was going to be used for people that were in crisis. However, that's not the case. The unit is being used for people after they come out of the hospital. I think it's a really inhumane treatment. I believe that the $4 million that was spent on that facility has been used incorrectly and should be changed to create a crisis unit for those that are in crisis. And that's why I wanted to join the board. I had applied to be part of the board, but was shot down. Anyways, from my perspective, there are possibilities of changes. I think we've made an error. I'd like to send that to you. I'd like you guys all to maybe look at Seattle is Dead and what they've done and haven't done. And so that's it, I guess. Thank you.
Rose, hold on. There's a question for you from Supervisor Williams.
I'm sorry to hear about your family member. My understanding is the psychiatric health facility, the PUF that's being constructed, may be an answer. And I think we all have frustration with how long it takes in California to move from an idea to a finished product. But that effort is underway. This board has funded it. Do you think that's the right direction, or are we still off base?
No, I actually am hoping and put forward that if that facility, if and when that gets built, to have a section dedicated to people in crisis in Sonoma County, where we used to live. They actually have taken a facility, remodeled it, and use it as a crisis center. Since we're already putting the funds to building that, it'd be nice to have a section of for the acute until they get better and balanced and they can move into the facility. So I'm hoping to see that. That's one thing I could help on the board with my input. I mean, yeah, hopefully that will be created for those in crisis.
Thank you for calling in, and I will look for your email. I know the board does care about this problem. I think we're addressing it, but more input can't hurt.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next we have Jack Buckhorn.
Good morning, board. My name is Jack Buckhorn. I'm the executive director of the North Bay Labor Council, which includes workers in Mendocino County. I'd like to start by quoting the great American philosopher Yogi Berra when he said it's deja vu all over again. I am absolutely the veteran of many negotiations, including counties and county workers. And I think I can safely say that the negotiations up in Mendocino are unlike any that I've ever seen in my over 40 years in labor. Let me just start by the obvious. There's a systemic problem with your board when you do not have a balance sheet. How can you run a government without knowing where your assets are? I know in other counties, it's a really great trick where they hide the money. But they know where their money has been designated. And part of the negotiation process is to identify pockets of money that might be able to be reallocated for wages. Let me also say, if you want to know the values of any individual or organization, open up their checkbook. And when we see a budget with $0 allocated towards their workforce, that tells volumes about their values. So folks, we need to do better. Let me just say, you used one-time money to solve this problem last year. That should have been a red flag, and I know it was with many of you, but you should have been working 24/7 to find solutions so we don't find ourselves in the same situation again. Please, the buck stops with you. You all know that. You've got to do better. So I just encourage you to get back to the bargaining table, to bargain in good faith, to find solutions, and to reach out. Honestly, there really is nothing new under the sun. As dysfunctional as this county has been, there are folks that can help you solve this problem. So please, I urge you, I don't want to have to come back and continue this year after year, contract after contract. Let's find systemic solutions that solve this problem going forward. Thank you for your time this morning.
Mr. Buckhorn, I'd like to address that just for a second because Supervisor Williams and I have sat on the budget ad hoc all during the past year, looking at every possible solution that we can to generate and properly use revenue within our existing tax base. And I can let Supervisor Williams just talk about the sort of the legacy problems of Mendocino County with the way that our county government is structured on collecting money. So, go ahead.
And I would propose, if you disagree with the budget, mark it up. Give us a budget. It still has to break even. It's a duty that we have to pass a balanced budget, but try moving from one category to another. I feel that I've followed up on every idea that's been offered. We can't always do it here live. After the fact, I follow up and ask how much is in that category. What if we close out these positions that we don't think we're going to fill? The bottom line is the arithmetic doesn't work. This county was in empire building mode, and it's grown. The footprint of the county has grown to beyond its revenue. And it's like if you have if you have a private business, this is the analogy. You have a private business and you have more expenses than you have revenue. And I show up and I say, hey, why don't you hire a gardener? You're going to look at me like I'm nuts. Another expense is going to balance the budget. You have a county that can't balance the budget with the current staff and pay living wages. And to suggest that we staff up, hire more people to help us balance the budget, that math just doesn't work.
Supervisor Williams, wasn't you earlier in this meeting who said that you've been asking for a balance sheet since you arrived?
That's true, and it's because we're getting down to the dollar, right? When we can't get timely information, but there's 5 million excess revenue, we could probably do a negotiation not knowing exactly how much we have. Nobody knows precisely. These are forecasts into the future. We don't know how much sales tax will come in, how much cannabis tax, how much property tax. Nobody knows. The best you can do is make a forecast. But because that margin over the years has gotten so tight that we need to know down to, $50,000, $10,000 because we're cutting it that close, it becomes critical that we have timely information. We don't. And I'm not putting this all on our current auditor, controller, tax collector. She stepped into this role with a department that didn't have automation in place, didn't have systems in place. This is a legacy problem in this county that we don't have systems to give us timely information. It needs to be fixed, just like taxing all parcels needs to be fixed. You're not going to do it in this budget cycle. If the board seriously dedicates resources to addressing these problems, we're going to start seeing revenue benefit 4 or 5 years out. We should have been done in the past. The best we can do is start it now. But you're not going to decide, let's assess more parcels and give a COLA this year. You can't pay for it that way. So I look at the budget wondering, Supervisor Jurdy is good at this. You want to add a position, you have to delete a position. If you want to shift the budget, all we can do at this point is shift from one category to another. Labor is the large line item, so you're essentially cutting labor in one area to benefit labor in another. It's a position nobody wants to be in. And yeah, there's dysfunction, but there's also an economic reality that culturally, we need to stop being against business in this county. There's a lot of policies that are in place that have stopped housing, and if you stop housing, you're stopping economic growth. And that's an area that we can do better. Again, it won't solve it this year. We take steps now so that 5 years out, a different board is in a better financial position.
Well, Supervisor, I appreciate that. My final comment would be that all these issues have been known for years. And at some point, the boss needs to step up and solve it. You guys are the boss. So you need to find a way to fix these legacy problems. And hey, I'm a construction worker. That's what I do. I'm an electrician. I have been. That's where I got my start in labor. So I'm all about building homes and building anything. But you've got bigger issues than that. So please, I know you're trying hard, but we just have to do better.
So, Chair, I'd also just like to emphasize, we keep hearing references to Sonoma County. I just want to clarify, Sonoma County has 5 times the population of Mendocino County, but its county government has 7 times the revenue that this county has. Think about that. They've got a lot of flexibility in their budget, and I'm trying to illustrate just how constrained this organization is. The city of Ukiah, 19% of the county residents in the city of Ukiah, they have a city budget they just adopted. It's nearly $200 million. County of Mendocino, all 90,000 people, a budget of roughly 420. So the city of Ukiah, nearly half the budget that the county has. So I just want to point out that this is not an organization that has lots of money to just pay for everything that everybody wants to fund. We have to make decisions, and unfortunately, we've got to the point where there aren't any good options left on the budget.
I think that's it for this morning's public expression. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Alicia Bales, and I am here on a different issue. But I'm absolutely thrilled to see you here, and I'm so grateful for your organizing. You are the foundation of our community, and I hope the county can see to provide you with fair wages and a COLA. I'm a 32-year resident of Mendocino County. I'm a graduate of Whale Gulch Independent Study High School, class of 1992. I currently live in Ukiah, but like many Mendocino residents, I spend a lot of time on the coast, and in particular, the Lost Coast is probably my favorite place in the whole world. I recently took a job working for the Redwood Forest Foundation that owns and manages the Usal Redwood Forest, but I'm speaking to you today as a private citizen, not as a spokesperson for REFI. As we all know, the winter storms were remarkably severe and left many of our public and private roads in terrible shape. Currently, the Usal County Road that connects Highway 1 to the Sinkyone Wilderness remains closed from just past the Usal Campground north to Four Corners. The Usal County Road is the only coastal access for the southern part of the Lost Coast, from the community of Whale Gulch all the way south to Usal and Highway 1 at Rockport. It is essential for fire and emergency access, especially with the state park and coastal trail running along that part of the coastline. If someone gets injured or goes missing in the steep, rugged terrain of the Sinkyone, it's difficult to imagine how emergency responders would be able to access them in a timely manner if the Usal Road remains impassable. The same is true in the case of fire, and I know members of the local fire safe councils in the area are very concerned that the road has not yet been cleared and opened by the county. There was a lot of tree fall and other damage to surrounding roadways, and it's easy to imagine that the Usal Road must be a huge mess and that would require many days of road work and heavy equipment, but it isn't. I walked 12 miles of the road on June 4th from the site of the historic town of Kinney to the Usal Campground with Richard Ginger and Christopher Larson, who are longtime residents of Four Corners and Whale Gulch. We went to assess the extent of the damage, and we were surprised to find that the road was not in terrible shape, not more terrible than it usually is. Most of the tree fall is small diameter tan oak with maybe 1 or 2 large trees in the whole 12 miles. We counted approximately 5 dozen trees over the road in 12 miles, and many of those had already been partially cleared for access by four-wheelers. There was only 1 debris slide of any size that we observed, and while the Usal Road's gullies are legendary, we didn't see anything unusual that would require keeping the road closed into the summer recreation and fire season. We brought back maps, photos, and video to share with you and a summary of the less than expected tree damage we saw. I'm happy to provide this to you. It's my request that the county prioritize opening the Usal Road as soon as possible for the safety and well-being of the communities and visitors that depend on this coastal access. And again, I strongly support a COLA for the hardworking SEIU union members here today. Thank you.
Chair, could we refer that request to Department of Transportation and maybe get an answer later today?
I believe we can. Unless, can we take action?
Mr. Chair, I don't know that you'd be able to take action unless you were to vote to add this as an off-agenda item, but you can certainly refer the item to the Department of Transportation.
Okay, I think that would be fine. Supervisor.
Chair, if I may, there is a brief update on Usal Road in the CEO report under the Department of Transportation.
Okay, good. Supervisor Mulhern?
Withdrawn.
Okay. All right, anything else for the good of the order?
Find out what Ukiah's doing right.
All right, well, thank you all for coming. We value public expression, even though sometimes it hurts, but anyway.
No contract! No peace! No contract! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace!
Okay, so we'll wait for the room to clear. We'll just take a little break. All right, we will resume the meeting now. We'll move on to agenda item number 3. Clerk, have you established proper notice?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay, so item 3AH has been withdrawn at the request of Executive Office Fiscal. Are there any items that individual members would like to pull for separate consideration?
I'd like to pull item 3H, the budget item, for comment.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, go ahead.
So there's been ongoing discussion about taxes not being fully collected, and I don't think any county is 100% on assessments. Certainly rural counties can't get to 100%, but we may be at about 70% today. 30% of the available funds are left on the table, which is a lot of money for this county. It's also a lot of money for schools. You know, we get about 29-30% of it. Schools get about 63% of it. So we're underfunding schools across the county. I know a lot of this comes back to staffing. Current assessor hasn't had the staff that she needs. I think we do have about $500,000 set aside. It's probably not enough. And without other changes, I don't know if it'll be effective because appraisers can make a lot more money in the private market than they can working for the county. And what I'm looking for here is support on giving direction to staff. I would like to establish a goal. This may be a stretch goal. We did a stretch goal recently with IT and Aumentum, and there was some hesitation. Could they get it done in a year? They came back 4 or 5 months in, and it was done. I would like to set a stretch goal of bringing the county up to date on assessing properties, closing the gap by 50%, moving from about 70% assessment to 85% over 24 months. And I would like a status update in every publication of the CEO report showing us the progress. How many parcels added, what dollar amount added, so that we can start getting some eyes on, are we making progress? 6 months from now, when we look at that and we see it hasn't moved much, maybe we need an RFP. Maybe we need to adjust wages. I think we need to do whatever it takes because there's a greater cost in not collecting taxes than what it would take to actually get these houses on the roster, the tax rolls, and send bills and collect.
Second.
Is there a third?
Oh, certainly there is. So I just, again, sharing my experiences on the budget ad hoc, it's frustrating to see how we're scrimping on expenses when we need to bring an income that's essentially sitting on the table and has not been collected. It just seems really irresponsible. And I know that there's a lot of reasons for this due to staffing and some really clunky software that we have to actually bring things into the roll. But I think that is an excellent idea, and I'm supportive of it. Supervisor Jordy.
I absolutely support that. And also, if we could include in the updates, what's the current staffing level with each update in the appraiser position? When Supervisor McGordy and I visited the appraiser's office, at this point, it was probably about 2 years ago, I think they had, at that point, had 6 employees in the appraiser position. And a few months later, we learned they were down to 4. I've heard they might be even below that at this point. So, and in the meantime, we asked HR to do a salary survey, which resulted in raising the salaries. And yet, it sounds to me like the positions aren't necessarily being filled. So we need to find out, as we get these updates, what is the status of those unfilled positions.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I like that idea too. And if in 6 months, we're not making the progress that we need to be making, then we'll probably need to go for an RFP or something because we need to get these taxes collected. It's not fair to the county. It's not fair to the people who are paying the taxes. And so I support this.
Okay, so how do we handle this county council? So should we have public comment at this point, specifically on this item?
So you should have public comment with respect to the budget item. I think in terms of the more specific directives, you might need to bring that back as a future item.
Okay.
So, may I?
Go ahead.
So County Council, very often this board is given direction on additions to the CEO report. Why is this different? It's simply publishing information.
So with respect to the publishing, I think that's sufficient, and maybe I misunderstood, but I thought there was a desire to be looking at the pay classifications for the assessors and some of the more specific details.
That would come later based on the findings of the data. So what we would be looking at is directing staff to publish the progress on how many parcels have been assessed, the dollar amount assessed, with a progress indicator of a goal of 85% over the next 24 months as opposed to the 70% we're at now, essentially closing the gap by half.
If you're just talking about the publication, I don't know that you need a separate item just for that. However, any further action beyond that is going to need to come back to the board.
So I would recommend we record it as a staff directive.
Okay, so do we need to take a vote since it? No. Okay. All right, anything else that people want to comment, or are we good? Are we ready to open up for public comment on the consent agenda? Is there any public comment in the room on the consent agenda? Is there any public comment online on the consent agenda? Okay, Peter McNamee.
Good morning. I am speaking on behalf of the Grassroots Institute this morning. My name is Peter McNamee, for the record. After your June 6th meeting, where there was a robust discussion about various strategies to reduce costs and at the same time increase county revenues, your board, I think, wisely looked at how it could utilize the net zero carbon emissions money that the board has targeted for dealing with the county's impact on climate change towards reducing county costs as well as reducing the carbon footprint in the county. And following that meeting, Supervisor Williams contacted me and requested a set of specific recommendations that the board could conceivably take action on in the next few months that would move towards reducing the county's costs for energy, as well as reducing its carbon footprint, consistent with utilizing those funds as they were intended. And I hope all of the board members received the letter that the Grassroots Institute sent to the Board of Supervisors. Did you receive that letter?
Yes, we did.
Thank you. In it, we outlined a series of recommendations, which we thought were about as specific as we could get at this point, given the information that we had. But they include largely targeting county buildings that are enterprise critical to the county for solarization and for the use of battery systems to provide emergency power when the Pacific Gas and Electricity's grid is down for whatever reasons, or the city of Ukiah's grid is down. We also recommended utilization of greater insulation on county buildings to reduce energy costs, retrofitting the lighting systems as quickly as possible. I hope everyone agrees that that's kind of a no-brainer, low-hanging fruit. You've got to replace lights on an ongoing basis in any case. And reducing the use of low-efficiency lighting is probably the easiest and quickest way that you can cut your electric lighting bills by up to 20 or 30% very quickly. So I hope I'm not going to go on and on about all of the various recommendations we had, but I hope that the board will take this to heart. And I want you to know that the Grassroots Institute has an ongoing commitment to work with your board to try to further those objectives. And thank you very much for giving me this time to speak.
Thank you, Peter. So I would entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second. Oh, before we go, Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I just had a comment for Mr. McNamee. That Supervisor Jurdy and I have met with General Services several times looking at the different possibilities. I appreciate those comments you wrote. We have a meeting on Thursday to continue looking at how to electrify the fleet and other cost savings that we can get from using that the PG&E money for the carbon reduction line item. And so appreciate those comments, and we are working on it.
Okay, so we're ready to vote on the consent calendar.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair McGordy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Now we're going on to agenda item 4A. Discussion and possible action including recognition of employee service awards for eligible employees with 10 to 40 years of service. Human Resources is the sponsor.
One second.
Good morning, Board. Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So one of the favorite parts of the meeting today. So Chair McGordy will go up front with Human Resources, and we'll introduce the recipients of the service awards. And if you would like to speak regarding your staff, you could do it at public comment, please. So for 15 years of service, Kelly Johnson with Behavioral Health. Tony Rakes, Information Technology. Maria Gonzalez Magana with the Sheriff's Office, the jail. Christine Studer, the Sheriff's Office. Tamara Newell, Social Services. Sergeant Richard Van Baren. Shamice Cubinson, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. Dr. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health. Clifford Landis, Behavioral Health. Fabiola Ruiz, Social Services. Steve Donacliffe, Executive Office. Here. Patty Kelly, Public Defender's Office. Catherine Cavness, District Attorney's Office. Travis Forrester, Sheriff's Office. Julia Garcia, Social Services. Chad Handy, Department of Transportation. Thank you, Howard. For 20 years of service, Gary Leonard, Environmental Health. Yay. Lindy Dunaway, Human Resources. Lieutenant Joseph Comer, Sheriff's Office. Alex Land, Information Technology. Thank you. 25 years. Bob Beltrami, Information Technology. Oh, he's not going to. Thank you. Captain Greg Van Patten, Sheriff's Office. Kevin Weir, Department of Transportation. Venus Hoagland, Social Services. And Becky Emery, Social Services. Yeah. 30 years of service. Kelsey Rivera, Social Services. Mary Ziegler, Social Services. And Gabriella Burleson, Public Health. And I don't see her here, but 35 years, Captain Joyce Spears, Sheriff's Office Jail. Oh, thank you very much for all your service. We very appreciate all of you. I'll turn it over to the chair once he gets an opportunity to get back to his seat. Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much for your service, for everything wrong that goes on with the way that relations between the board and the union go on. There's people who step up every day and they work really, really hard, and we're so thankful to you. And we, especially those of you who've stuck it out. 35 years is a long time to be in one place, so thank you. Board, round of applause for our employees. Okay, at this point, are we going to take a little break for a reception?
Public comment?
Public comment first.
Chairman Gordy, members of the board, CEO Antle, Becky Emery, Social Services Director. It's my pleasure to recognize our staff today. I appreciate you looking at all of the years of service and putting that out there, sharing it with our community. In social services alone, we have 155 years of service that you've recognized today here. And it's a tremendous effort. They respond, they provide public service. We help people meet their ongoing needs daily, and they do it with a smile. They do it with and through the difficulties, through the good times, the bad times, we help see our community through all of those things. And, you know, our staff within social services step up. They are there for shelters. They're there for our community on their hardest days. And I just really appreciate that they consistently come in. They enjoy their jobs. They care about the people they work with. And it's a tremendous team that I have the great honor to lead. And thank you for recognizing their efforts and support today.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board, CEO Antle. My name is Jill Ailes, and I feel like our unit, our SUDT unit, is highly important. So I'm proud to honor Kelly Johnson today for 15 years of service. She's been within our CWS and Family Dependency Drug Court most of her career, and has helped so many families reconnect with their children and loved ones. So I'm proud to offer her flowers today. Thank you.
Good morning. So my name is Catherine Reel. I'm with the Home Visiting Program. This is Mariana Johnson. So we're just going to be speaking about Gabriella. So I want to congratulate Gabriella on an impressive 3 decades of her life serving the County of Mendocino in the field of public health. Gabriella has worn many hats during her time with the county, and in her current role as a Promotora de Salud with the Healthy Families Mendocino Home Visiting Program, CHVP Innovation. She has been a beacon of hope and a source of unwavering support for countless families throughout our community. Gabriella's commitment to the well-being and welfare of others has been truly extraordinary. Her tireless efforts and unwavering dedication have made a significant impact on the lives of those she's touched. Through her role as a promotora, Gabriella has helped families navigate the complex landscape of healthcare, providing vital resource information, guidance, and support during some of their most vulnerable moments. So for me, and I speak on behalf of all the supervisors and colleagues with the Healthy Families Mendocino program, it has been an incredible honor to work with Gabriella. Thank you, Gabby.
I'll just add on Gabriella's behalf, it's been a pleasure to work with her specifically through our Home Visiting Innovations program, which focuses on rural Latino families, a great need in this county, and Gabriella's been a great asset to our team. She's so creative, she's so, she connects with these families on a level that it's been an honor to see and to support her through that, and it's just a pleasure to have her on our team, and we wish you all the best, and congratulations, Gabriella.
Good morning, Chair McGordy, members of the board, CEO Handel. Today, I would just like to really thank all of the employees at the Sheriff's Office, but specifically those who are being honored today. Captain Spears is hard at work right now and said that she was not going to leave the jail to come over so I can pat her on the back. I don't think she wants to be that embarrassed. But she was a child bride when she started for us, so 35 years, and she's still extremely young, just like me. We've got a lot of employees who are here in spirit, but they are working the beat today. We were lucky enough to have Travis and Christine come over. Christine told me if I embarrassed her, that would be the end. She'd quit working for me, so I'm not going to. We're going to share that with Travis. Where did he go? He ran off. One of the most wonderful things about working in Mendocino County is a lot of these folks who have started, and granted, there aren't a lot of folks left from my class. There's about 3 or 4 of us now. But a lot of these young folks who started for us will live an entire career with the Sheriff's Office. Also, when you read off those names, there are a lot of people in the room here who are constantly helping us, from, our IS manager, Mr. Rakes, Fabiola, all of these folks that we know when we grow up with. They're the ones who are here for us. Becky working with us on a constant basis, and it's great to have this history. It's great to have this knowledge of each other. And so, I really want to thank everyone at the Sheriff's Office for hanging in there, doing a good job, fighting a good fight every day. But let's honor everybody together today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's okay. First, I'd like to thank all the employees for their public service. It's a heavy lift, but you do it every day willingly, and I really appreciate all that work. And it is a true joy, most days, to come to work, but I do enjoy working with all of you. I'd like to say a couple of comments about a few individuals that report directly to me. I find Tony Rakes to be dedicated, innovative, and willing to take on tough initiative. Recently with Aumentum and the Golden Gate Bridge Initiative, which you'll hear more about in the CEO report. Dr. Janine Miller, very well respected by her team, community, state, and is now active at the national level with opioid work for the National Association of Counties. So thank you, Janine, for your work and your commitment of representing. She's one of 26 selected in the nation to be on that committee. We are honored to have a representative from our county and a rural county. Steve Dunnicliff. Steve's not here today. He is a valued asset, always a troubleshooter, and works diligently on projects. Becky Emery really shined. Becky is committed and dedicated to this community, but she really shined with her commitment and dedication during COVID as the DOC Department of Operations Center Manager for the better part of 2 years leading throughout the COVID pandemic. And really, that was a 24/7 role for almost 2 years. Becky did a wonderful job. So again, I'd like to thank everyone for their public service, whether you've been here 1 year, 6 months, or 40 years plus. I guess we have a couple of those as well. So please join us in the reception, for a reception in Conference Room A. And again, thank you. This is a wonderful celebration of your service.
So I'd entertain a motion for the recommended action.
We have one more comment.
Oh, we have one more. Oh, I'm sorry.
Chair McGordy, members of the board, Tony Rakes, IT Division Manager. A bit of a tough act to follow, but I would never forgive myself if I didn't say something, so I'll keep it under 1 minute. I wanted to just take a minute not only to echo the sheriff's comments about recognizing everyone here and all the dedication to this beautiful county we live in, but also to take a moment to call out my two staff specifically, Bob Peltrami and Alex Land, for their contribution over the years. I started here 15 years ago, and they were here with me, and we've worked together ever since. And it's not often that we get to see folks in the IT realm, Travis Forrester too, so I didn't want to forget him, but at the forefront. We're often in the background, supporting in the background, and it's wonderful to see them recognized out here and to see that many of the initiatives that we have at all levels of this government are touched in some way by our information technology folks who do marvelous work. So I just wanted to say thank you to them, and thank you to everyone else whose dedication and loyalty to the county is something to marvel at. So thank you.
Thank you.
Move the recommended action.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Chair McGordy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all again. Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break to have a reception for our multi-year awardees. Hey, Alice, are we ready to start? Back in session, and we're moving on to item number 4. Am I reading this right? This is 4I? Okay, which is the Chief Executive's report.
Thank you, Chair McGordy, members of the board. I would like to point out a few things in the report, and then I have a few comments about initiative we have just started. So June is Behavioral Health and Recovery Services honors June as Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month. PTSD is categorized by several months of symptoms such as unwanted memories, nightmares, heightened reaction, anxiety, and/or depressed moods. If you are suffering from any of these, please reach out to Behavioral Health and Recovery. Another really amazing employee highlight of a success story, Sarah Downey came to environmental health as a staff assistant with a bachelor's degree in liberal arts. Her degree allowed for her to move into environmental health technician role plus an inspector, but to promote in her career path, she needed 30 additional units in science and math. She has completed 4 years of course taking, 5 to 14 units per semester at Mendocino College. I really shout out to Sarah in Environmental Health for working with her. It's a true success story of how the county works with their employees to pick a career path.
I also want to comment on that because having taken additional classes while working, that is so difficult, especially in the field of science. So congratulations.
Thanks. I would also like to point out social services and how much they are working in a dual response jurisdiction with Juvenile Partnership and the Division of Courts for Juvenile Division. So partnerships and collaboration throughout the county of Mendocino. Behavioral health is doing more outreach and education and training with Narcan trainings. It does point to the serious overdose that we have in this county. CSA from June, the Coast Branch will be offering free healthy lunches to all children age 18 and under as part of Lunch at the Library, which offers youth meal and enrichment programs to help their minds and bodies grow in strength while school is closed. Planning and building, code enforcement, there's documentation of what they have done in the last month. And also, sorry, I'm trying to do this without paper. Planning and Building Services attended the groundbreaking ceremony of Acorn Valley Plaza on May 19th. The Acorn Valley Plaza project was awarded nearly $6.6 million from a disaster recovery multi-housing community block grant. So, and this is designed for 71 residential units. So with that, I would like to go to the verbal report, and I'm looking for my assistants. Oh, I found him, here he is. So shortly, before the June 6th budget hearing, my office began thinking, how could we be innovative and what projects could we tackle moving forward in light of the $7 million gap in our budget? So I brought together a team of individuals, and through that process, we've identified 2 individuals that will be taking the lead in doing some work with each of the departments. That we are calling it the Golden Gate Bridge Initiative. I will let them explain that. And I will introduce Mr. Tony Rakes and Mr. John Burks. Oh, there they are. Okay, thank you.
Chair McGordy, members of the board, Tony Rakes, IT Division Manager. thank you, Darcy, for that introduction. And I hope I speak for the both of us, John, when I say we're incredibly excited to be part of this initiative, this Golden Gate initiative. And first, I'd actually like to define what that initiative means. And I'm going to let John do that because it was his brainchild. So if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, CEO, Board Chair. Thank you for having us. So our thinking was that in order to ensure consistency and efficiency, similarly to how they paint the Golden Gate Bridge, they start on one end and they maintain and they paint, they go through and then they circle back, and it is a continuous process. So we believe that if we use that strategy in any of our analysis, our implementation, that it will continue all of the positive things that we do and allow for follow-up, accountability, monitoring, and then we'll be able to report and track that differently than maybe we have traditionally. So we think that it's a much more engaging methodology to take, to be able to provide closer to real-time information about all of our activities. So I hope that that's a fair definition of what our thinking is and why it's titled that.
Thank you, John. Importantly, this is our effort to build a framework by which we can help our county keep up, improve, spruce up the paint job, so to speak, of our processes to make sure that we are running efficiently, that we are utilizing the tools that we have available. And I think between John and I and the expertise that we bring to this, and of course the group that we have surrounding us and the support, the immense support that we have, we're hoping that this will be very successful as we go from department to department to lend our help to understand and prioritize and to advise and to help drive improvement initiatives everywhere, and then rinse and repeat to make sure that we don't fall behind again. So with that, I'd like to, if there are any questions, we are happy to answer them.
If I may add, this will include just monitoring, as this board has requested, utilities and fuel, but it'll even go beyond that. How are we maximizing scanning of our records to reduce our storage units, to databases that we use? Maybe we've got, well, we do. We know we have a couple of different software systems throughout the county that are duplicate. Can we put those together and shrink down to one? We are looking at the use of our old analog lines to make sure we have terminated all those and any extra costs that are out there. And again, we're starting with the department. The first department that these gentlemen will be going into is planning and building services. We are collaborating with Director Julia Krug on this. Part of her work that she requested was to help with the scanning. So we're going to get that kicked off for her, look at some of the customer service opportunities and permit processing. And again, we'll start and then we'll just keep working through it. It's a continuous process improvement project.
I'd like to add to that too, thank you for those comments on there, but I'd like to add too that the expectation that we're holding ourselves to is consistent and accurate reporting as well. So through the CEO report, we hope to provide you measurable progress with where we are and what we're doing. And if we can, we're going to aim to provide an analysis of where we are with regard to cost savings within the 23-24 budget and any other impacts that we hope to make in the positive. And in the negative, the idea is to be transparent about what we're doing, but with the hope of being more effective and more efficient county government going forward. And we want to be able to provide the reports and metrics on a regular, consistent basis to show what it is that we're doing.
Okay, Supervisor Hasjack and then Supervisor Williams.
Well, I think that this is a really good move. I really appreciate what you've done in IT and also in cannabis. I think that we've seen a real turnaround in those departments and real innovation that can help other departments. And so it's good to have those outside eyes that you guys will provide and looking at, how to be more efficient and function better. And I think that you have a real good track record at this point. So thank you.
Today, when somebody files a public records request and a responsive answer may be in one of the boxes of files, that are somewhat out of order, or maybe not in the order that makes the search efficient. Do we have somebody going through document by document, looking at it with their eyes to figure out if it qualifies as responsive? What?
PRAs, digital documents, all of that are part of this initiative and is being tracked.
Yeah, I was just curious, how's it being done today with non-digital documents? I mean, you have, what, 30 locations that have boxes of paper records? Does somebody have to go through every single page every time there's a PRA? Yeah, so I would like to track what the savings are as we Command F instead of read every document for the nth time. Is that something that we can kind of get a before and after? Sometimes we find there's an efficiency that's been put in place, and we don't know what the original number was. I'd like to capture that original so we can see the return on investment.
Part of our strategy with this, our short-term strategy, is to understand where we are today in relation to where we want to be and where we're going. So we'll have that historical to be able to provide.
Yeah, so it's one of the most exciting initiatives. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen.
That concludes my report.
I invite a motion to...
I don't think you need a motion.
Don't need a motion to...
You do need public comment.
Public comment first, though. Okay. Any public comment on the executive report?
Good morning, Chairman Gordy, Board of Supervisors, Christian Curtis, and CEO Antle. I have 100% faith in John Burks that he will do a good job. A lot of the departments mean well, but they're undermanaged from my experience and observations. So it's important that not only the department heads, but the mid-managers and the line supervisors are directed to accept Mr. Burke's changes and ideas and solutions. If not, then it's all for naught. And additionally, what Mr. Burks is doing and the other gentleman is a department head's job. So when you hire these vacant department head positions, include in your interviewing and background and research, see if they have the ability and the knowledge and the experience in managing a department of all facets and setting in systems and timelines and oversight. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes, Scott, we actually have an agenda item later today, 4H, that's directly on the topic of management. We'd love to have your input.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy.
So just on that particular point, I think it might require a bit of a review of the county's job descriptions and or the recruitment process itself, because I've sat on a couple of interview panels and I have no idea if Mr. Ward's suggestion was even a question that was asked of department heads or upper management. So I think before you even get to the interview panel, we need to make sure that the screening process that leads to the final candidates going to an interview gets that kind of characteristic in the applicants.
Well, there's that. I think there's also continuing education within the county, too, that can help when sometimes we don't get exactly what we're looking for, but people have potential for growth. And I know that the county does have a leadership program. Is that correct, CEO Antle?
That is correct.
And do they take classes also from CSAC?
Yeah, all the, if I may, through the chair, CEO Antle, yes, there is continuous education through leadership classes. There are routinely 3 to 4 classes that are put on each month by the HR department, as well as other departments such as the budget team or how to use Cobblestone, those different things within the system. And then the departments do have access to send their folks to CSEC for additional courses. I mean, a prime example again is Miss Sarah Downing that we spoke about earlier, who worked in environmental health and moved her way up too. So,
yeah, well, and I'm a big supporter of continuing education, and it's something that should come out in annual reviews. If someone's deficient, then it should be required that they continue their education to make up the deficiency. So do we need a motion or an action to accept the report? We don't. Okay. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 4B, which is a notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution adopting the 2023-2024 annual report of the Mendocino County Business Improvement District and levying annual assessment for the bid in fiscal year 23-24. Have we established proper notice, Deputy Clerk?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay. With that, I'll open up the public hearing and announce the hearing procedures. Board and clerk will note correspondence or telephone calls received.
All correspondence received online is online. Anything sent to the full board has been stored for board correspondence.
Okay. With that, we'll go on to staff presentation.
Good morning. Thank you, Supervisors. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. The report's on file, but I would like to note that a revised bid annual report has been uploaded to the item. This shows the county budget change to the $150,000 funding versus the bid's initial request. So today, with that resolution, you'll be adopting the revised final bid annual report. I'm available for questions if you have any, as is Travis Scott, VMC's Executive Director. And with that, I will wait and see if you have questions.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, so I really appreciate Visit Mendocino working with us and reducing the amount of the county match. That is really appreciated and shows real collaboration. I'm wondering about the trajectory, as it's called, of the assessments, and so it states that there is an increased assessment of 1% to lodging, the introduction of a 1% assessment on visitor attractions, and the introduction of a 1% assessment on wine tasting room sales. Are we committing to that right now, or with this report, or how's that work?
If I may, through the chair, I'm going to defer most of that to Travis Scott, but that would be a change in the bid laws from the 1989 to the 1994, and that change in assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. No, you're not committing that. That is what the bid board is recommending that the organization do over the next year to secure funding. So that will come back before you as a new ordinance.
Okay, so you will do your research and outreach and all that in the meantime and come back with a report on how that's going so we can evaluate.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, and I really do appreciate your work on the budget issues.
No problem. Thank you.
No further comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to note that I've put in a request to staff and Travis. There's one typo on the, so hopefully get caught.
Okay.
Just one?
It's actually the date, and it's on the bottom of each page.
We will correct that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question from board members before we go to public comment? All right. Is there any public comment in the room? Is there any public comment online?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, been moved and recommended, moved for the recommended action and seconded. Let's call for the vote.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Chairman Gordy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
And thanks again to Mr. Scott for everything that he does, and especially for working with us through a very difficult budget year. Okay, so the matter, okay, we should have closed the public.
I think we inherently closed it with the motion.
Okay, we inherently closed it. We're moving on to agenda item number 4C, which is, again, another notice public hearing. Discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution approving agricultural preserve number A 2022-0002 authorizing the placement of approximately 527 acres into an agricultural preserve in Williamson contract for Spencer and Amanda Sawyers in Ukiah. This is Planning and Building Services. Clerk, have we established a public notice?
Proper notice has been established, and all online comments have been uploaded, and any sent to the board directly through the email address have been stored as board correspondence.
Okay, with that, we're going to open up the public hearing, and the board or clerk will note any correspondence or telephone calls received. Okay. All right, staff presentation.
Morning, members of the board, CEO, County Council. My name is Liam Crowley with Planning and Building Services. So the impetus for this item comes from the county's policies and procedures for Williamson Act contracts and agricultural preserves. So as is stated in the memo and what you just read, the applicant's requesting a establishment of a 527-acre preserve west of Ukiah. And on April 6th, the Planning Commission met and unanimously recommended approval of the preserve and Williamson Act contract to the board. So that's what's before you today. And the recommendation is, of course, to approve the preserve and contract in accordance with the resolution. So that's all I have, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions from board members? So within the preserve, what is the agricultural enterprise?
It's grazing land.
Grazing land,
Yeah.
okay. All right, with that, we can go to public comment. If there's any public comment in the room? Any public comment online? No.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Well, I was going to ask also any supervisor comment? Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Well, let's see, do I have to close this first? I'm trying to follow me.
You're good.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to the recommended action. It's a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Heshart,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
and Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, public hearing is closed. Agenda item 4D, discussion and possible action, including direction to staff to initiate plan to double all allowable residential structures with inland zoning and allow subdivision of to 1/2 current minimum where water and sewer support exists. Supervisor Williams.
We often, in just about every topic, discuss the lack of housing. We can't do blank because we don't have enough housing. What can the county do to spur housing? Our greatest power is not in regulating the cost of materials or labor, but it's land use. That's a local authority. And we haven't yet exercised it. We have land use that, was a compromise, maybe appropriate for a few decades, but it hasn't been significantly revisited since. So, I included a specific proposal, but really I just want to give direction to our planning staff. We have an inland zoning code update underway right now. I don't think the public has been involved in it. This board hasn't been involved in it. From history, from experience here, I understand by the time we're asked, the answer will be, it's too late, we don't have any more time, we don't have any more money. And so I want to give input sooner than later. And this proposal is not about resource land. I'm happy leaving resource land as is. It's really hard to provide services like ambulance and fire and broadband to rural sprawl. But I think there are a lot of areas in the county, in the unincorporated, where higher density would make sense. And a lot of the easy lots have already been built on. You look at the remaining lots, they haven't been built out for a reason. And some of those that already have 2 houses, 40 acres with 2 houses, can probably sustain a 3rd house, maybe a 4th house, where water and sewer capabilities can be found. So rather than look at the specific ask here, I'd like you to think about the board's process of giving input to the inland zoning code update to ensure we encourage builders to find parcels that can be further developed. And then last, we talk about houses not being fully assessed. In the process of looking at sample plots of the county to figure out what that rate may be, are we at 70% or 80% assessment? It's become clear that there are a lot of third and fourth houses on parcels that only allow 2. And so if you send the assessor out there, I understand there's a firewall and they shouldn't report to planning and building, but there's no way to legitimize. You may be able to tax, but you can't legitimize the development that's already happened. And so by allowing more density, a third or fourth house on a parcel, we may be able to bring a lot of existing structures into compliance.
Supervisor Jordy.
So I generally agree with some of the comments, Supervisor Williams. I think it's worthy of a debate about whether 3 and 4 housing units on a lot is creating more unintended consequences than benefits. First off, I'm a big advocate of people building second units on their property, sometimes called an accessory dwelling unit. I've done that in Fort Bragg. And I've helped sponsor 2 different workshops on the coast explaining to people the benefits of building a second unit on their property. But we also know that far less than a majority of residents are ever going to build a second unit on their property. I wish more would, but far less than majority will. What percentage of the population is interested in having 2 rentals on their property, or even 3? You're talking about a fairly tiny percentage of the population, and yet it could create neighborhood strife to have a third or a fourth living unit in a neighborhood where most people have 1 home and a few have a second home. And also, I know that Supervisor Williams is an advocate for the free enterprise, maybe to the extreme, from my perspective, and does not want to regulate vacation rentals. So in his vision, you could have, it seems to me, you could have 4 units, all of which are vacation rentals, with no resident year-round on property. What's the impact to the neighbors there? Again, most people live in their own home. Most people don't own multiple homes, and if they do, they themselves live in it for part of the year. So I think we need to be considerate of the people who just want to buy a home. That's their American dream, and they want to live in peace with their neighbors. It's not easy for the county to be the peacemaker. We've got a county that's larger than Rhode Island, or I think County of Mendocino is about the size of Rhode Island and Delaware combined. But we only have 90,000 people, and we don't have the staff to be the neighborhood peacekeeping patrol. The sheriff's office can't respond necessarily to every complaint about noise in a timely manner. And so I think we need to be thoughtful in how much density we randomly allow. I read up on his SB 9 reference. That bill is far more constrained than this more general comment that Supervisor Williams just made about 3 and 4 units. They have it in the new state law. They limit it to urbanized areas, which is still being further defined by the state. They have not yet fully defined what an urbanized area is, but I would trust it's not the most rural parts of Mendocino County. And it's probably a place that has city or municipal water and sewer. It's probably a place that has fire hydrants. And it's also excluding areas that are high fire hazard zones. So it looks to me like SB 9, if I read the analysis from UC Berkeley correctly, it looks like the lot split provision, they estimate to apply to about 90 parcels in Mendocino County. Not something that's going to create a bunch of havoc, a bunch of unintended consequences in Mendocino County if we stick with SB 9. If we want to do something more broad than that, that's going to take a full update of the zoning code and a CEQA analysis, California Environmental Quality Analysis, where we look at all of the potential impacts to neighbors, whether that's noise, water, et cetera. So I think I think we need to be careful about what it is that the board's considering. Is it something that's kind of contained and controlled to a relatively small number of parcels, and the impacts are fairly well identified, or is it something more broad? I would support rezoning parcels with a thoughtful process. I only know what this one resident has brought forward today, and I'd like to hear more from them. It looks to me like probably a classic example where the previous owner in the last general plan update quite possibly wanted their land to be zoned agricultural. And cities and counties are pretty reluctant to zone a piece of property over the objection of the property owner. So if, in fact, that was the case, that would explain why this one parcel, which is adjacent to smaller residential parcels, is agricultural and not zone residential. That doesn't mean you can't change that. You have a deliberative process where you amend the land use code and you change the zoning if it's appropriate on a case-by-case basis. Or ideally, our planning department would actually be taking note of requests that come in like this. And so every year there'd be a you know, kind of cleanup language, you could call it, where there's maybe a number of zoning amendment changes and or rezonings that would occur on an annual basis, bring them in all together at once, and people would not feel that the process was you know, stymieing their ability to move forward. So I think the Planning and Building Department, with direction from the board and the CEO, could have a more routine process for updating the land use code. But I don't think we should look at one example where zoning may not conform with what the current property owner wants and say, therefore, the land use code that we have is a total failure. There's probably a reason why the zoning is applied to the parcels that we have today, and it very likely has to do with the fact that in most cases, the zoning that's on a piece of property was the zoning that the previous property owner wanted at the last time that the land use code was updated.
Supervisor Hasek. Okay, Supervisor Mulhern then.
Before I speak, I wondered if Supervisor Williams wanted to comment on Supervisor Jordy's comments, or do you want me to go ahead?
Well, why don't we, is it okay if we go through?
Let's go through each one.
Yeah, everybody.
Okay, thank you. I guess I can be labeled as an extremist for property owners' rights, and I think that for far too long, boards of supervisors and city councils have been beholden to NIMBYism, and I think that there are opportunities for certain parcels to be able to allow more residential structures. If a property owner desires to do that for their economic benefit, I'm not opposed to that. I also think that being less restrictive would add more housing stock. And I don't think that we are going to get to a point in the next 30 years where we say, wow, we have too much housing. So I don't think it's going to hurt anything to move forward with updating through our inland update and allowing for properties to have some more flexibility. What I do want to make sure is that we're working closely with our partners at the cities in coordination with their general plan updates and their, you know, in Ukiah, we have the Ukiah Valley area plans to make sure that we are consistent with our zoning and not adding an additional burden to city infrastructure without planning and consulting with them. So I'm in support of making some changes, and I appreciate Supervisor Williams bringing the item forward so we can have the discussion before the updated zoning code comes forward.
Supervisor Hasek.
Yeah, we do need more housing in this county. At the same time, this afternoon, we're having a decision on what kind of grant to go for a second access route, whether it's Brook Trails or the west or the east hills of Ukiah. And part of the problem with that is that decisions were made where housing developments were put in and let flourish without proper planning. And so now we're in a situation where we have to spend millions and millions of dollars, hopefully with grant money, to alleviate the situations. You know, we're in a world where we have greater, you know, climate change, wildfire risk, and all that. And so if we go to allow greater housing in rural areas outside of the cities, then it's what are we creating for ourselves? And that really needs to be looked at environmentally. It needs to be a full process. You know, we've talked about bringing items shovel ready to the board. I don't see this as shovel ready at all. You know, we have no cost on it. I would like to hear from Director Krog about what the cost would be to do what kind of CEQA analysis on this or anything that would be required to change this kind of ordinance. You know, we have roads that we can't maintain at this point, and then if we put double the population out into the woods, we're creating a very hazardous situation for our county. So I'm not saying I'm totally opposed to it. I'm just saying that we really need to look at all the factors, and it's going to cost if we do have to do CEQA analysis for this.
So before we go to Director Krog and back to Supervisor Williams, I just wanted to put in my 2 cents. So I think it's really important. I agree with my colleagues about the importance of good planning, of trying to do things that are safe, where we can provide services easily. So if we're going to do this, the places I'd target or where we already have somewhat of a population density, for 2 reasons. One is because trying to provide an ambulance or fire engine for an emergency response to some place that's out one of our very, very distant rural roads is really expensive for us to do, and to maintain a reasonable response time. And also, I think that what happens is that you start to lose some of the pastoral beauty that we really enjoy in Mendocino County. I'd like to see us kind of hold things in and grow our community smartly with good access and good services, and including things like broadband and a reliable water source and septic systems that work properly, or centralized sewage treatment. So I think that we can look at maybe increasing some of the density around existing communities. You know, one of the places that I think of in my own district, Redwood Valley and Talmadge would be places where I think we could have some growth. And I think that they would be well subscribed. But I would like to keep this kind of concept of a village, not a sprawl. And I think through good zoning and also creating places where you don't need a car to go everywhere. So having development that is a little bit denser, centralized, but still is close to services, so where you can walk or ride your bike is also something that's useful. Those are some of the things that I believe in. I also believe in incremental growth, that you don't start building in places where there's no services, that you try to plan for it. And as being on LAFCO and dealing with some of the legacy issues that were alluded to by other speakers, I would like to avoid those and make sure that if we're going to increase density, that we're prepared for it. So Director Krog and then Supervisor Williams.
Good morning, Supervisors. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So a couple things that I heard during the discussion just now. The Inland Zoning Code update, I just want to make sure that it's clear what the scope of that is. So that is a LEAP grant funded update. And so there is a timeline for that grant for expenditures. I understand HCD may be discussing doing an extension of the timelines underneath that grant, but we are under the clock with that particular update. The update, while it is that we are touching the entirety of the Inland Zoning Code, it is really a cleanup. It is intended to make the document more user-friendly, as well as to improve, our definitions, some of our graphics, and then there is also some improved, housing practices and policies that would be included in there, including an update to the county's Inclusionary Housing Ordinance, which I know will be discussed later. There is also, as part of this, we are not necessarily adjusting the general plan or amending the densities that are specified underneath the general plan. So in order to increase densities within the county, we would have to be looking to do a rather large update to the county's general plan. And that would include, as Supervisor Jurdy said, updates to any environmental document. There is already a certified environmental impact report for the current county general plan, which we would need to be preparing essentially an entirely new environmental impact report for any changes in density to really address those environmental impacts, both speaking from the water and sewer availability and other public services, fire access, as Supervisor Hashak noted as well. So in my mind, I will say that I don't believe that the current inland zoning code update that we are working on is the appropriate path right now for the increased densities. I think if the board wished to give our department direction on this, we just need to be clear about timelines on when we could be able to tackle that. I also want to keep the board in mind that there is currently the local coastal program update, which we have received a grant from the Coastal Commission on, which is a large work product for the entirety of the planning division. And that's a 3-year work product. So I'm concerned, if this direction comes forward from the board today, we just need to be really clear about the timelines of when our department would actually have the capacity to be able to start working on this lift. And then also the scope of what the board would look at. And I think that ideally would be coming back as a separate agenda item in the future where staff could provide perhaps a memorandum and some supporting information on sort of what we see in terms of the number of parcels in various zoning districts and those current density standards. I can also bring back guidance on what our current draft of the inland zoning code, where that's looking to improve housing. And I will say it is trying to reduce barriers to housing development in the county, but again, not necessarily increasing density allowances that are currently underneath the general plan. So one other thing to keep in mind for the Ukiah Valley area is that the department is also going to be doing rezonings for parcels that had their land use designation changed underneath the Ukiah Valley area plan. And those rezonings will align the zoning district, the zoning classification with the land use classification for those properties. And that actually will also create more opportunity for housing development within the county. So there are some things already in the pipeline that I think will help to work towards this issue. But if the board wants to see a more overarching doubling of densities within the county, we will really need to take the time to do that properly through appropriate environmental review. And I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Mulhern.
If we keep doing the same thing and we expect a different result, this board is in fact insane. And government's role in housing, it's not for us to create housing. We can't tax most of the people to build housing for most of the people. Our job is to decide how much we want to throttle housing development. And this county has throttled it so much that we have no growth. In fact, I think that was unofficially the policy for a long time here. Let's make sure we don't have growth. By that metric, we've been successful with our zoning. We don't see any growth. The problem is county can't hire, industry can't hire, we don't have people working. We're complaining about all of the negative fallout of having a no growth policy. When it comes down to actually exercising the control that we do have to allow industry to add some housing stock, we're not talking about doubling the population in Mendocino County anytime soon. We're talking about that faucet is off. Can we open it just enough that we have a drip periodically if you're watching? That's what this policy would do. Just slightly open it so we would see some amount of development. We need to get away from the scarcity mindset. The scarcity mindset is, these are all the houses, the ones we have today, that's all this county has. We need to regulate who lives in them. And, banning vacation rentals, what are you going to pick up a couple percent, maybe, best case? That's finite. You do that, and then what? If that 2%, you need 20 to 30% more houses. You can play that game once, maybe you pick up a couple percent while you cripple the economy. So I don't see it as a scarcity. I see it as the county has restricted development to the point that we have no growth. Can we open that up a little bit to allow some developers in some parts? Now, Supervisor McGordy you point out, rather than a rural sprawl, should we be trying to have areas of higher density? I think that's a great idea. Historically, that would have come about organically as a town. Maybe there'd be a mill, and so they would sell off parcels nearby. People would live near work. If you didn't have a population in this county today, if you didn't have any towns, none could be created under our zoning, right? You couldn't create the town of Mendocino, Albion, Elk, Hopland, Westport. You couldn't create anything. City of Ukiah, you couldn't create. We've come up with a model where we're saying our character is whatever towns came about organically, and we've locked that in forever. If that's the direction the majority of the board wants to go, let's be honest with the public and stop pretending we're going to create more housing. We're not going to fund it. You can only build so much affordable housing, and frankly, we have a lot of affordable housing. What we don't have is housing for the workforce, the people that live in our community, that want to live in our community and work. I don't know how you're going to get it. If we decide keep status quo, we should update our housing element, because this board passed a housing element that indicated, is it 3/4 of additional housing stock would be added in the unincorporated. Yet we have rules that don't allow that to come to fruition. So I think either we align our action with our policy, which is we want more housing, or we be frank with the public that we think the character means locking in what we have, don't expect any more in the unincorporated, and look at the cities for growth.
So, Chair, we do actually have a zoning for the town of Mendocino and Casper and little villages. It's called our Rural Village Zoning District. And there's nothing stopping the county from even applying that to land that's not currently zoned rural village, but it would take a process. And so maybe I'm the only one here on the board that's been through a process where you've updated and rewritten basically from scratch a general plan, a local coastal plan, a land use code that goes with it, scenic corridor guidelines. In Fort Bragg, we did all that during my time in the city council. The problem is our county government has spent, in the recent era, I would say, probably the last 20 years, predating me, has spent almost no time and effort into focusing its time on the land use code outside of the subject of cannabis, and which has monopolized an inordinate amount of time of this county. I think it would be a very productive use of staff resources and county time and board time and public time if we focused on the land use code. Through that process, you can find neighborhoods, communities where there should be higher density, where there probably is some community consensus for higher density, but it's a community process. It's not just something where you sort of randomly say, by edict of the board, anyone on any parcel can have 4 houses. You know, that's going to change the character of somebody's neighborhood who wasn't expecting it. And so that's why you have planning, is to create predictability in the real estate market so that people know have made that lifetime investment in a home, know what they're buying into when they buy into that neighborhood. That doesn't mean you can't have change, but it means you've engaged the neighborhood before you impose something on them.
Supervisor Hasjack and then Supervisor Williams.
Well, I appreciate those comments, and I'm looking at the Planning and Building Department. You know, we have a housing element, and I'm just trying to figure out how do we get more housing without just making this edict? Because, and Director Krog, it sounds like, you know, and what we've heard before, like when the riparian protection issues were brought up and other things, that right now planning and building is really has their plate full, a lot of things going on, and that you aren't able to, you know, this is going to be a heavy lift if we were to change it like this. But do you see another pathway forward to increasing housing?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Hashtag. So what the department is really able to, and this is what I think is sometimes a misunderstanding in the public as well. The county doesn't build housing. Planning and building, we don't build housing. What we can do is create opportunities and reduce barriers to housing development. So as part of our housing element, and then also as part of our inland zoning code update, we are taking steps to try to reduce that barrier to the production of housing. That includes moving, where maybe a multifamily residential use type was previously considered a conditional use in a zoning district to perhaps making it principally permitted in a zoning district or subject to an administrative permit. And also includes, as I mentioned before, updating our inclusionary housing ordinance as part of this as well to try to reduce barriers to developers coming into the county. Really, in order to increase housing, it's a partnership. It's a private and public partnership, and you need those private investments to bring forward housing in the county. We can rezone properties. We can, try to give them reduced fees or, with the direction of the board, or try to streamline things as much as possible. But you're not going to get additional housing development without the private investment coming into the community.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I could get behind Supervisor Jurdy's approach. I didn't bring this forward to have a 2-for-1 necessarily. I brought it forward because if we don't take some action, we won't see any more housing. We're kidding ourselves, right? You can talk about land trust spanning vacation rentals, trying to get some federal subsidies for more low-income housing. You're not going to fix the market rate housing shortage in this county. You need more buildable parcels. And so if you want to keep the character, that's fine. If the majority of the board says keep it the way it is, we'll keep it the way it is. But let's stop telling the public we're working on housing, because the one tool we have, land use and zoning, we're not using it to encourage housing, right? We can't force a developer to build a house here. And our current zoning, we see the results. It's no growth. So if you want to go town by town and look for opportunities, I'm game. I'm not comfortable kicking it down the road and saying that our staff is too busy, let's get to it. They'll always be busy, right? And part of the reason they're busy is because they're understaffed, because they can't hire people, because those people have nowhere to live in our county. And we don't have the revenue, we don't have the tax base, because we don't have any development, right? It's circular. At some point, you have to break that cycle. The way you break it is you slightly unthrottle the restrictions so that private industry can begin developing housing stock. So no action is keep status quo, keep the housing we have today.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I mean, what does a pilot program look like? What does doing this for 3 to 5 years look like? A board before me decided not to do an EIR for cannabis. I regret that decision that I didn't make, and we ended up with a giant disaster, and we are already experiencing an extreme housing shortage. So we absolutely, I believe, as a county, need to seek grant funding for the appropriate environmental review to update our inland zoning code in a meaningful way that addresses the fire concerns, the water and sewer concerns. Absolutely. That's critical. And please, let's move forward with having an agenda item about how we can do that without making an impact on staff. I do believe Supervisor Williams is right. You're never going to not be busy. Okay, so we need to figure out, how do we have this consultant? Where do we get this grant funding? Who's moving forward with that? Let's please also do that while we take a look at, can we have a 3 to 5 year pilot program? Are people going to be just storming through our doors? I highly doubt that. So let's just take a look at projects that are handed to us by members of the public that show up at our meetings. If there's a stack of projects that the department kind of has in the back of their mind, yeah, we've heard from these people in the last year, we could reach out to them and see what that looks like. We could see, what the neighborhood concerns might be and how to address it. But I agree with Supervisor Williams that just sitting on our hands and doing nothing is a lot of why we're in the position that we're in now.
So I'll just throw a couple things in here too, because I work with our MACs in Redwood Valley and Hopland, and we have logical partners here. We don't have to hire consultants. We don't have to rely on staff. There's people who live here who really have good ideas, and I think go to the community and engage them, as well, to see, what do you think would work for you? Are you opposed to development? Are you happy the way that it is. So maybe in the town of Mendocino, you'll get that answer. It could be there are some people who love the historical nature and don't want to see anything there further. On the other hand, I think there's people in places like Redwood Valley that say, yeah, well, it would be great to have some good affordable housing here that's nice, that's well thought out, that it's not dependent on a car to go places. And Hopland, I think, might be in the same boat based on the conversations I've had with people there. And as somebody who drives through Talmadge 2 times a day, I think Talmadge could take some growth and would be subscribed instantly by people who are in the neighborhood going to schools and worshiping at the city of 10,000 Buddhas. So, I know there's demand and I know there's places where we can fit it. And I would not overlook community involvement as a way of kind of leveraging our staff and us as we try to make decisions that people like and provide a critical need. So Supervisor Jurdy, then Supervisor Williams.
So I'd like to consider what would it take to expand the vision for the land use code update. I realize that the grant that the county has is focused just on doing sort of cleanup language on the land use code. I personally think it is not that much more work to expand that to look at opportunities that staff, board members may be aware of from the public of areas where there could be some rezoning as part of that. So I have a feeling, a suspicion, that the county could give itself a community development block planning grant that would at least pay part of the extra staff cost for that extra piece of the land use update that maybe that is not covered by the current grant. So, typically you can give yourself, with state permission, $35,000 planning grant. You could spread it over 2 fiscal years. Now you're talking $70,000. At least it's paying part of the cost of that extra work product that's not in the current grant. So I would suggest that would be a starting point. I'm not against the SB 9. What I'm concerned about is if we go beyond SB 9. I think SB 9 has a number of constraints on it, as I read it, but they sound like they're still working out some of the details in Sacramento. And then finally, Director Krog pointed out that in the end, the county can only approve the zoning changes and can only approve projects, but ultimately capital needs to finance these projects. And I think it would be a worthwhile exercise for the county, for the board, to write a letter to, we have 10 financial institutions operating in Mendocino County. They have 24 branches. We have 6 banks with 17 branches. We have 4 credit unions with 7 branches. And I'd like us to ask them 3 questions. Does your financial institution offer home construction loans here in Mendocino County? Not simply mortgages to allow people to finance the purchase of existing housing stock here in Mendocino County. Question number 2, what are the general minimum criteria the financial institution expects of a customer for the customer to qualify for a home construction loan? And 3, how many home construction loans has the financial institution approved within Mendocino County in the last 10 years, 2013 through 2022? The reason I'm suggesting those are important information is, 1, the public might like to know if there is 1 or 2 or 3 of those 10 institutions that offer home construction loans. I suspect it's fewer fewer than 4 will say that they've offered home construction loans in the last 10 years. And that might be valuable information for the public to know which institutions are actually making home construction loans. What we see advertised often is banks will say, well, we make a mortgage, come to us for a mortgage or for a car loan. But not every bank, not every credit union offers home construction loans. And in the good old days, in the 70s, the 80s, and 90s, when more homeowners were building their own homes, I believe that more banks were more freely giving out construction loans. And that's why people were building their own home, because they could go to the local bank and get a construction loan to build on their property. And my belief is that over the years, as the banks have been deregulated, at least in this area, that they're not investing the staff time and the effort into managing home construction loans. And instead, they're just relying on home mortgages, which adds nothing to the local housing stock.
So, is that a motion?
Whenever we get to a motion, I just would like us to ask those 3 questions from the 10 institutions that do business here in Mendocino County.
Okay, so Director Krog, do you have your hand up for a comment? Or?
I do, if I may, through the chair. So I just want to again comment, while I really appreciate the board discussion, I too am interested in increasing the development opportunities for housing development in our county. As a native of Mendocino County, I see it firsthand. I hear it from members of the community, and we see it here in our office every day that it is challenging to find housing opportunities within this county. But I know the comment from, I think, Supervisor Williams is that we will always be busy. I just really want to impress upon the board that we are especially busy right now with this grant that was received from the Coastal Commission for the update of the local coastal program, which hasn't been updated since it was adopted in 1992. So I really want to impress upon the board that this is an all hands on deck situation within our planning division. So taking on more advanced planning work, even in addition to our current planning work, you are likely to see that things are going to slow down and slow down more than they may already be with some of our loss of staffing. So I just want the board to be understanding that going into this, and then again, encouraging that we really look at a timeline that is achievable for the department so that we don't shortchange the LCP update, which is something that's been really needed since it's been, like I said, 30 years since it was originally adopted. And then also to make sure that the meaningful evaluation goes into any changes in increased density within the county, including environmental review. And so I want to make sure it's really clear that we would be having to do an environmental impact report as part of this. And that alone, you're looking at least, a minimum of a year, likely more, probably more like 2 years to 3 years to get through that process. So this isn't going to be an immediate shift. If there is board direction to pursue this.
So a question for you, Director Krog. So is it mutually exclusive for you to look at increasing housing density as you upgrade the local coastal plan?
I think you're asking for our office to juggle two rather significant workloads. And we have the same number of staffing. We still do not have a chief planner within our department. So beyond just us, I think it would be overloading the department. I'll be totally honest. I think it would be overloading the department, and some ball is bound to drop if we're directed to do both of these at the same time.
Okay, so I've kind of lost track. Yeah.
In the 70s and 80s, maybe there were construction loans. What I saw was a lot of people building without permits, and the building code wasn't anything like it is today. What are we looking at, 375 a square foot? So, by the time you buy the land and you pay for an encroachment to the road and you put it in a state-approved well and a state-approved septic and your water system to pressurize sprinklers, which is a requirement, you do all that and you build, you're looking at $800,000 for 1,400 square foot shack, right? In the 70s and 80s, that multiple of what people earned working in our community relative to the cost of housing was much more reasonable than it is today. You expect people working in this county on median wages to support $800,000 in the unincorporated? My point is, if you let everybody build, if we loosen the restrictions, you're not going to have a mad rush, right? We're going to be hoping somebody shows up at the counter in the next month, because really it's going to take somebody kind of foolish. The numbers don't pencil out. You build a house at these costs, you're not going to be able to sell it for a profit. Certainly not if you have a construction loan. You got a high interest rate while you're building, and you're going to miss a building season because the county can't process your permit, right? And you're not going to see anybody build it for rental purposes, because the rental income they can derive doesn't come close. That cap rate is close to zero. Maybe it's negative. So we can either have tight restrictions or we can slightly loosen and see what happens. I would rather loosen and see what happens. Maybe we get some housing. Some housing is better than no housing. I don't think we say it's appropriate to put this off because of planning and building's resource allocation. That's for the CEO to figure out, right? Get a firm in from the outside if that's what it takes. The housing we're talking about, we needed 20 years ago, maybe 30 years ago. So kicking it down the road until we have time, 5 or 10 years from now, how do you think this county will survive the next 10 years without more housing? So I'm going to second Supervisor Mulhern's motion if she's willing to state it. How's that for confidence boost?
I would like to hear from the public.
Okay, let's have public comment. I think the board's had their chance, so.
Good afternoon, Scott Ward, Road Valley, Board Chair, CEO, County Council. I got writer's cramp taking so many notes. You may know that I'm a 28-and-a-half-year seasoned planning and building employee. I'm a bureaucrat, and now I work on the other side of the counter. And I wholeheartedly support Ted's idea for relaxing some of the requirements. I have 4 children. One of them's leaving to go to the Bay Area to work, and he can actually find the same price of housing there as he can here. Actually, more of an opportunity. I have 2 children with my grandchildren that live in Lake County because they can't afford to rent here. Basic economics, what's scarce is valuable, what's plentiful is cheap. We have a scarcity of housing. I don't want to hear the straw man arguments. With all due respect, Mr. Jardy, I think what you're throwing out there is straw man arguments. You're allowed to have a family care unit, a 3rd unit on any zone parcel in this county, except for industrial and public land. That takes an administrative permit. There's no reason why you couldn't have a 3rd unit without it being a discretionary permit, a 3rd unit. You folks in 2018 limited the size of Class K dwellings. I think that was a grievous error. I think that should be rescinded. If you're allowed to have a family care unit, that density is already planned in with the general plan for the infrastructure and the roads. If it wasn't, it should have been. So there's no reason why you can't have a permitted use in all the zoning that allows residential, a 3rd unit. Relax the standards of Class K. Fire access, roads, and all of that. Most of those areas, Supervisor Hashak, are in the CAL FIRE area, and they have standards through 4290 to address that for housing construction. I appreciate Julia's willingness to reduce barriers. I think it is. I think we have a terrible lack of guided and managed staff rather than a lack of staff, alluding to the previous discussion earlier this morning. I would rezone the parcels that are adjacent to existing services, water district and sewer district. I'd rezone those parcels that are adjacent to that. That doesn't mean the property owner has to develop them, but that rezone is there and it's available to them. They can carry on their current use, or they can choose to make some money and subdivide and have those parcels as residential. Have it rezoned where it's adjacent to already existing public utility infrastructure. What else have we got here? I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board and CEO Antle. I'm not sure if it's still morning or if it's after. I guess it's afternoon now. I've got to agree with Mr. Williams' comments regarding zoning. That has been a significant problem, but that's not the real problem. And forgive me, you guys are the real problem. This board, you talked about zoning and how we could rezone things. This board chose to decline a zoning change on a property adjacent to houses in Talmadge. Would have provided probably 30 or 40 new houses that could have been built contiguous to existing houses and across the street from existing houses. That zoning change was turned down. Again, Supervisor Williams' comments about the atmosphere in this county for years has been no growth, and it's been very successful. But the big problem is in the details. There was a guy by the name of Clint Wilson who tried to do a development on Lover's Lane years ago. He spent $750,000 25 years ago moving paper from one side of the desk to the other, trying to appease the county. He ultimately filed bankruptcy. I can give you a list of contractors that will never do business in Mendocino County again because they get run through the hoops trying to get their project approved with just one more requirement, just one, and as soon as that one is accomplished, there's another just one. What is Bella Vista subdivision, south end of town, was started in 2004, 19 years ago. This board, this county managed to delay the approval of that project such that interest rates went from 2.5% to 7.5%. significantly impacting the ability of a contractor to build a house and make a profit. The inclusionary zoning that you're going to discuss a little later is another prime example. The Class K issue, where you're requiring sprinklers in a Class K home, another example. There are many problems that we have that are based on state regs, whether it be solar requirements or interior sprinklers, that kind of thing. But there are lots of things that you can do at the local level to expedite the construction of housing. Basically, it means get out of the way. The private sector will build housing if you allow them to do it. Thank you.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. I actually want to go on record as supporting...
Can you state your name?
Oh, Ross Liberty, sorry, Ukiah. Sure. I want to go on record as supporting Supervisor Mulhern's motion she's going to make pretty soon here. I contemplate that maybe addressing Supervisor Haschak's concern about access availability to with additional housing. Maybe there needs to be some kind of CapEx fund holdout or something for improvement on roads, that kind of thing. I agree with Supervisor Williams' belief that that we need more housing. That's really clear. I mean, actually, if you really contemplate, if you don't build more housing, it seems that that's not going to be a problem. But what happens is it becomes a matter of we're building plenty of low-income subsidized housing. And then what's left is custom homes that are being built. If you think about it, since Gomes and Hill did their subdivision, that's the last subdivision. And that means basically we have a lot of low-income subsidized units, and then we have custom homes. And so what does that do? That hollows out the middle class, right? The working folks that don't qualify for subsidized housing and can't afford a custom home, they don't stay, and that's a big problem for our community. Anyways, well, good luck on that. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair, CEO, and Antle. Good morning. It's afternoon. There's a couple of things I wanted to. My name is Martha Barra, Ukiah. Point out to you, there's a new bill that has just passed that's adding 15% to the TOT. So that's going to increase the amount that visitors come to pay when they come to visit to 26%. So I don't know, and this was done to increase supposedly housing. And not so that we can't have vacation rentals. Am I explaining that correctly? That was why it was done, so to lessen the impact on single-family residences so that they're not rented through Airbnb or VRBO. So that's a change that's coming. I want to thank Mr. Williams for bringing this matter before the board for discussion for a change of zoning. I don't think that we will see a real influx of people coming before the to submit plans for building, as I think Mr. Jurdy can probably testify to the fact that on the accessory dwelling units, that there has been a real lack of money put into these also. So a change of zoning, it's probably, I don't know if it's possible to do a pilot program without doing an EIR. That's something that you will have to deal with. But yet I definitely agree that we need to loosen up our building standards so that we can encourage growth in the housing industry. Thank you.
Anyone else from the audience?
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Henry Moss. I'm the President and CEO of Metal Effects in Willits. If you don't know who we are, we employ over 200 employees in the city of Willits. I like to say we're one of the best kept secrets in Mendocino County. Just in Willits alone, we provide over $12 million in employee wages for our city. I don't know much about bureaucracy. Unlike the gentleman behind me, I'm not a city planner. What I do know is how to grow a business, and I've done that since I joined Metal Effects in Willits. The biggest challenge is not getting business. The biggest challenge is getting employees. And the biggest challenge my employees face is finding not just affordable housing, but desirable housing. I have a manager who I hired 6 months ago who lives in the Sacramento Valley. To this day, he's not been able to move to Mendocino County, and he's traveling back and forth, not because he can't find an affordable house, because he can find a desirable house. So it's bigger than just loosening up the regulations to build affordable housing. We need desirable housing. We need good subdivisions with access. We need good desirable housing. So I'm here today to just support anything you guys can do to reduce the regulation, to help bring in. I'm on the advisory board for City of Willits on their city planning activities that they're going through at this time. I had a phone call with a developer 2 weeks ago that's looking to do something. But as stated earlier, there's a lack of interest in doing things in this county. Not a lack of interest in doing things in California, as sometimes it's perceived. It's this county specifically. So please, do something to help developers bring in more work and housing. Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Moss. So the developer that contacted you, are they proceeding or are they finding that there's some kind of, what are the barriers that they're finding if they aren't proceeding?
Zoning for one. Correct zoning.
In the city of Willits?
Yes.
Yeah.
Zoning for one. And then trying to find, they're actively looking for land to purchase.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
zoning was specifically mentioned as an issue, which I know the city's working on.
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, Board, CEO. I'm Ernie Whiff, a local contractor. And, you know, there's been such a roadblock to the developers for the last 20 years, maybe even longer, that, you know, I've been involved in the construction of most of the residential subdivisions that have happened in the last 30 years. And every one of those subdivisions took over 7 or 8 years, some of them as long as 15 years, to get from concept to building. And we really need to focus on how we're going to make it where a developer has the ability to have some faith in that we will be able to move the project forward without running him dry before he gets there. That's been a real problem. So I hope that this zoning will accomplish that.
I have a question for you, Mr. Whiff. So where was the hang-up in most of those subdivisions?
I wasn't involved in the process. It was mostly zoning, the infrastructure approval, just the process. The process is not designed to facilitate, it's designed to slow it down. You know, we need to change the process to facilitate rather than stop. And that's pretty much what's happened.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? If not, we can go online.
I think there is someone.
Is there someone here? Oh, okay.
Hi, Sean DeVito in Kaya. My property is just south of, it's off the Ravino exit. 10 acres, it's adjacent to the freeways, has water, has power, utilities, it's flat. And I've talked to the planning department multiple times. Keith Gronendijk has been incredible help. He's spent countless hours telling me no, but at the same time, he's been there to talk to me over and over about it. And it all comes down to what the existing zoning is. And I feel like my property is surrounded by houses. You know, like I said, it's a trailer park even. And all these properties are zoned the same, RR10. And I just stand, I built a small house up at the top of the property, and I just look off of my deck and I just see this land that's totally not being used for anything. It has a vineyard on it, but it's in a sort of a depression that has frost, so it doesn't do well. It just continues to have problems. And I stand there and I think I don't understand why there couldn't be houses here, because I have the road that goes in, we have the utilities, and I haven't been able to break through the planning department in 3 years. I continue to contact them every couple months, and I'm just, it's like a broken record over and over again. They present things why it can't happen, and I present the answer to that. Then they present another reason why it can't happen, and I present an answer to that. And ultimately, it all just rewinds back to the RR10 zoning that clearly nobody's conforming to in the entire neighborhood. And so that's why I'm here today, to kind of present. I have some drawings and whatnots in my land, and it seems like there's no sense in not allowing some more infrastructure in that area.
Chair?
Yes.
So here we have people that are willing to build. And, you know, quick glance, it looks like it's an appropriate location. It's near other high-density dwellings. And we have a county planning department saying no. Is there direction we could give to have planning, instead of saying no, say, here's the process? Because if that proposal came to us, I can't tell you, maybe we'd say yes, maybe we'd say no, but we would give it some serious consideration. I'm worried this may not be an exception. This may be the pattern in Mendocino County, that we say no before people ever get a chance to make their proposal. And I'm not blaming planning and building. They're probably following some past direction. I would like the direction from this day forward to be, if somebody wants to build and they can't, give them a path to escalate it so that we can look at what they want to do and put some serious consideration into whether it follows land use. To me, this follows land use, regardless of what zoning is there. And as Supervisor Jurdy pointed out, that zoning may have been previous owner, you know, maybe before the neighboring parcels had houses wanting ag land or wanting RR10. But we need to stop looking in the rearview mirror. What should that parcel be going forward? Looks like housing, prime housing location to me. Land use was a lot better in this county before government got involved.
So what's the reason that they give you when you approach them?
That it's RR10 and it's not zoned for that sort of building, that sort of density.
But are they explaining to you what the process is to request a rezone?
They have, and that's been like pulling teeth to get that. I mean, like for a simple email return, months, just to ask for what are the forms that I need to do this. And then when I go into the office, they tell me, it's going to cost approximately $30,000 to ask, but we're already going to say no. So they tell me that, and it just, you know, how does someone spend that money when someone's telling you they're going to vote to say no?
And for a while, things would come up like, and there's no, you know, water, you need this. And it's like, well, there actually is a ton of water there. And I've got something from the water department, but he has to spend all this time to respond to that and say yes. And then if it's not that, then it's what about utilities? But he has an easement for utilities. He actually owns the road. He owns the road that goes into the property. So he has like all the pieces there, but it's just one block after another.
And the land produces no revenue. And it just sits there, and it's right by the town. it's so close.
So a couple of things. One is there are pre-development meetings you can have with the planning and building department. I personally, on something as I know this isn't super complicated, but it's more complicated than like a splitting a lot in two, let's say, because it's a minor or maybe major subdivision if it's more than 5 units. I personally would involve some kind of professional planner. Just as a side note, West Business Center, which partners with the county, they have a cadre of professional people in different professions, and they probably have a professional planner that could work with you, because this is essentially a small business enterprise that you're talking about, creating a subdivision. And there's not an income requirement. It doesn't matter what your income is. You could qualify for help with Business Center. So I'm just saying that's an example. If you don't have the money to go hire a professional land use planner on your own. And then the other thing I would just point out is that this year with the budget, the board gave direction to staff that we've heard issues like this over the years, and part of the issue is for whatever reason here at the county, we have a planning and building department, and some of us wanted it to become a community development department, which would be more proactive and getting grants to develop infrastructure to enable development and being potentially more proactive than historically our department has been. That's just not happening, and so what we've said with this year's budget is we want the executive office to have someone who's working on housing and economic development, which would be a new position, and so we'll have to eliminate a position in planning and building to fund that, and so that's in the works. And what I see that person being is someone who is going to be meeting with people like you to be the advocate to say, hey, this is how the system is supposed to work, so that you're not. Perhaps, I don't know if the case, but perhaps you're getting conflicting information depending on which planner you talk to on the given day. So we want to make sure that kind of situation doesn't occur in the future, and that would be a role for this economic and housing coordinator in the executive office. So I do see that we're trying to address some of these things, but I appreciate your fact you're bringing this forward, because to me this seems relatively simple. It's even if it's considered a major subdivision because it's more than 5 units that are being proposed. And just finally, someone can propose, let's say, I didn't memorize, but let's say you're proposing 10 units. In the end, maybe 8 units gets, just because someone proposes something, they don't get necessarily exactly what they propose. But,
right.
And so presumably there'd be some water studies, et cetera, to verify what the land can support.
Supervisor Williams.
Separate from the Mulhern motion, could we give direction to CEO to fix this process? I mean, I'm sorry, the Hourglass Planning and Building reports to CEO Antle, and this is not what I would expect in our county. We have somebody wanting to build houses. We want houses to be built, and we say no before they've even submitted a proposal. And we're asking $30,000, but telling them we're going to say no after they pay it. That's not the model I want out of our management. I want a rebuttable presumption that the answer is yes. You can't always get to a yes, but the attitude should be we're going to try. And I feel that, and I've heard this from too many potential builders, we're starting with a no, and they have to prove themselves every step of the way. Maybe eventually they'll get a yes, but they've got to wage battles to try to get closer and closer to a yes. It's flipped. We need to start with the presumption is we want housing. We want to find a way to get this through. In the end, maybe we say no because it doesn't have water or sewer capacity or some legitimate reason. Is this a reasonable CEO directive? County Council's giving me the evil eye.
Yeah, if I may respond to the chair, I do have some concerns to the extent that essentially the things that you may be looking to change, Supervisor Williams, are the very things that you brought up this item for, which have to do with things like the minimum parcel sizes set forth in the zoning code, the things set forth in the general plan. What planning and building might need, rather than saying, and in terms of the process and how you get there, I think that you may be able to take maybe a more customer-oriented approach. But in terms of, say, starting with the presumption that someone is going to be able to do that, in terms of the land use, what you really do need to do is essentially amend the general plan and amend the zoning code to reflect that.
Let me try a different approach. when a project, I would like to give direction, when a project like this comes to planning and building and we say no, I would like it documented. I'd like a running list of what we've turned down so that this board has an opportunity to review periodically what we've turned down and calibrate our rules. You know, there may be 50 projects like this. We could have had housing and we didn't know it. I don't have a list to look at today to craft language to bring those projects into possibility. County Council, can you live with that?
If I may, through the chair, may I speak to this item?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So I just want to clarify one thing on this particular property. I think I have corresponded with Mr. DeVito before, and we have not said no. We have said, based upon the current policies within the general plan, that staff would be making a recommendation of probably against this particular proposal, and I'll tell you why. This property is adjacent to agricultural lands and lands underneath Williamson Act contract, and there is a policy in the general plan that specifies that parcels shall not be zoned for less than 10-acre minimums when they're adjacent to Williamson Act lands or agriculturally designated lands. This was really in an effort to try to address the right to farm type of regulations and ensuring that you eliminate or minimize potential nuisances between residential uses and agricultural uses. So I just want to make sure that that's very clear. Our department also would not say that it's a no because we do not have the approval or denial authority over any project. That authority lies with the board. These are legislative decisions for a general plan amendment and a rezoning, and really that is where the board has to make the decision whether or not the rezoning is appropriate, if it upholds, the public health and safety and is in line with the morals and general welfare of the county and is not arbitrary or irrational. So I am more than happy to maintain or work with my staff on a tracking mechanism, but I want to make sure it's clear that, what it sounds like may be being requested is that, the department, we haven't historically brought forward general plan amendments and rezonings outside of board direction to do so because it's a cost to the department and a cost to the board that's not recoverable other than being a general fund expense. So we typically suggest that property owners apply for the rezoning or general plan amendment application, which is a process any individual can do on any given day, and they can come forward and seek that from the board directly. So that's just, I want to give you that context, and I'm more than happy to take direction on it. And if the board wants that we start tracking that information, we can certainly do so. But acknowledging that, some of these changes, there's other policies that are bigger than just looking at is like housing specific, that are at conflict with some of these requests. So we're not trying to be obstructionists. We're trying to uphold the rules and regulations that have been adopted by the Board of Supervisors.
I appreciate that, Director Krog, but I'm looking at this from the point of view of farming, and you already have houses on at least two sides that are in very close, if not three, and it would be impossible for you to sulfur dust in that location. It would be impossible for you to probably spray anything that's in the least bit toxic. So there's already a ton of restrictions on how agriculture is going to function in that location. And when I think about, okay, if we're going to take some of our ag land out of production, this is the kind of situation that probably would be higher on the list than, say, a subdivision in the middle of prime ag land with nothing around it. So, and I know that there's other subdivisions pretty close in as well. I'm just thinking, this goes to my point about if we're going to increase housing density, it should be in places that are relatively close to services in town. And there is water available. I don't know how the septic would work out in that location. There may be too many dwellings for septic systems, but that's something that would come out through the planning process. Okay.
And, to be clear, I feel like, that was very easy for you to look at that map and see that it was surrounded by houses. And for some reason, the planning department has been unwilling to see that picture. It seemed like they blankly answer me without even saying, wow, you are surrounded by houses. And that seems to be is a problem. And to say that they don't have the authority to say no, but at the same time, we're going to recommend no, pay 30,000 is prevents everything from being able to go forward. And this is 3 years I've been going through this. And so I feel like, you know, something's wrong. Something's wrong in that. And I mean, I've been very flexible with what sort of building I would want to do. 2 houses, 3 houses, 10 houses. I haven't been sticking to a certain amount of houses because I want to work with the county to what the county needs and put something together that's good for everybody. But it's been consistently not supported and you know, and thwarted at the same time.
Well, and in fairness to Director Krog, I know that she's following what are policies that are already in place.
The policy is wrong, but how we wouldn't have known. I'm thankful that you came forward to give an example. Otherwise, we wouldn't be discussing this today. How many other projects have we turned down where we've never seen the data that would steer us towards a better policy? Chair, could we give direction to begin tracking these situations where specifically we have a potential developer wanting to build housing stock and we can't say yes?
Yeah, we should know about that. And I don't know, Director Krog, right now, do you track things like this? I mean, how this is a public process, so how do we know what's happening?
Sure, we have quite a few different, I mean, obviously a lot of our correspondence is happening with individual planners, depending who was working the counter that day. But we can certainly work on tracking those requests where we get a request to do a general plan amendment and rezoning or subdivision requests. And I guess I just may want to be clear, because otherwise I could potentially include almost every inquiry that comes into our office. But you know, I want to understand, like, if the board wants to see just when it's a rezoning and general plan amendment request that there may be concerns, or if it's a request for subdividing that may just be running into a density issue. Because otherwise, I mean, if the board wants to see all of it, we can start tracking all of our calls and correspondence. But I will say it'll be quite a plethora of information.
So in a given month, how many inquiries do you think that you get for people who want to do something like this?
Oh, I would guess, you know, probably anywhere from, you know, people doing estate planning to actual people interested in bringing forward a subdivision of some sort. I would guess we have anywhere from 20 to 30 requests.
So can we go back in time and review some of those? Can we get the last quarter or last year? Or is that information gone at this point?
It just depends. You know, I can work with the planners to see if folks can recall different situations that they may have corresponded with applicants on, but it won't be a perfect data set.
Understood. So I want to retract my proposal. I think it was putting more load on planning and building. I would like the county to set up an email address where people can complain if they've tried to accomplish one of these projects and they've been unsuccessful. And I would like the board to get a copy of that. And that way it doesn't put any load on our staff, but it gives builders an opportunity to say, I tried to build, I tried to work with you, I'm running into problems. And it's not a complaint about our staff, it's a complaint about policy. And that would give the board a direct way, all 5 of us, to learn which projects are being failing to get through the system. Maybe some should fail. There may be some where we will be convinced that we need to bring forward policy adjustments.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern.
Well, I would like to hear from County Council specifically, as I'm crafting my motion, specifically as to our ability as members of an elected body to kind of give the planning department a pre-thumbs up. You know, one of the challenges that I've experienced as a board member is I don't think that we have a planning commission that's necessarily aligned with some of our values, and certainly historic knowledge runs deep in Mendocino County. And although there have been a very large housing project approved, there have been other housing projects approved, you know, we're still talking about what happened 30 years ago, and that doesn't really give people like myself, who've only been on the board 3 years, an opportunity to say, hey, planning and building, I'm thumbs upping this, whereas a previous board member may not have been so inclined. So do we have opportunity there?
Yes, if I may, through the chair. You certainly have the ability to tell the department what this board's preference is in terms of policy direction, and give an indication as to where it is you want to go. I would suggest be aware that there's going to be sort of a few different buckets that we're going to have to be looking at in terms of things that may be changing, right? To the extent that we're talking about use permits and discretionary decisions that are made by the Planning Commission, first of all, that the members of that commission are appointed by this body, and if you don't think that they're reflecting the policy choices of this board, you do have the ability to change commissioners there, if that is the direction that you want to go. Additionally, but in that category, there's going to be sort of what is the Planning Commission or what is the department able to do within the scope of the current zoning laws and the current general plan. The other bucket that I would just identify is that there are going to be things that are simply prohibited based on policy choices made by boards, well before this one, right? I don't believe this current board has done any sort of, comprehensive update of the general plan or of the zoning code. Typically those happen on pretty long cycles. They're not, they're not done with a great amount of frequency. So there are policy choices that may be not reflecting this board's ultimate preference. The department and the commission are both going to be bound by those unless and until there is an update. Now that will have to go through the commission as part of the process, but you can give an indication of the direction that the board would like to go at this point. And you can also, frankly, indicate how much you want to dedicate resources to an overhaul of that particular bucket.
Yes, would you like to add something?
Hi, I'm Annalisa Stahl, and I'm kind of partnering with Sean here on this. And new to a little bit of this, and after hearing all of this, it makes me scared to even get the rezoning and then figure out the next part. But there's a lot of challenges. But is there like any kind of exception process? Is there any kind of I know there's like these long cycles, and I understand that the planning department has, rules and regulations they have to follow, and they're doing their job. But is there a process where could there be a win for everybody here? Because everyone wants the same thing. Everyone wants housing. Everyone wants this ability to build. We need housing. Is there a process for some kind of exception or an example, maybe using something as okay, let's try this, let's do this, and is there a way we can expedite and make it financially feasible and make it faster and get something through and have a few examples or pilots of processes, and then we can go back and say to this reputation Ukiah has of, maybe we could, and Mendocino, can we change this a little bit and be actually, we're developer, we're helping you, we're expediting, look we have some sample projects where we've done this and it's actually worked. We've worked together, everybody, to make this happen, and it can make it financially feasible for someone to develop here. Just a thought.
Yes.
Would it be all right if I were to respond through the chair?
Please.
So under the existing general plan and zoning codes, there are some processes for some sorts of exceptions. The concept that I think of as a variance. Usually those tend to be pretty limited, and they're going to be things like you can't have a setback 50 feet from the road, so you're going to get to reduce it down to 20. When we're talking about a larger change, if we're talking about maybe minimum parcel size, we're talking about essentially something that just isn't allowed in a particular zoning designation. There isn't an exception process, but there is a mechanism by which there can be sort of individual rezones, and that's going to depend in part on what the general plan designation is. So there's two planning documents that are relevant. One is the general plan, one is the zoning code. General plan is a bit vaguer, but it's set to sort of set the overall sort of guidance as to the land use policy of the county, and then the zoning code is more specific and sets forth the more detailed rules. There are situations in which an applicant for a particular project can apply for a zoning code amendment, that is ultimately a legislative decision made by this body. It's not so much an exception to the rule as it is changing the rules on a case-by-case basis. And that is allowed. That even a general plan amendment may be allowed on sort of a case-by-case basis. However, the state limits the board to, I believe it's 4 general plan changes per year. So typically when those happen, counties, cities will go ahead and bundle those up and have a few different of those coming forward at one time. One of the issues that I think that this board needs to be aware of is that if your land use policy is addressing these things on sort of a site-by-site rezone, there's a lot of cost that goes into that, and there's a lot of burden. And one of the things that I think I hear Supervisor Jurdy saying is that maybe it's worthwhile to have a bit more of a community-by-community analysis of does this zoning code, does this general plan really reflect the current policy goals of this board and the current desires of this county, in a way that I think to Supervisor Williams' point would not put as much cost and burden on the applicants to be looking to rezone and make changes for each individual project. Now, the board does have its hands tied to some degree by state statutes and the processes that have to be gone through there. It has to be publicly noticed. It has to go through the Planning Commission. It has to come to the board. There has to be environmental review as part of the process. So I don't mean to say that a comprehensive overview is easy or cheap either. But if we're talking about how much of the burden gets borne by the individual applicants, one of the things that the board may need to look at, and it's going to be dependent upon, of course, what resources are available, are essentially, do you want to do a more thorough overhaul of some of those policies that may have been written in an era that may have been a little bit less friendly to growth?
Kind of a long answer, but I think the short answer of the long answer is that it's still difficult to do what you want to do, and there's no shortcuts that are easy. So I know we have people online. Supervisor Mulheron, are you ready to make your long anticipated motion, or would you rather hear from more online?
No, I'd like to finish public comment.
Okay, all right. Let's go to Peter McNamee then.
Again, thank you for letting me speak on behalf of the Grassroots Institute. This is Peter McNamee. Again, Supervisor Williams brought this to the Institute's attention. We have a work group that focuses on housing and the land trust. This is a very complex question. So our work group has not had an adequate amount of time to develop a specific position or recommendation on the item as it was set for the agenda. And obviously, since we don't have a motion on the floor, I can't speak to that as well. But what can I say is this. We have a work group because many of the participants in the Institute have expressed repeatedly over and over again over the past 3 years that the process for developing adequate supply of affordable housing in our county is broken. And I think there is a consensus that is the case. What I believe has occurred here today in the discussion and all the various input that's been put forward as I listen to it is it reinforces my opinion that we have not developed an actionable strategic plan that would really resolve this problem, and that what we really need is to develop a community consensus around the outcomes that the county wants. And as other people have mentioned today, it will probably have to drill down to the various smaller communities that exist within Mendocino County generally in order to be adequate and specific to the needs of those communities. I want to say that the Institute feels very strongly we're as a result of climate change and other factors, but we're at a crossroads in our future as a county, that we anticipate that there will be a mass migration of people out of areas that are no longer inhabitable on our planet and in our country, and that Mendocino County will remain for the next 100 years or so very habitable, and it's liable to see a massive influence of people coming in, looking for housing, looking for community, looking for jobs, looking for industry. And the real question is, are we going to make the commitment to do that in a planned, sustainable way that minimizes the damage done to our natural resources and to the environment of the community we love, or not? So even though I understand that the planning department is very challenged, and I have to say our institute is one of the principal champions for the local local coastal plan program update, and we want to see that happen. We think it's vital, but in this case, it's something we're going to have to do both of. We're going to have to update our planning and community development strategy to accommodate the influx of people coming, and we're going to have to protect our coast and also use it wisely to serve the larger needs of the community. So that's what we counsel is rather than try to do this in a piecemeal format on an item by item. I think the discussion today has wandered considerably from the agenda item, which has to do with allowing double allowable residential structures within inland zoning, to a much broader discussion of what's wrong with our affordable housing strategy. And that is the right question. I would encourage the board to address. And thank you for giving me a small amount of additional time to make that statement.
Okay. Jake Morley.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I just wanted to go back to the initial discussion about zoning and give an example of how important a zoning code is. Generally speaking, most agencies define density by the parameters or the boundary of a project, and you can get X number of units within that. I've always encouraged agencies to do these subtle little changes in their zoning code. And in this case, I would recommend that going from net density to gross density, taking in half the public right of way as part of the calculation. What that would do in a hypothetical project, let's say that project can produce 10 units in net, but I can produce 13 in gross. Now that's 3 additional units might not solve the housing problem, but it can solve the math behind that particular project. Now I go from a project that's not viable to one that is, with just subtle little changes inside the zoning code. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Amy Nguyen.
Hi, thank you very much. This is Amy Nguyen with Nguyen Coastal Planning and Biology out of Fort Bragg. Chair and the board, staff, et cetera, everybody, thank you very much for this item. This is obviously a really deep conversation to have. Perhaps having an ad hoc committee to really get into more depth brainstorming through this would be super, of course. I would love to be a part of that, or anybody from my company would be love to be a part of that. And I'm going to try to talk real quick through some barrier reduction concepts that might be pertinent. One is to, with inland, perhaps bring back the definition of second residential unit that was replaced by accessory dwelling unit, which is a very specific incentivized affordable housing concept, and which then got rid of the second residential unit concept. You might want to bring that back. Also, something I've been considering presenting for the LCP update is creation of a community services district overlay in the coastal zone. Perhaps that could occur inland as well, where you have adjacent to higher density zoning districts, such as suburban residential inland or rural village on the coast, perhaps within 1,000 feet or 2,000 feet of those districts, have a community services district overlay zone, which would have as principally permitted uses the ability for anyone to create a water services district or a sewer/septic community services district, so that the existing parcels that have room for more density except for those services could therefore be developed in these already dense areas. As we know through many, we've consulted with hundreds of applicants and, help people in the wings go through their processes. It is developing in our county is quite expensive, as you've heard. Some of the barriers to creating subdivision within the coastal zone in particular is, plant communities are regulated as ESHA. That's obliterated a lot of potential for subdivision in the coastal zone. Of course, anywhere road access is an important consideration. That's why the thought of perhaps creating a community services district overlay district rather, adjacent to denser areas could work. And let's see, what else did I have? Just highlighting the fact that subdivision process, let alone a general plan amendment and a rezone, they're extremely expensive processes, and to do a lot split is not really, you don't really get your money back for that. So anything that the county could do to incentivize development would be greatly appreciated. Again, if the county decides to create an ad hoc committee or get into more depth of this, we have the ears of our community. We've heard a lot of commentary from potential applicants. We would very much like to be able to relay what we've learned to the county to brainstorm through these processes. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, there's one more online?
Aviv.
Aviv?
Hi, good afternoon, board. My name is Aviv Kleiman. I'm a professional land use planner with Wind Coastal Planning and Biology as well. First of all, thank you for hearing this item. I think it's extremely important to add housing ability throughout our county. I agree firstly with Peter McNamee, who spoke earlier about just the fact that this area is pretty much going to be one of the few habitable areas in our country, in our state. You can see it every summer when hordes of tourists flock to the coast to escape the summer heat. And you can see it right now. And I'm sure a lot more people are going to be trying to move here. But obviously we have a throttling of housing. One thing that I've noticed in my research is that, as we know, SB 9 allows for subdivisions kind of much more easily per the state law. But the problem is that in the coastal region, even in the inland zoning code areas on the coast, such as north of Fort Bragg and just a little east of the east more from the coastline. Currently, the county only interprets SB 9 to be available for parcels zoned SR, suburban residential, of which there are only a handful on the coast. So I believe that if we were to open that up to RR parcels, such as RR5 or 10, we could allow for a lot more SB 9 subdivisions, which is a fairly ministerial process, and it does rely on septic and well capacity. So we wouldn't just be creating parcels that don't have that availability, but just by reinterpreting the SB 9 code to allow for RR parcels included, that would open up a lot of parcels in the coastal area. Thank you.
Okay, so is that all public comment? You've had your 3 minutes, so we thank you very much for coming and sharing your views. So, Supervisor Mulheron. Oh.
These individuals' projects, and also the one that Don Lucchese was proposing mentioned, and I'm kind of mystified as to why those projects aren't able to move forward, why Don LaCasey's project was turned down, the one on Sanford Ranch Road that Mr. Seltzer spoke to earlier, because that particular parcel is completely surrounded by housing. It's served by municipal water. It has good perkability. I have no idea why that one was turned down. And this one here is the same thing. It has willow water. Actually Frockia Lane, if it's adjacent to Frockia Lane, is relatively dense and no problem with the septic systems. So if back to the hindrance rather than the facilitation.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, are we ready for some board action? How would you like to move forward on this?
Well, I will give this a shot, and Supervisor Williams can see if he agrees. And I will forward it to the clerk of the board if he does agree. So the motion is that staff will actively seek a grant to update the related environmental documents for the inland zoning code update as it relates to increased housing density, impact on fire infrastructure, etc. In the meantime, we will implement a 3-year pilot project where property owners that bring forward a proposed subdivision to the Planning and Building Department, which will allow increased residential development on parcels with adequate water and sewer capacity and subdivision capabilities based on zoning and interpretation of the code with relation to increased housing, will use an email address to submit proposals that have been denied or future projects for the department to bring forward to the board for a straw poll so we can begin to track inclinations by the members of the Board of Supervisors toward the development to be included in this future general plan update, and allowing planning and building to help bring projects directly to the board that would have support to be able to proceed through the process while we wait for the environmental documents and public process updating the inland zoning code.
You've really outdone yourself today.
I was going to say that's about 11.
That's exactly what I thought you might motion.
That's about 11 things.
Second degrees.
So just a question, would you like to include, when you reference sewer, would you like to expand that to sewer or septic? Because not every parcel has sewer.
Second degrees.
We could do it separately, but I would like a letter from the board to the 10 financial institutions doing business in our county so the public and the board can be aware to what extent they are offering home construction loans.
Supervisor Jurdy, would you be willing to draft that letter?
I have to chime in on that. I am a board member of the Savings Bank. The Savings Bank does make residential loans, and I believe that all the other lending institutions also do that.
We'll find out for sure.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Actually, during the meeting, I did a search, and I can see home construction loans on most of their websites as advertised, and also it's 2023. You don't have to have a local lender to get a loan. You can just go to some national lender. So maybe this is that Mendocino historical knowledge that we just dig in so deep. And I think just while I have my mic turned on, I wanted to just commend the planning and building staff. They've been updating their website with the permits issued and applied. We receive that information numerical form in the CEO's report, but each month you can see that they are approving ADUs, they are approving solar, they are approving new roofs. So they're doing an incredible amount of work over there that I think that maybe if we all did some more chatter about the things that are being approved, we wouldn't have such I don't know how else to say it, but such negative commentary in the public that we're not approving things when truly there are housing projects that are being approved.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, with the motion, so let's go through it a little bit slowly. And that we're going to go for a grant to do the environmental documents associated with this kind of increased density. And then the pilot program part, can you go over that again?
Yeah, so essentially what we would do is use this opportunity while we're waiting for the grant and for the process to move forward is we would, as board members, hear from projects that have been denied and future projects so that we're able to help planning and building get the temperature of support for projects for the board. And if there are projects that the board would seem supportive of, then, instead of saying, your project can't go forward because it doesn't meet our general plan policies and you're going to be denied, don't spend 30,000. There could be a mechanism through which it's like, the board does support this type of project or specifically your project, and they could begin to move through that process without waiting for the full environmental review.
But some of these projects would require environmental review.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that even feasible, county council?
For the entire general plan.
Yeah, so you could potentially do a sort of project by project or site by site environmental review for a zoning change and for a general plan amendment while you were in the process of finding funds for a larger overhaul. I would ask one area of clarification there as to whether it would be the board's intent for those items that the board may be selecting to essentially waive fees and to be subsidizing those rezones, or whether you'd still be looking for cost recovery on that, because I do think that will have budget implications.
Well, I will say through the chair, I think that it would not only have budget implications, but also serious concerns within the community. And it's not my intention to waive the fees. It's my intention to not have people spend $30,000 if they're going to be denied. But if it's a project that's going to make it through the process with the board, then I think that, paying the appropriate fees is the fair way to go about it.
If I may, through the chair, thank you. That helps with the clarification. And I would also just note, if that is the board's intent, my office might look at it a little bit more, but we might be able. Your ordinance currently has a direct review process that's authorized that does allow the board to take up things directly instead of going through the planning commission. We may have to look at that a little bit more to get more familiar with it, but we might be able to give you some guidelines as to how that could be utilized for this pilot project.
Supervisor Williams.
Just for the record, so that we don't get a Brown Act email to County Council, Supervisor Mulhern and I have not worked together on this item. I just know that she's the least NIMBY of the five here. That's why I pointed at her.
Okay. Thank you for that.
You can call the question?
Yeah, let's call the question.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
and Chair McGorty.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
And again, I would request that the board send a letter to the 10 financial institutions that operate in Mendocino County. And I've submitted to the clerk of the board the 3 questions I read earlier in the meeting. Does the financial institution offer home construction loans here in Mendocino County? What are the general minimum criteria the financial institution expects of a customer for the customer to qualify for a home construction loan? And 3, how many home construction loans has the financial institution approved within Mendocino County in the last 10 years? I think that's information that is not found on their website, and I think the public deserves to know.
Yeah. They may not share that with you, but certainly we can ask it.
Okay, is that consensus of the board that we'll send the letter to the 10 institutions?
I can support it.
I think that, our lending institutions are private businesses, and it's a really odd thing to request. Frankly, if a member of the board of, whatever banking institution, if they haven't approved home loans, then that's really none of my business. Fact of the matter is that people can get new construction for home loans, so I'm just going to say I'm not concerned about how many loans our local institutions are issuing, but I also think this is a great marketing opportunity for them. If you have members of the Board of Supervisors that don't know that they do new construction home loans, then, take out some radio ads or do some newspaper ads or something. I think it's none of our business how many loans they've given out.
I guess I'll withdraw.
I think the public deserves to know which lending institutions are making construction loans here in Mendocino County and how many have they made. If they choose not to answer, that's fine, but I think there's no reason for us not to ask it on behalf of the public.
I agree with Supervisor Jordy, but just understand that some of this stuff may be proprietary and they won't tell us, so.
Yeah, it just seems like if they're willing to give us that information, then, you know, that gives us more data to deal with some of the issues we're dealing with.
I just hope they don't turn around and ask us for data because we won't be able to find it.
Anything else? Okay. All right, so we have, I think, another big discussion item coming up, so it could be that we should take a 15-minute lunch break. Would you like that?
Yeah, no,
30 minutes?
we haven't had a lunch break or a break now in about 2 hours, so 30 minutes?
30
I know
minutes.
there's a housing one coming next, but staff does need to eat. So.
Okay.
I could move the recommended action now.
You could do that.
Is this going to be a lengthy discussion, or do you think this will be quick? I could make
We
it
don't
quick.
do anything quick.
Maybe we'll be quicker if we're hungry.
Okay, so what, straw poll from the board. Who wants a break and who wants a break?
Yeah, I want a break.
Okay, we're going to take a break. Let's be back here at 1:45. Is that enough time? Meeting back to order. We're going on to agenda item 4E, which is discussion and possible action, including direction to staff to prepare action to repeal the inclusionary housing ordinance. Supervisor Williams.
So I've thought of some bad ideas in my time, but I don't think any come close to this one. This was originally passed by the county to encourage affordable housing, but actually it's put the brakes on development. We basically haven't seen any significant development since it passed. And imagine the developer's perspective. You build somewhere else in the state and you're going to lose on 1 out of 10 units. Build in Mendocino County, you lose on 1 out of 4 units. They can't make it up on the other units. They simply go elsewhere. If we're a county that wants to see housing development, not just 1 or 2 custom houses here and there on a hillside, but real developments, we need to align our policy to the state's policy. This could be a really quick item. Any questions from my colleagues?
Supervisor Hasjack.
Just my only question I asked at the Director Krog the other day is that, are we under any kind of court order to do this? To have the inclusionary policy that we have? And if Director Krog could answer that.
Sure, Director Krog.
Sure, thank you, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. From what we have reviewed thus far, although I will say we've only looked into this since Wednesday when the agenda item was published, it does not appear that there was any court order that required that the county have an inclusionary housing ordinance. However, I will note that we would have to look at the housing element of the general plan as part of this, as that specifically relies upon the inclusionary, housing ordinance. And also, I do want to note that as part of the Inland Zoning Code update, we are currently looking to update the inclusionary housing ordinance to reduce the percentage that is currently in there and make it so it's not so much as a barrier to development coming into the county. And then also just noting that our current inclusionary housing ordinance does have an out. You do not have to comply with it as long as you comply with state density bonus law. So that pathway is already provided under the inclusionary housing ordinance adopted today.
So I'd like to highlight on the recommended action. It's not to repeal, it's to direct staff to come back with a language to appeal, right? So this is to weigh the political will. Is the board willing to go in this direction? We can have staff work out the specific. I'm sure county counsel's office will be involved in the process. So we will have language that's been vetted before we vote. This is just the preliminary. This is a query to see if the board wants to venture down the path.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I say venture. I think, like I said, we in Mendocino County have tried to come out ahead of things in the past. I would name cannabis and been very unsuccessful. And if we had just followed the state ordinance, we'd be in a whole different place now. And I think the same thing has happened with the inclusionary housing ordinance. We know that the state is very prescriptive, and we can go ahead, in my opinion, we can go ahead and let people follow the state's rules. I understand that it's an option to follow the state's rules, but I think, again, as a marketing component and as a barrier to development, it certainly has been a challenging conversation.
How long has this particular inclusionary housing ordinance been in place? Does anybody know?
If I may, through the chair, I believe it was adopted in 2009 or 2010.
And you had some interesting statistics on the trust fund that was supposed to create?
I don't know that I have those, but I don't think it's created much because we haven't seen any development result from it, right? And, word of mouth on the street is we had a county and we had a board back then that didn't want to see housing, and this was a way to stop housing projects. We didn't want growth. And so, by that metric, it's very successful. We haven't seen any housing projects, except one that we recently passed that found a way to get around it. And repealing this, even starting the process, will send the message. The headline is, Mendocino County is open for business. We want developers to propose housing projects. Today, we're not sending that message. We're sending a message. It's much more, you have better return on investment if you build anywhere else but Mendocino County.
Director Krog?
Thank you. I just wanted to comment, the Inclusionary Housing Trust Fund has about 140,000, give or take a little bit there, within it, which has been a fund that's mainly built out of subdivisions that propose more than 2 vacant parcels. And that's an in lieu fee based upon the median sales price of single family homes within the county as of March of every year. So that's a number we get from the assessor's office, and then it's a percentage depending on the number of vacant parcels being created. And I will say that fund has not been expended because there has not been a designated nonprofit to receive those funds. The board does need to designate a nonprofit to receive those funds in order to actually utilize them.
Supervisor Williams, you have a comment?
Yeah, just with those available funds, looking at the cost of development when the county does it, I'm looking at the CRT as an example. We could essentially afford a 10 by 10 shack at this point.
Okay. Supervisor Jordy.
So it seems to me that there are 2 options for a major subdivision. One is the inclusionary housing ordinance that we're talking about today, and the other is the state density bonus law, which is what the Garden Gates project used, which I think it's more the equivalent of about a 10% set aside. It's more, I got to say, the county's current density bonus, inclusionary ordinance is unusual in that it's a 25% inclusionary. They're much more commonly seen at 15%. And I think that's partly because the state density bonus law has a 10%. So I agree that it's unusual and probably, well, I would say it is a deterrent because the housing market here is not as strong as, say, San Rafael or some other place. Before we throw it out the door, I think it's worth a discussion about keeping it, but at a 15% or something closer to 10, because that it's not totally uncommon. But the caveat I would put in is when we adopted the 15% in Fort Bragg, so that one I did vote in place, we also gave people clear options. So under the state inclusionary ordinance, you are always required to provide some other out. The in lieu payment is one, but it doesn't have to be the only one. Usually an ordinance, like the county's ordinance, will say you pay the in lieu fee, or you can propose something else. I've never been happy with the county's proposed something else because it doesn't tell people what's the other thing that might be acceptable. And so in Fort Bragg's case, we actually listed out some specific alternatives that would be acceptable. And one of them, and I got this one in the city code that I think is a pretty smart one, is for every one inclusionary unit, which is rent restricted, it's income restricted, you could alternately build 2 accessory dwelling units on the site, which are not rent restricted, but inherently because of their size, because they're not homeowner, they're rented, they're inherently going to be affordable to someone who's not at the top of the income group. And so you're actually increasing the housing supply by twice the number that you do through the inclusionary ordinance, because you're getting 2 ADUs for every 1 inclusionary unit that would otherwise be required. So I think that's a smarter way to go about this, is reducing the percentage requirement from 25 or something else. Maybe it's 15%, but then giving a more clear alternative to what is acceptable to the inclusionary units. And I think the 2-for-1 ADU requirement or option that Fort Bragg has would be a good option for the county.
Supervisor Hasjack, then Supervisor Williams.
Well, I think at this point we're looking at options and we're directing, planning and building to come back with what our options are. I think that the 25% hasn't worked in Mendocino County, and also, the restrictions on the inclusionary housing. So, I was just looking at a 35 to 55 year restriction on the amount you can increase the rent for it. So those, obviously in Mendocino County, it hasn't worked for us, and we aren't creating the housing that we need. And I look forward to those kind of options, if it's 15%, if it's going with the state, let's look at those. And I guess another question, if it's not court ordered, is there a state statute that says we have to have this inclusionary housing? So that's for Director Krog.
Thank you for that question. I don't believe we have to have an inclusionary housing ordinance, but there has to be a provision. We have to comply with state density bonus law. So regardless, there would be a pathway for an applicant to be able to have state density bonus as an option to them. And that's really where we're left at. I do still encourage the board to at least allow us to bring forward the inland zoning code update where we are proposing to reduce the percentage from the 25%. And I think that may address some of the concerns here. And of course, noting that there still will always be the ability to comply with the state density bonus law as an option within there. And so I think that we are addressing this concern already. So I just want to make sure that that's known.
Supervisor Williams.
A housing shortage 100 years ago would mean somebody needs to mill some lumber. And today it means government has gotten in the way. Isn't that ironic? It's not that the market can't find the labor force and can't find the materials, but it's the government won't allow the house to be built. In this case, this inclusionary housing ordinance is essentially a tax. We're not calling it a tax, but what else is it? Where we're insisting government take a portion of the profit. And you want to lower that tax rate from something well above other areas of the state to still above other areas of the state. We will not become an attractive place to build. There's already enough obstacles here. You don't have people who can qualify for loans typically. Wages are too low here. You have water issues, bigger water issues coming. I mean, everything imagine, you don't have a COLA from the county. If you work from the county, how's your credit after hearing we can't afford a COLA? We have so much against us. Let's not add one more obstacle with a local policy that makes it more difficult to attract builders. Let's open it up and see if we get some building. I mean, if we got market rate building, if we got another 100 units in this valley, that is worth so much more than a trust fund that we're going to, build a couple ADUs someday, right? What we actually need is housing for the people who are working in our economy. And what we have today is, low-income housing is important, but who pays for it? And who's paying for it today is the people who, well, it's us, because we can't keep labor in our community. They leave because they can't find housing. I've heard proposals, one that recently on the coast we're having a housing difficulty. They can't house nurses. And one of the ideas I heard kicked around was, let's build a tiny home village in Noyo Harbor. And I'm thinking, you have somebody that went to school for nursing. Spent a lot of time, a lot of energy in nursing, probably has student loans. And we're going to tell them they can live in a tiny home in the Noyo Harbor. How attractive is that compared to what Sonoma County has to offer? People are looking not just for housing, they're looking for decent housing. And I think we're going to see more decent housing if we loosen up the regulations. We can't build these houses. We can certainly get out of the way so that somebody else can. And with that, I move the recommended action.
Second with a comment, and we need public comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I think Supervisor Jurdy might have been out of the room. I think that following what the state already requires is a better marketing plan for the County of Mendocino for encouraging development. And I appreciate the ideas and opportunities with ADUs, and maybe there's some, again, creative marketing. Build an ADU and you get half off your property taxes for the first 5 years. I mean, let's look at what Christian's not quite sure about that one, but I think that having an inclusionary zoning ordinance discourages building simply word of mouth, and just as much as we can reduce the county's red tape, I think that we should do that. If we review this in 5 years and we have too much housing, I'm happy to eat those words. That's fine.
So before we open up to the public, I just add one other thing too, is that what I see, because I'm in the demographic, is that older people who have larger places really would like to downsize into something nice, not just a tiny home in Noyo Harbor, but a community that offers some level of security and quietness and aesthetics, which I think is going to be included in the new Garden Gate development. And I think that is also should be on the list of options for inclusionary housing. is to have a little bit higher density places where, it's kind of age regulated. So, because I have friends who live in the East Hills and they're saying, wow, I've got these 2 acres and it's pretty hard to take care of now. I can't go out and weed eat it myself or scrape the moss off the roof anymore. So I know there's people who want to downsize, which in turn then opens up other housing for other people. So I would hope that would be included in the mix. Okay, public comment.
Well, like I said earlier, I was involved in the construction of, I would say, probably 90% of the subdivisions that were built between the 70s and the 90s. Okay, in fact, the last one was Vichy Springs, which was in 2007, I believe. I could tell you exactly when the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance was instituted. It was 2010, I'm almost positive, because that's when my subdivision work completely quit. The Inclusionary Housing Ordinance is a complete roadblock to subdivision development. And even to take it a step further, Mr. McGordy was speaking to the Bella Vista subdivision, which has been forced to designate X number of lots for small senior housing, they're calling it. I think that kind of, there's been 800 units of affordable housing built in apartments. If you want to move out, if you want to sell your 2 acres, move into an apartment if you don't want to take care of anything. I don't think that we should be dictated by the government that we have to have a small little house for me to move into when I want to move out of my big one. We ought to have a selection of market housing. And I believe that if we don't eliminate the inclusionary housing tax completely, that you're not going to move the needle. So, thank you.
Hello, Chair, Board, CEO, and Council. My name is John Anderson. I'm the Director of Forest Policy with Humboldt and Mendocino Redwood Company. And we've had a number of openings at Mendocino Redwood Company, and they've been open for a long time. And housing is certainly one of those issues as to why they're not getting filled. And I saw in the paperwork that's online for this agenda item that, yeah, indeed, a lot of the other cities have much lower inclusionary rates. And so we fully support this discussion and hope it is ultimately successful. Thank you.
Hi, Ross Liberty, Ukiah. So I'm going to talk mostly about something I know a little bit about. I always circle back to automotive stuff. So before Henry Ford came up with the Model T, the average person, the average American didn't ever travel more than 15 miles from the place they were born. And when automobiles came out, they were one-off custom automobiles. They're very expensive and for the well-heeled. So if you were rich, you could afford a custom-made car. Henry Ford came up with the moving assembly line and made cars that were available for the everyman, his words. They were built in a production like fashion. They had very controlled division of labor, and they got down to, I think it was $257 for a Model T. That is to automobiles that housing development is to a home. The only housing developments you've really seen in this valley in 20 years has really been subsidized low-income housing, which are always made by crews. Notice that they're always made by crews from outside the community. We're not developing any production line crews to make housing that's affordable for the everyman. And a lot of that, frankly, a great portion of that is the inclusionary zoning being at where it's at. I mean, I don't know if it's possible to eliminate it altogether. I don't think it is. I think you can only eliminate it and drop it down to the 10%. But if you want to make a statement that Mendocino County is open for business, that's the statement. Not like we're going to tweak this a little bit. No, we're going to go to the state minimum. I think that's one of the points I wanted to make is production line housing is really how you make it affordable for everybody. The other point, what was it? Oh, so I'm sure it's no getting it by you folks that there's going to be what's supported our economy for the last 45 years is not what's going to support our economy going forward. And what you've heard from and seen here is a lot of business people, so like Henry and myself, that we and Mendocino Forest Products, we need to be here to help you and reinvent our economy, and this is a key component of it. Getting housing where we can bring people here or house people that are here, and we can afford to pay them wages where they can afford to live here. That's very important, but we can't do that if there's no housing that's available for the everyman. If we're going to help you reinvent our local economy, this is a big key. This is a big part of that puzzle. And thank you for listening. And thank you, Supervisor Williams, for bringing this forward.
Scott Ward, Redwood Valley. Anytime government tries to engage in social engineering, it never works. 25% inclusionary housing fee, that's pretty steep. 10% minimum is fine. It's not the government's job to dictate market forces on housing. It's government's job to get the heck out of the way. You talk to the people at Adventist, they can't get doctors, specialists to come work in their organization because they can't find housing in Mendocino County or in Ukiah. So that affects the health of rich and poor in this county, where we're having to travel out of county to go see a neurologist. Both my kids have epilepsy. 2 of my 4 kids have epilepsy. It's tragic. We go to UCSF. There's no neurologist here in town. None. They can't recruit any because of the lack of housing, and the lack of housing is and then with the lack of housing creates an artificially high cost of housing. I bought my house for $88,000 in Redwood Valley in 1990. It's worth $550,000 even in a depressed market. It's not worth $550,000. It's worth, to me, that's not worth $500,000, maybe a couple hundred, but it's that high because there's so little houses available. And that's what we're facing here. Government has to get out of the way, like Ted says. You cannot social engineer your way into more housing. You need to get out of the way and let the market forces work. And inclusionary housing is just another layer of bureaucracy, another burden on the developer. Developers, businesses need surety of regulation and knowing that they'll be treated fairly with a fair and timely review process. We don't have that here. We're not treated fairly. The review process is inordinately long. It shouldn't take 4 to 6 weeks to get a photovoltaic permit issued out of planning a building. 4 to 6 weeks. That's simple permit. What about a house? What about a subdivision? Those are more complicated. How long are they taking? An entire building season? You put the application in January, and by Christmas, you might have an opportunity to subdivide that land. Maybe if you're lucky in a year. It's generally a 2 to 5 year process. Surety of regulation, timely review, and fairness, and keep government out of the way. Thank you.
Any more comment from within the room?
Martha Barra, Ukiah, just a couple of points. One has to do with the fairness of the burden of inclusionary housing when it comes to the sales price, because what you're actually doing is putting an extra burden on the purchaser. Yes, there's a concern for the builder, but who pays for that increase? And is that fair that that person who, I think of our county employees, who are already up against cash-strapped, to add that burden of paying for a lower income housing onto them. And that's passed on. It actually is. So when you're talking about, it looks like we're stuck with the 10% state density bonus. That's probably as low as we can go. But there's other considerations also within that inclusionary housing, and that has to do with the resale control that's put on if a person buys a low-income house and they sell it for more, that portion then will go back into a fund. Am I understanding this correctly? That's not fair. And at that point, and that's the buyer, that regulation is on there for 30 years. If you buy a rental and you raise the rents higher, then the low income rates 80% of your income cannot be more. I can't remember what the exact number is, but anyway, that one goes to 55 years. Now that's totally ridiculous, and that needs to come out of there. It's staff time. I think it's an obligation within that ordinance that needs to go away. So when you're considering revising this, let's make sure that comes out of there. Not fair to anyone. Definitely glad that this has come up for discussion. It's been established how badly we need housing. So let's do all that we can to make that happen. Thank you.
I think the inclusionary zoning ordinance is great. I think you ought to raise it to 50%. I already own some houses. Guess what? Every time you do that, it raises the value of my house. Consequently, it restricts, or because it restricts, the available supply of new housing. The school district just passed last month, the month before, a school impact fee that'll add about $7,000 to the average house. Before a house gets built, the other houses that are already around have to go up by enough to offset that increase, or the new houses won't be built because they won't be competitive. And you're right, 25% is, as Supervisor William points out, it's really a tax. And by suggesting that you change that tax from 25 to 15%, it's still a tax and it's still going to be restrictive. It's still going to prevent new development in this community. Using that logic of 25 or even 15%, think about what would happen if the grocery stores had to give away 15% of their produce, their canned goods, their meat market. One of two things would happen. Either you and I would be paying 15% more at the grocery store, and or there would be fewer grocery stores available, neither one of which is something we want to see. You need to do away with this ordinance. I'd like to see you get rid of the state, but that's not going to happen. But at a minimum, you need to get rid of our inclusionary zoning ordinance and make Ukiah and Mendocino County as competitive as you possibly can to attract development here, to build the housing that we desperately need for the county employees that you haven't been able to hire because you can't find them housing, for the hospital that can't hire doctors because they can't find housing, for the school district that can't hire teachers because they can't find housing. We need to change our culture here and our reputation within the development community to being one of being easy to work with, not impossible to work with. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Madeline Klein, resident and community member, here in support of action to repeal or at least update the current inclusionary zoning ordinance. Anti-growth and excessive regulation has led to essentially the no building of substantial market rate housing, as we've heard today. We have a shortage of this much needed housing. Repealing this ordinance would be a step in the right direction to addressing our housing crisis in Mendocino County. Thank you for your action on this.
Anyone else in the room care to make a comment before we go to online comments? Okay, online we have Tamara Alanis.
Good afternoon, Chair McGordy and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the discussion this afternoon. It's been great to hear the governmental, business, real estate, all the different points of view on the matter. And I think that in those comments and the discussion from the supervisors, we can see that this ordinance itself has, I dare say, other impacts that come through either in policy or process on the county level. So I would like to bring to your attention the possibility of your consideration regarding a 1,000 square foot primary residence limitation size that is in the Brook Trails specific plan. We have had numerous requests for information to develop a property in Brook Trails. For instance, regarding a tiny house, which we heard a little bit about tiny house neighborhoods, but this particular ask has come across our counter quite a few times. So I would like for, in this consideration of how you move forward with the inclusionary housing ordinance, that you also take a look at some of the ancillary policies and other things that are being done that could potentially be addressed to improve the housing stock. I understand that here in Brook Trails, we have other issues than just who can or will build. Utilities and fire issues and the things that have been discussed today are all facing Brook Trails community as well. But this particular 1,000 square foot minimum limitation building size has definitely been an impediment for people to be able to develop their property. And I would also just point out with regarding accessory dwelling unit discussions that if someone did want to develop their lot with a primary residence that was smaller than 1,000 square feet, they may also like to put an accessory dwelling unit. So potentially you would have 2 housing units on a lot that could be accommodated with 1 utility hookup. So thank you for your time today. And I hope that you'll consider this request to address other ancillary impacts to inclusionary housing policies. Thank you.
Next, we have Jake Morley.
Yes, thank you. Housing is the most unique product in the world. The uniqueness is contributed to state, regional, and local variables on both the macro and micro level. These variables, to name just a few, include the availability and price of land, labor, and material costs, interest rates, CEQA, building and energy standards, and of course, local zoning codes. If the county wants to bring more housing to the market, the best tools the county has is a current general plan, an up-to-date and modern zoning code, and development standards that provide clarity, flexibility, and a significant number of options to be utilized by the developer. And of course, a general plan EIR. In this instance, the county's current requirement of 25% of a project to meet affordability standards means that the other 75% of the project carries the cost to offset those affordable units, which results in unaffordability for many of those who would have normally been qualified for those homes. Producing affordable units is not free, and when the burden is too costly, it's easier to not spend the time or money. The risk and exposure is simply not worth it. As you can tell from the graphics and data we submitted to Supervisor Williams, affordable housing units have outpaced market rate units significantly in the county. This is not unique to the Valley, but the norm in the state. For example, Chico has produced 1,400 affordable units in the last few years compared to the few hundred market rate. With Gillen Inc. companies working on many different projects in the North State, we constantly hear from elected officials and city managers that they need market rate housing too, often saying, what about everyone else? In short, if you want more of something, make it easier and remove obstacles and the burdens from the process, provide clarity and assurances. Real quick, we are kicking around another project, but it's not going to qualify for state bonus law, so I'd have to utilize the county's code. If I was to bring 15 units to that market, I have to pay the fee. And based on my math for that fee, it's $600,000. That is a full stop number. We won't kick around a project that I immediately have a $600,000 in lieu fee baked into the process, which doesn't even talk about all the other studies and surveying and time and fees associated with such a project. Thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, and thank you to Supervisor Williams for bringing this item forward. I'm hoping that the board can direct staff today to repeal the inclusionary housing ordinance and follow state law as it relates to inclusionary housing. I do not want to see staff go through an exercise of coming up with a percentage if the majority of the board is going to vote to repeal it. I think that's an inefficient use of our time. So I would move the recommended action.
Second. And I wonder if we should augment that with a letter to the state that we've done our part, seeing that we're coming up on July 4th. I don't think this inclusionary housing policy, local or at a state level, is what they had in mind back in 1776. And maybe part of our duty here is to remind the state we want to get back on track, that we do support a market economy. The market economy has lifted more people out of poverty than anything else. And if somebody can find a better economic model, I'd love to see it. I'm sitting here because this isn't China. This is America. And in America, we have policies that are stopping houses from being built. We would rather somebody sleep in the car in the Walmart parking lot than allow a developer to build them a house. So I appreciate that you're willing to pass this. I think it should go into our ledge platform, and we should be lobbying the state to follow up and remove the 10% as well, at least for rural counties. They can do what they want in San Francisco and LA, but rural counties can't live by these rules. This is hurting us.
May I make one more statement?
This is unusual, but we will let you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, yeah, well,
It's
you know
Ernie.
me. Anyway, there's been a lot of subsidized low-income housing constructed. In fact, that's what I've been working on since the inclusionary housing ordinance has been instituted. Now, doesn't that count? Is there a quota that the county has to meet for affordable housing? Doesn't that count towards that quota? And if my calculation's about 800 units since 2010, so we got like about 3,200 units that we should be able to build without any inclusionary housing, I would believe, right? If it's a 25%. So, that, and I don't think the ADU makes any sense at all to attract someone that I want to employ that wants to purchase their own house and achieve the American dream. We're pigeonholing these people into, ADUs are great for maybe single people that have a hard time finding a place to live, but I don't think that's a solution to solve our housing problem. I think that's a really bad plan. It's not allowing people to progress. I'm going to move into your ADU and live there. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, so I've got a question for Director Krog. Can you explain a little bit more about the flexibility or inflexibility that's within the state density bonus law? So, for example, if someone is pursuing their development through the state density bonus law, what are the restrictions and options for the, what I'm going to call, for lack of a better term, the inclusionary units within the state density bonus law. So for example, in the Gardens Gate project, they selected to build a certain number of, I believe they're for sale units, but senior for sale units, which I think by design are going to be moderate income just because they're not very big.
Yeah, absolutely. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So I can use the Gardens Gate project as an example. They propose to have a senior housing component, which is exempt from compliance with the any level of income restricted units. So they did the senior housing component, and then the 10% affordability applied in the remainder of the subdivision, the other 132 traditional homes. So that resulted in 13 moderate income units, which is what the developers selected as the income bracket that they were seeking to fill with those units. Now, along with that comes a density bonus that's entitled to the developer, and then also incentives and concessions. So meaning, incentives can mean you either get, like a streamlined building permit review, or concessions that the board authorizes for reduced lot setbacks or double frontage lots, things like that. So there's a kind of a myriad of options. I won't go through all of them, but I can use that recent project as an example so the board kind of has something to compare to.
Okay, so for clarification, in the Gardens Gate project, you're saying 13 of the for sale single-family homes are going to be sold to people who are income restricted, moderate income. They're not high income, they're not low income, but they're moderate income, affordable to people who are, so they're essentially, the sale price is going to be restricted, at least for the initial sale. Under the state density bonus law, would the developer have had the option, if they wanted to build some number of second units instead of having a sale price restriction on those 13 units?
I'm sorry, I don't think I can answer that right off the top of my head. I have to go through the state density bonus law in more detail.
So, I'm in favor of options for people when they develop a development, and I think the option of including accessory dwelling units is actually advantageous for most developers, maybe not all. And so I would like to see that as an option. So if that is not an option under the state density bonus law, I think we're missing, if we were to get rid of the inclusionary ordinance, which could use that as an option, because I know it can legally be used as an option for the inclusionary ordinance, but until I hear that it's an option for the developer in the state density bonus law, I think we're limiting ourselves too much to just rely on that.
Yes, and I'll just add, I don't believe that it is an option. I never want to say with absolute certainty until I make sure I re-review the regulations, because it is a bit more complicated in the density bonus regulations.
Call the question.
One last comment, ADUs are just part of the mix of housing stock that we have, and while I don't think most people aspire to live permanently in one, it certainly is useful for someone who is just graduating from college and starting their teaching career, because a lot of times ADUs are below the cost even of apartments, so or comparable to a low-end apartment. So I think that they're good to have in the mix.
And
With
pardon me if I could through the chair.
Sure.
Thank you. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Director. I just want to comment to the board, if you decide to take the recommended action, to explain what that process is going to look like for this, just so expectations are managed. This is going to require both doing an amendment to our general plan, so updating the housing element of the general plan in compliance with CEQA as part of that, and then also adopting obviously an ordinance amendment to remove that chapter or other alternatives. So I just want to make sure that you understand this is going to be a bit of a process to get there, and won't be something that can be turned around immediately. We are going to have to go through and vet this as well with HCD to make sure that we don't run into any issues with our housing element, which is currently certified.
Director Krog, it sounds like the board wants kind of a range of options too, so
the motion is to repeal it and optionally ask the state to repeal theirs as well, at least for rural counties.
Okay. Then let's call for the question.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
No.
and Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries with Supervisor Jurdy dissenting.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I think that the conversations that we've had today around housing have spurred a lot of creative thinking. We did hear about some changes that could be possible in brook trails. We've heard from Supervisor Jurdy about ADUs. I think some people these days really are interested in tiny homes, and I think that with the support of our community, with the support of our business community, we could hopefully try to be more creative about our housing options. I know we have one constituent on the coast that emails us regularly about mobile home parks, which was how I was able to afford my first home, was in a mobile home park. So I think that this conversation today has really inspired hopefully some creative thinking about market rate or moderate housing, which we are lacking currently. I'm grateful for all of the subsidized housing and low-income housing that we've been able to achieve for seniors, farm workers, and low-income folks, but we really have a big gap with the career level housing. So I'm glad that we're going to be able to move forward.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think we should get a press release out of this, and would it highlight, mostly we agree. I know it's a 4-1, but I think mostly today we've agreed that housing is critical. And it's not our job to tell Ross Liberty which house he gets to live in, right? We don't have to pay for it. We're not going to tax the people to put him in a house. But we're also not going to tell him, should it be a tiny house? Should it be on a hillside? Should it be in a housing development? And I think that's the mistake that this county has made over time. It's focused on where should we house people? What houses should exist? Rather than, that's not the role of government. We're getting back on track with the actual role of government. Collect the taxes, provide services, try to get out of the way, have an efficient planning and building department. And so I'm really proud of us today. I think that this is a big move in the right direction.
I'd just temper that a little bit. Looking at Ukiah with all the flood zones and floodways around it, obviously we can't put people in harm's way, and there is a role of government for some of this. I agree with you in principle and everything else.
There is, Chair, but most people who are building a house will need a loan, and the bank will want some assurance that they're not putting up funds for a house that's being built in a flood zone. So I think this mechanism is in place without us trying to micromanage it. And frankly, you want to build a house that's going to get flooded and take that risk? I don't know if I really want to step in the way. We've been so cautious about what people do, what they build, that as a result, we can't house our people. That's the worst outcome.
Okay, well, we're done with this item, so let's move on to the next. We're on to 4F, which is discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding prioritization of the grant applications for the Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program to fund the Redemeyer Road Extension and Brook Trails Second Access projects. Sponsor is Department of Transportation. Director DeShiel.
My glasses on. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. Recently at your June 6th meeting, we had a consent item pursuant to policy 26, that we would be applying for grants for projects that have been in the works or being thought about since, 2006, 2007. And that was the Brook Trail Second Access and the Redemeyer Road Extension. The guidelines for the grant, which is the Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program, it's a new grant, those guidelines were being updated, and in fact, the final revisions came out the third week of May. So our June item, we didn't know, or we found out after the item had already gone through the process of being on the board's calendar, that there was a requirement that if an agency applied for more than one project under this grant, that they had to prioritize, which grant would get the top spot and then the second. Doesn't mean we can't still apply for both projects. It just means there has to be a prioritization. Staff on the back of my letter, did try to do a matrix. They call it a project screening criteria. Again, this isn't official. This is just they looked at a lot of those revisions from May at what it looks like the grant agency will be evaluating the grant applications on, and tried to give some, objective scoring to that. So with that, I will let the board ask questions, do your public comment, whatever you need. I'm here for questions.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, certainly, contrary to Supervisor Williams' idealization of housing planning in the 60s and 70s, Brook Trails is a case in point of, planning without the necessary foresight into what it would look like. And we've seen that for the last 50 years of only having one way in and out of that community. The governor, when he did his analysis after the, what's the place over in Chico? Paradise. After the Paradise Fire, that Brook Trails was ranked in the top 13 most high-risk areas in the state for one way in, one way out communities, and at risk of fire. And so we've worked hard in getting these some of the emergency access routes open. But this is an opportunity that people have looked at for the last 30, 40 years of trying to get a real second access route in there. The population is almost 5,000, and it's a disadvantaged community. It has tribal lands out Sherwood Road, and it meets a lot of the criteria of this grant. Talking with Director DeShiel is that this is going to be a competitive grant. We're going to have to, there's no guarantee that we're going to get it. But I think Brook Trails would be the best shot we have at getting it, because it does meet many more of the criteria than the Redemeyer Road option. So with that, I'd certainly put forward the motion of approving this Brook Trails as the highest priority.
Second.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I do agree with placing Brook Trails first, and I appreciate that staff brought forward both options, and I hope that we'll continue to pursue grants for Redemeyer Road if we're not able to get this one. I think that the numbers themselves speak for the need that is in Brook Trails, but as a board and as an agency, we should continue to work proactively with any property owners that want to help us achieve fire access. I know that we have a property owner that is in the Eastern Hills that would like to help us with that. So I think that I am in agreement with the makers of the motion, but as much as we can look at more opportunities throughout our entire county for fire access and streamlining that process, that's really important.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, just one point of clarification. I was referring to towns that came about organically, right, where government wasn't involved. Maybe there was a mill, they started hiring people and parcels were divided. And Brook Trails Vacation Village was a subdivision approved by the county, right? This was government botching a subdivision. Government should have insisted on that second. The people, when they were allowed to subdivide land without much government oversight, maybe none at all, didn't create these types of problems, right? So a lot of what we're dealing with is cleaning up problems that government has created. Isn't that ironic? And the town of Elk doesn't have one way in and out. That wasn't a subdivision that the county approved. That was my point. And I think there's a lesson there as we go forward. Let's make sure we're not creating problems that somebody 50 years from now has to clean up. But I agree with the action here.
So I agree with the action too, but in defense of continuing to pursue Redemeyer Road, remember, it's kind of a twofer. So we have fire to be concerned about. We also have flood, and there's times where everything from Hopland to the East Hills is inaccessible from the city of Ukiah. So that, I think, originally was why the bridge was even proposed. Is that correct?
Flood was a major consideration in the beginning, yes.
So, but I see the point just from sheer numbers. Brook Trails is probably a higher priority for the county to address as a safety issue. Supervisor Jordy.
Well, I can't resist this. So even though board members may have slightly different opinions on inclusionary housing, there is a role, I think I'm hearing from Supervisor Williams, for the county to be thoughtful in the placement of where, say, roads are going to be. Because roads are maybe built by the developer, but handed off to the county ultimately for maintenance. I would actually prefer a model where the neighborhood has a homeowner association and they forever maintain the roads. I've seen subdivisions in other states. The city or the municipality maintains the boulevard. The whole subdivision is maintained by a homeowners association, much more cost effective, a much better model. I think Mendocino County residents would be better off if we could adopt that model going forward with new subdivisions. I would point out that I believe we did make a mistake. I don't know, everybody was on the board at the time, but I was on the board. I wasn't happy with it. And that was where North Lovers Lane comes in at KU Kaya Lane. It comes in about 100 feet west of North State Street. At the time, I said that road should have been realigned. At the time we were approving that gas station, it should have been realigned farther from the intersection of North State and KUKI, but that wasn't the proposal that came from the board, and ultimately we approved it as it came forward. So I do think there have been instances when recent boards, recent staff have brought forward proposals which are not sound planning, and there is a role for sound planning.
Well, the good news is that the roundabout that Howard's going to put in on KUKI and 101 is, or North State should probably help some of that traffic flow. So,
okay.
Supervisor
I was
Williams?
waiting for the opportunity for Supervisor Jordy and I to agree, and here it is. We have a road network that we can't possibly maintain. You look, I mean, Howard, your plan is probably like mine to be long gone before the roads turn to gravel, because I know I'll go to the grocery store and people will give me an earful about why the road is ground up. But that's the reality of what you're looking at. We don't generate enough revenue. The buying power of the fuel tax, we've lost 88%. Yeah. And the 14% of 29% on the property tax is just pennies. Our roads were paved with what at the time might have been considered a waste product. And now refineries are a little bit more capable, and that's diesel at $5 a gallon. We don't have a plan for roads in this county other than to all be long gone before it reaches its natural conclusion. Probably something we should be talking about. I think Supervisor Jordy makes a good point. If I were relying on that road, I would rather have local control, even if it means pulling out my checkbook once a year, than leave it to the county to maintain, because I know the county won't maintain it. The county can't maintain it unless climate refugees flock in by the millions in the next decades, because we're one of the few cool places in the state, and we have tax revenue. Unless you have some almost pipe dream like that, these numbers don't pencil out. Should we be making a decision now to shift that road to a more capable owner?
I can answer that. There's a question in there. So this program comes from the Federal Highway Administration. It's part of the IIJA, the infrastructure bill that was passed in 2001. So it flows through the CTC, the California Transportation Commission. So this must create a public road that's publicly maintained. So no, that is not an option for this grant.
Is there any classification of a road that's public but maintained more at a local level? And I'm pointing at the funding stream. I don't think anyone cares who owns who's on the deed, but the funding, could that be locally derived and maintained as opposed to county?
Your current land development ordinance allows for a developer to opt for a private road The only requirement is that there be an offer of dedication leading to a publicly maintained road. So if lots are created on that private road, there is an assurance that, there is access. In years past, when things got done a little more haphazardly, sometimes land, it was dubious as to people's rights. So our ordinance right now just says that you will have a new lot will have one, not two, one, access that the government has an offer of dedication for. And then if that developer chooses to not bring that road up to public road standards, but to have it remain private, that is their option, and you can do a project like that right now in Mendocino County. I think what the board is alluding to is if it has been the policy, and it is in our code, that if a developer meets our standards, they can petition the board, and there's 2 supervisors appointed from this board who aren't in the district where the road is, and that road can be added to the publicly maintained system. If you changed that and said, we're not going to take in any more publicly maintained roads, that is something you could do in your land ordinance if you wanted to.
So, for example, here we have the first subdivision going forward in 20 years at the Gardens Gate. I'll never buy a house there, but if I was an informed buyer and I was looking at buying in the Ukiah Valley, I would not buy that house or a house there only because I know the county won't have the money to maintain the road. And I wouldn't buy a house somewhere else in the county. I feel like it's the smart move is to buy a house in a city where there's a half-cent sales tax guaranteeing that every road will be paved at some point. But we don't have a half cent in the county, and the county only gets 40 cents of every dollar in sales tax collected in the county anyway. So a half-cent sales tax for the county doesn't pave as many roads as it does in the cities. I think it's a poor risk for someone to buy a house in Mendocino County unless they're accessing their home from a private driveway directly to a state highway or directly from a city street. And I hate to say that, but that's the truth. And I think that, for example, if I was the developer of Garden Gates, I would not want that to be a county road. I would want that to have a homeowner association that would forever maintain the road because it would forever protect the property values of that subdivision. But, I'm not the owner of Gardens Gate, I'm not developing it, but I don't understand why we don't have a process that would have made that part of our decision-making process.
So, little history. Originally, Gardens Gate, the developer was going to opt for private roads and a homeowner association. The new developer, as it's become Bella Vista, wants to take the option for public maintenance. Again, if they bring that road up to the county standards, and I will recommend to this board they take it into the maintained system, but there's the difference. It's a choice of the developer. If the board would want to take that choice away from developers and just say no more, they're all going to be private, you could do that through your ordinance. You could do that.
I'd be happy to sponsor that ordinance.
All right.
Thank you, Supervisor Jurdy, for volunteering. I think giving notice may help. If we gave notice, the reality here that we can't maintain the roads we already have, it may be that the developer decides to opt in on a privately maintained road because they know those buyers are going to be aware of the notice from the county. There's an assumption today from buyers that the county will maintain its road network. What do you have, 1,100 miles?
We have in maintenance 1,016.
1,016, and now you're going to add more miles. When will the more miles be maintained? When you get done with that 1,016?
The roads that have higher volume traffic get better attention, but you're right, the roads will and do deteriorate, and we can't keep a pavement condition index score that's very high, bottom 10 for the state. I think we're sitting about number 2 right now. So yes, we have.
So Supervisor Jurdy, when you buy a house, you have disclosures, and maybe it's appropriate for the county to give a disclosure that adding more miles of roads doesn't mean those miles will be maintained.
Yeah, it's only recently that some members of the public who track our meetings closely know that of the 630 miles of paved roads, only about 300 will ever be paved, and about 330 will never be paved. And because they're the minor roads, the cul-de-sacs, they're not collector roads, basically. And there is no plan to fund those roads because we don't have enough revenue coming in to fund it. What we have is a limited funding source that pays for basic maintenance of keeping weeds at abatement, keeping culverts cleared on those roads, but we have no money to repave those roads.
Correct. And you're referring to the 20-year plan that was developed based on the new SB1 RMRA Road Maintenance and Repair Act or account, which was additional funding, and that is 357 miles, which is roughly half of the existing surface miles. That's what, so it's no money to pay for it. What I did, I have a revenue stream, and I tried to fit that into a plan as requested by the board, which I did.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, it seems like we've drifted a little bit from the item, and I'd call the question if we have public comment.
Is there any public comment in the room? Is there any public comment online? Oh, there's public comment in the room.
Sorry. I can tell if this needs to be made. Good afternoon, Chair McGordy, Vice Chair Mulheron, board members, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis. My name is Krista Pickens. I'm a Brook Trails resident, and I was here to speak on behalf of giving priority in the grant that is under consideration. First, I would like to say thank you to DOT for their excellent work and plans for the proposals. Both proposals is laid out in the June 5th letter. And I would like to publicly thank all the fire departments and first responders for the incredible work they have done this year and their very quick and effective response to the fires we've already had in the county. I am here in support of prioritizing the Brook Trails Second Access Project for the grant. Since I bought my home and moved to California in 2016, I have been part of one evacuation. I found the process to be very well handled by all of our emergency responders and neighbors. This evacuation was on a work day, and we had hours, if not days' notice, which obviously lessened the sense of panic and stretched the time for vehicles to get out of the Sherwood Road. Imagine, though, a wildfire raging through Brook Trails with just minutes to escape. On an average day, according to the letter, Sherwood Road, a two-way road with no margin for error in much of it, averages 4,304 vehicles. During an active fire emergency or evacuation, add to that the families who are attempting to evacuate their animals, some of their property, and most likely they will try to take all of their vehicles. It takes just one magnificent redwood or tan oak tree to fall across Sherwood Road, one traffic accident that blocks the two lanes, and we are trapped. Up to 4,500 humans trapped. The radiant heat and the smoke that would emanate from the trees along Sherwood Road, if on fire, would seriously endanger an entire community just if traffic was slowed. But if the one road was blocked, it could very well be fatal. I remember one account from the Paradise Fire wherein the resident had to get out of her car and run in her tennis shoes, and her soles began to melt because of the radiant heat that had transferred from the forest to the road. I'm aware that so many of our neighbors in the Sherwood corridor have actively, some exhaustively, worked to mitigate ignition on our homes and properties. More work is being and needs to be done, but there are multiple reasons which include terrain, such as hillside retention, air quality, moisture, and fog bank retention, and essential flora and fauna that means we cannot clear cut our way to safety. The bottom line for me is that if that awful moment comes and I have to drive away from my home, perhaps for the last time, I am hoping for the best chance for my neighbors, our brave emergency responders, and me to survive the evacuation. To me, this grant and your prioritizing the second access for Brook Trails is our best and currently what seems to be our only chance. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote.
So I have the maker as Hashack, but I couldn't quite tell whose voice I heard behind me. Is it Williams or McGordy?
Williams.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Chair McGordy,
Yes.
and Supervisor Hashak.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, item 4G, discussion and possible action, including accepting presentation and demonstration of public safety analytic software by the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office staff.
All right, it sounds like it's working now. I'm going to take off my radio because it keeps poking me in the hip. It's not very often that the Sheriff's Office gets to come before the Board of Supervisors with some good and exciting news. So if I start to rattle on, please allow me to have my moment in the sun. This year, my Undersheriff, Darren Brewster, he and I were talking about, towards the end of last year, the beginning of this year, we were talking about how to better meet the needs with public outreach and getting some education and whatnot out to our residents. So I'm going to rattle off just a few facts here, and we'll get right down to the meat and potatoes of this. There's some analytic software that was brought to us through Tyler Technologies, and it's called Citizen Connect. This year, we began looking at new forward-facing technology to help us meet the needs of our communities in Mendocino County. Is it coming up? Law enforcement is a handshake with the public, and we need our residents to have information that they need to help us help them and create safer communities. Over the past several years, we've seen some pretty incredible outcomes and reductions in damage and loss of life due to wildfires. The reason for this is we've empowered our residents with training and tools to help during times of crisis. We want to provide the same type of public awareness for criminal activities such as burglaries and crimes that are affecting our neighborhoods. We want to provide education to the public regarding these crimes and help to empower them through education to assist us in our efforts to create safer communities. One of the ways we can do this is to let the public know where and when the issues are occurring. This will be followed up with public education on how to reduce the risk of victimization. If we have a heightened awareness to what's going on in communities, then the communities can help us by preparing themselves and doing a little target hardening. We also want to work with our PIO partners and our local media in Mendocino County. They are our PIO partners. Every time that we have a disaster, an emergency, anything like that, our local media reaches out to us and helps us to get the information out. This will also help with the California Public Record Act request. With the forward-facing messaging and the information that's provided through this site that Travis is going to give us a preview of here shortly, it's going to help to narrow the focus of what our media or our public information officers, partners are asking for. If we have a narrower focus, we're going to spend less time with staff, and it should create a more streamlined process for getting the information out. I think this is also an opportunity to provide, to improve relationships with the media and get them the things that they need in a rapid time frame to be able to get things done. The cost of this, it was roughly about $25,000, but my Undersheriff Darren Brewster was able to secure a big portion of this through a grant that we received for rural law enforcement. And I think it's going to help in crime prevention. Travis, if you can show them how this works.
Travis Forrester, IT. Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Travis Forrester, IT manager for the sheriff.
So my presentation will be very brief, I promise. We just want to talk about this new application, talk a little bit about the resources that are available to the public in line with some of the requests that have come up recently. There have been requests for streamlining and providing information for PRAs and also information for the public and making the public aware of information that we can provide. I think that was me. So we'll just go through a few that the sheriff already makes available to the public, and some of these are, well, me? Okay. Some of these are available, and some people are aware and some people aren't. So we make most of these things available on the MendocinoSheriff.org website. The most popular one seems to be the booking log, which I think a lot of people are familiar with in the county. We, along with that, have the media log and the arrest log that compiles some brief information. We do press releases, detailed press releases on more public of concern, items of concern. The sheriff also makes available contact information for the public for all of his employees on the website, whether that's email or phone numbers to get in touch with people, and that's a good thing. And then this new piece, which we're hoping marries a lot of the data together behind the scenes that we've been collecting for a long time, and trying to find a way to put it together in a meaningful manner. So with that, we'll start talking about Citizen Connect. So Citizen Connect is a application that puts together data in a way that provides information and transparency to the public. And it's really a mapping tool as well as a data tool to kind of tie all of that stuff together. And we provide this really for public awareness. I mean, that's really what this site comes down to, is public awareness. So 3 types of data that we collect that we've provided in the past, but this marries that data together and that we gather daily. The first is calls for service, second are incidents, and the third are arrest data. We'll talk just briefly about each of those before we get into the actual application here. So calls for service. These are phone calls into the dispatch center daily that come in. These are all the calls that come in, categorized out, and we keep track of those calls, where they came from, when they came in, and what category they would be assigned to. It does not necessarily mean someone has been sent to a location or assigned to a call. Incidents are roughly defined as staff or someone being sent to the call in response or part of an investigation. So those are the second category. The third are arrests, and that's where someone is arrested and taken into jail. So those are the 3 types of data that this application will all bring together and provide a little bit of mapping and information to look at. So we're getting close. Are there limitations on this data? Yes, we do hold back a little bit of the data, child abuse, juveniles, things that we really shouldn't or can't display. And then following the same model we do on our press releases, you'll see things like in a block address on the 500 block or 900 block of this location. So this application takes it to the 50 block, which just obscures the exact location within that 100 or 50 block. Okay, and this is it. This is what you waited for, hopefully. Comes up. There we go. So this link will be available on the sheriff's website starting July 1st, maybe a little bit sooner if possible. On the site is fairly easy to use and should be fairly intuitive for people to use. And we'll talk a little bit about how it works, but I'll just navigate around the screen here. This again is just a screenshot of the actual application, but we will have a map of the county. Over the left-hand side, we'll have some availability to look at the map different ways. There's also map views, which will show incidents, but also maybe a heat map view, which you'll see a screenshot of here shortly. And then down below that, at the bottom part of the screen here, are date range and those 3 types of calls that we talked about. And all of those calls can be filtered down to one or many categories that you may want to look at. Date range is important as well. Along the top of the screen, and we'll talk about that a little more, is the ability to create an alert within an area of the map. Say you're interested in your community or a certain area in the county, you can create one or multiple alerts. Those alerts will also give you the ability to receive a daily, weekly, or monthly alert if something happens within that area. So this is 6 months worth of data. There's quite a few calls in a lot of different areas here, and you'll be able to see those. So filtering, as I said, offered on the left-hand side, dates, also incident types. The different types of maps that we just talked about, you will actually see the different, you can filter in. These are all random locations that I pulled up for this presentation. You can see the incidents, you can see the calls for service, and you can see arrests listed on here, and some a lot higher numbers in certain locations depending on what is going on there. The bottom map on this screen represents the heat map that we talked about, from no overlay to green to yellow to red when there's a high amount of incidents or arrests or calls for service from a certain area. Filtering by types, this is just one representation. You can select all of the types that may come in. These are type codes that we use behind the scenes to classify calls. Works the same for calls for service, arrests, or incidents as well. And this is a little screenshot of the alerts. You can create an alert, name it what you want, and select whether you want to receive that email daily, weekly, or monthly. So good for keeping up with what's going on wherever you want to keep up with. And works similar to other mapping tools. You just draw the map around the area that you wish to receive the alert on and save your alert. I took this screenshot off my phone just for people to see. An alert will come into your email wherever you receive your email at, and that's essentially what it will look like. And that's it for my presentation.
So Travis,
Yes.
and Sheriff, this is very interesting. Just looking at the chart, maybe a few pages up from the bottom, a little higher up, next one up, next one up. I guess it's higher than that. Anyway, next one, that one. So when you have these numbers, and I'm looking at them in relation to zip code areas, what were those numbers representing? Were they calls for service?
Well, in this case right here, those are incidents, arrests, and calls for service all combined into one report.
Okay.
So if you want just calls for service, you can narrow that down as well.
Well, knowing that it's more than calls for service, but arrests, et cetera, it's sort of like a heat map of activity, right? You could say. I think it was really fascinating just to look at it just for a few minutes here, and just I'm quickly adding up, and Supervisor Williams is probably pretty happy about this. The heat map's not looking too hot over in Mendocino, Little River, Albion, and Elk. I counted that they had on average about 38 residents per incident.
And one of those in my area was probably a call about an RV parked in town.
And I'm not going to name the name, but there's another zip code I identified pretty quickly that had 4 residents per incident.
And one of the things that we're looking at in this, there's also some behind-the-scenes things that help us on a daily basis where we can have a better grasp on the allocation of resources, not just based on the calls for service at a certain location, but we can build basically a history or a time frame where we can pull this up and say, during these hours we are having these issues. During these hours we're having these issues. Now granted, we're always going to see the one-offs. We're going to see a lot more calls for service, excuse me, in Boonville after a weekend like we just had. But we can flag that and say, what kind of calls for service were we having at this event this weekend? And has it changed from years past? Do we adjust our allocations of resources based on what we know, or based on, what's happened in the past, and then a little bit of history, and we're digging through calls for service? This is going to kind of stitch everything together for us. And then with all of the resources that we're putting out to the public, that include the arrest logs, the media logs, the booking logs, the press releases, this stitches all of that together, and I think that we're going to see a great reduction in the number of PRAs that we see, because once they see this was in this location, they've got the incident number, they can go to the media logs, they can go to the arrest logs, and they can have access to all those things that have been preloaded, redacted, and we put out to the public. Now, there will be some media inquiries about some things that we simply cannot talk about because they are active investigations, and we don't want to compromise these investigations. But I think that we're going to see some really good engagement from the public. We're going to see a lot of public education, and that will help us to build deeper relationships with the public, with the media, and then we can go. I have a lot of meetings throughout the county every month, and I'm pulling up information about every call that we've had in these areas, and I'm talking to people saying, I need you guys to help me here, I need you guys to help me there. The incidents that you brought up on the South Coast and the North Coast, we have an incredible success rate of solving burglaries and violent crimes in those areas because the public is so engaged with us. We've had a couple of cases where we knew that there was a burglary, we didn't know where it was yet because people had provided us Ring doorbell information of a burglar working the area. We already had the suspect identified when the burglary actually came out, and it was because of that interaction with the public that we have. And I think that this is going to strengthen that even further.
First District looks kind of quiet, too.
We can change the date and expand that.
Yeah.
Heat that map up for you a little bit.
We can bump those numbers up for you, Glenn, if you need us to.
No, that's okay.
No, it really does come down to how you look at the data and how far back you go. We have quite a sampling. We've been with this vendor for a long time, and we have quite a bit of historical data in the database, which helps to feed this. So I think it's a good thing going forward. I think that it will only help the public for sure see and be very aware of what's going on in their community and be a part of that solution, hopefully.
Now, we're shooting for a release basically the first week of July. If we can get this all plugged in and everything is hitting on all 8 cylinders, it'll be a little earlier. And we'll put out a press release on it and make sure that the public knows that this is yet another tool that they have at their disposal. And I think that we're gonna get ahead of some problems that we probably wouldn't have been able to before. I think it'll be a good thing for us.
Yeah, I think it's great. It's transparency, and people can find out very quickly, get an overview. So Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, thank you for this. This is really exciting, and I think that the transparency will help with everyone, and probably decrease the number of PRAs you get. That's probably a hope of everyone's, right?
Yeah, and just having those PRAs highly focused when we receive them is really helpful to my staff. When a person calls up, and a lot of our media is very good about it, they say, there was an incident at this location, but we've got to work with them. And if they have all of this information when they call up, it's highly focused, and we can go right to what they need immediately.
Right on. And then with the heat map, where we saw that, the area of Ukiah and the Pear Tree Center, or whatever that area is, that, so are you collaborating and getting the information from the local police departments on this? This is all sheriff
This is
response.
all sheriff's office, but what you're seeing is agency assists. When the police department calls for us, we're the only one in our area who's doing this so far. We have no other counties around us that are doing it. I'm fairly certain that when they see the progress they're making, that we're making, they will probably jump in and want to start doing the same thing. As we are with Tyler right now, as far as all of our reporting and dispatching, it was a very easy thing for us to jump into it. But you'll see that it looks like the sheriff's office is working on a lot, you know, in the Fort Bragg area or in the Ukiah area. Those are calls for cover, where we get called because somebody's got someone on a traffic stop and they need a backup unit because the subject's armed or something like that. And so you'll see those areas where we drift into the city when we're called for assistance.
Okay, so if you looked at incidents or the calls for service, those would be high, probably the arrest in Ukiah would be low.
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Is the location the reporting party or the location that they're reporting? If I call and complain about Darcy, will it be my address or hers that shows up?
No, it would be her address that shows up, but it wouldn't give her address. It would be the 100 block of it. But when we receive a call into our dispatch, one of the questions is where is this occurring because of jurisdictional issues.
Right.
And so the location of occurrence, not the location of the reporting party, is what is recorded.
And the heat map, is it possible to put a time range in? Can you look at, you know, a few month period for a
Yes.
certain filtered call?
Yeah,
Yes.
date range.
Yeah, so I had the same question John had. Can we somehow integrate data from some of our partners like CHP? I'd be really curious to see where DUIs happen on over time.
One of the easiest ways that we can do it would actually be with the Willis Police Department because they have the same reporting system that we do. And this is through Tyler. Willis Police Department has the same reporting software that we do. And so that would be an easy one to integrate. However, I think that our state partners are probably going to have to kind of meet us halfway on this.
Right. Well, I think it's brilliant. I appreciate the presentation, and I have a couple other IT projects for you, Sheriff, when you're done with this one.
All right. Yeah. This guy's ready for him. I'll just stand back and say, get after it, buddy.
So on that point of reporting, do you happen to know if Ukiah and Fort Bragg PD, which have a unified dispatch, do you happen to know if they're using a different software that?
Yes.
So would they need to convert to a different software in order to integrate with this?
I don't know the answer to that. It's possible we could talk to our vendor. It's possible, I mean, it's just data. It's possible their data could be fed into the same utility that this is using, but it's something we'd have to work with them on and look at for sure.
I'm just wondering if it would be beneficial for everybody, all the police departments and the sheriff's office to all have access to the same information.
I think that it would be extremely beneficial because not only are we looking at the issues that occur during the summer months, we have some places that are just off the hook in summer months. I've constantly got deputies there. When it hits 11 degrees in March, we just don't get calls for service, and therefore, a lot of times our sergeants are making decisions based on their knowledge of the beat in the area, saying we need people here at this time. They're allocating the resources, but it will give us better data to be able to back up the allocation of the resources, and it'll also tell us where the needs are in various areas for the crimes that are occurring right then.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I suppose had access to similar data and functioning through my Ring camera system, which only measures within the city limits for me. So I'm excited that this is going to be available countywide and appreciate the efforts that have gone. I also really appreciate it's going to better inform the public about the calls for service. What I hope, because of the work that I do so closely with the city of Ukiah and the county, is that this also helps inform specific property owners of potentially the need for them to either have more of a management presence or for our service providers to have more of a caseworker presence, just because of the city of Ukiah's the amount of services that are provided here. We get an incredible amount of calls that are related to people that receive services. So I'm hoping that we can also use this to inform conversations with some of our property management companies about the need for them to provide additional management services on their properties that have a high rate of law enforcement use.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Well, I think that's about it. Any more questions for us?
I think the board's okay. How about public comment? Any public comment in the room or online? Well, good work, guys, and Thank you very much for coming in and sharing.
Thank
with
you.
us. You're right, it's nice to get something positive from you, Matt. Okay, so we're going to move on to agenda item 4H. Discussion and possible action, including direction to staff to prepare an evaluation of the county's civil service outcomes and present draft civil service reform ideas as necessary to address obstacles preventing high performance and to modernize principles, methods of human resources management. So I see this is by Supervisor Williams, and just a kind of a side comment, if we didn't have you putting on agenda items, there wouldn't be much to our meetings.
You should see the one that staff held back for another meeting.
Okay, go ahead. Take it away, Ted.
Well, I think we're just long overdue. In general, this county has hardworking public servants, true public servants, that put in far more than they ever get compensated. But you have over 1,000 people. Periodically, you're going to get a few that really don't fit in the public workforce. And what I've seen over the last several years is our CEO all the way down doesn't have the tools, doesn't have a model that really addresses managing at the level that it's needed in order for us to maintain both high efficiency and an environment where people want to work, right? To keep those hardworking public servants here, we need to have a work environment where they feel safe, they feel valued, and they feel that, let's just say I've closed session time and time again, I've heard about conduct that doesn't belong in this organization. And it's surprised me that we don't have good mechanisms to deal with it when it comes up. And again, it's not very often you have 1,000 employees and almost all of them do not fall into this category. But I think they deserve the county to have a means to follow up with those cases where there are problems. At the same time, we don't have real great hiring standards or continuing education standards, and I think that's probably hurting our performance, and it's also showing our employees that we're not investing in them like we could. You may not find people that have, especially over a 30, 40-year period, that have the skills in that dynamic environment that are always up to date. Rather than expect the employee will, on their own time, learn those skills, I think it's appropriate for the county to invest. And I would put that under human resource management. So this is not shovel ready. This is another, let's see if there's political will to give our staff the authority to come back with some specific recommendations based on department head and management, and really all of our staff's experience here on how the structure could work better.
I'll comment as a former department head that having a problem employee in your department is extraordinarily difficult, and trying to resolve conflicts that they may be causing and the staff is very, very difficult. And I think that there's a good case for us to have a way of effectively dealing with someone who is disruptive and really doesn't want to work, but is there. And it's one thing for someone to show up and not want to work, but if they don't want to do the job, they certainly need to get out of the way of people who do. So I think that this is worth a discussion. Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what this agenda item is really about. Like the civil service model, what is the problem that Supervisor Williams sees with it? If it's an evaluation aspect of it, if we're not evaluating people appropriately, then let's hear about it. But I'm just trying to figure out what's the problem with the civil service model that you see. One thing I've heard is that the Civil Service Commission hasn't been able to meet sometimes because they don't have a quorum. And then when I checked into it, I found out that the 5th District hasn't had a commissioner for the last year. So I think that would help. And if you need, someone from another district, I certainly have people in the 3rd District who would stand up and be a commissioner. So So I would like to hear what your thoughts are about what's the problem.
One of the difficulties is I'm told I'm not allowed to talk about personnel issues in open session. So I would be happy to go through the chronology of what I've witnessed here. I think if the public saw it, they would fill the room with outrage. And so I'm trying to find a way to address the problem where I don't get the county in trouble. County council hasn't put up his pen yet. That's a good sign. And I think the best way to do it is to give direction to staff to bring back their ideas. Based on the problems that we've had in this county, what do they think are the changes in management structure and potentially civil service that would allow them to have the tools to address those problems early, where we wouldn't be paying big settlements, we wouldn't lose other employees. And if they come back with nothing, then there aren't any problems. But time and time again, I've heard, I imagine we've all have heard, we can't solve it. We have a difficult process because of civil service. And some of the difficulty is just the fact that this is government and we don't have control, right? The state has rules that protect employees in a way that sometimes make it difficult for us to do our job. But I think there are opportunities for us to adjust local policy. And, we have a former department head sitting here with us. And, I think he's shaking his head that there may be room for improvement.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I will be cautious, but does county council want to say anything before I open my mouth?
I was going to suggest maybe a little bit of clarification as to what I think Supervisor Williams is getting at in a way that might give some language for the board to be able to discuss this without crossing any lines, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor Williams, but I believe that what you're talking about in terms of outcomes is specifically outcomes of the appeals process on disciplinary decisions. I think in part due to the outcome of actual hearings, as well as how that may have impacted the decision-making process of appointing authorities prior to going to hearing, and what impact that may have in terms of office morale and work performance. Do I have that right?
You do have that right, and I would add, you have a civil service model that was passed by initiative in this county, right? That doesn't match 57 other counties. And I'm suggesting we try to align with state policy. Since it was enacted, the state's made a lot of progress. A lot of people have studied how to solve the problems that we're seeing, and we're not utilizing best practices. Let's align with the state rather than doing our own thing.
Supervisor Mulhern, more questions or?
So since I've been a board member, there have been, I would say, a handful of incidents with our employees that I'm absolutely appalled about. And I think that if I have colleagues that are not appalled, then that is, up to them. However, I think that we should revamp the rules so that we are able to release employees quickly if they have specific issues. And I have not gone through our civil service rules in to try to figure out how to do that. I think what we're asking is that HR takes a stab at that. If that looks like aligning more with the state rules, then I think that might probably be the most efficient way to do it. I'm a former county employee. I left county employment because, of many reasons, but one of them was because I worked incredibly hard and didn't see everybody around me working as hard. And I think that I am not a leader that wants to just have warm bodies in chairs. I want to have employees that want to work for the agency, that are dedicated to customer service. By the way, I wrote an email to the members of the customer service toolkit team that was released in our employee notifications today. Great job with that. It's wonderful. So I'm glad that we're trying to have this discussion in an open and transparent way to improve the individuals that we have working for the agency across the board. I think it's, the confidential nature of human resources makes these conversations challenging, but it's definitely something that I'm happy to support Supervisor Williams for bringing this item forward so we can try to move forward with some changes.
Supervisor Jordy?
So the 4th District, during my term, I've appointed 2 different people to serve on the Civil Service Commission. One, they were both, at one time or another, the HR coordinator director at the city of Fort Bragg. So they had a legal background and understanding of the law. And I think they're both, ethical people. So that's why I appointed them. So I realize you only have the city of Point Arena within your 5th district. You don't have that position to look to. I have heard of one particular incident during my 10 years with the county of where I think staff was shocked at the decision by the Civil Service Commission. It was a split vote 2-2, but I haven't heard of multiple instances, and I've always asked staff if they're at all concerned with the 4th District appointee, and I've never heard that they were concerned with the decision-making of the 4th District appointee. So I don't know, then it leaves it to the other 4 districts where these shocking votes could be coming from. It's not coming from the 4th District Civil Service Commissioner. I just got to put that out there. But I guess without going into specific details about particular cases, does either HR in the room or does County Council have some sort of general comment that they want to make about where they think that the state rules for civil service are different from the county rules, and where does the county even have the ability to adopt some of those county rules or state rules into the county policies, given the fact that the civil service ordinance, I believe, was adopted by the voters? So I guess my presumption is that our hands are tied, but maybe not.
So if I may respond to the chair, I think there's a fair amount of additional, if the board is interested in looking at this, there's a fair amount of additional research, and frankly, I think we may be looking at both potentially open session memos from HR and a confidential legal analysis from County Council that the board would then have the option of waiving privilege on. In terms of the legal framework, there's a few different things I think you need to be aware of. One of which is that some of this is the product of initiative, right? So there are parts of the ordinance that you're not going to be able to change without going back to the voters and having the voters authorize that. There's parts that you are going to be able to change as was authorized by I think it was the 5th initiative, so the 4th amendment to the initiative that went through, authorized this board to make certain changes by a 4/5 vote. Additionally, there are changes that can be made in the civil service rules themselves by the commission, where staff could bring forward some potential changes to the commission. We've discussed with HR. Sorry, I'm looking for the HR director. I see she's in the room. We have discussed with HR, and they've asked us, and we are working on some legal analysis right now in terms of which of these changes would occur at which levels. There's also a constitutional component. What the U.S. Supreme Court has said is that essentially, under the federal Constitution, when you create a civil service position, you have created what is known as a property interest in that job for that employee. And that property interest can only be removed if certain due process requirements are met. And I think one of the things that Supervisor Mulhern might be referring to might not, and that I think that this board may be interested in, is not specifically just the results of the individual decisions, but rather issues that come up when we're not able to remove someone until we've completed some investigations, and where there may be obligations to be continuing to pay that person even though they cannot be at work. They cannot perform the work for the benefit of the county, and there's sort of compelling reasons to essentially keep them away from current offices, staff, et cetera. So some of those limitations you would be able to change, some of them you would not. And that's where I think we'd have to dig in a bit more deeply and provide you with a bit more nuanced analysis.
Go ahead, Supervisor Williams.
CEO Antle, if the board passes this item, is it a distraction to you or is it helping you? Because I'm really here to support you. We have this hourglass model where most of our staff reports up to the CEO.
CEO Antle, if I may, through the chair, I think it would fit nicely into our Golden Gate Bridge initiative that we're working on. We have a number of processes and a number of things we're looking at. Some are, long-term, some are short-term, but I think this is one with the HR and county council's involvement. We can definitely look into, and it sounds like county council's already done some, and I know HR has.
I'm looking for confirmation so that my colleagues have assurance that I'm not loading you up with a task that you don't want or you can't adequately staff.
Again, it fits nicely in what we're doing, and we will take it up.
Thank you.
Is it all right if I add to that, Mr. Chair?
Sure, please.
I would just note that, my office and HR have at various times identified some things that would be useful to address and maybe appropriate cleanup that have gotten sort of displaced by other priorities. So if this was an area that the board would like to focus, I do think staff time on this could return some real benefits.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Yeah, I see the Civil Service Commission as a way of providing due process to people. I think that we do need to look at the evaluation process and how that fits in. If we have people, at least coming from the teaching world, if there were teachers who were not performing properly, it usually came out in the evaluation process. And if it didn't, it was on the principal or the director, supervisors, that was their responsibility and they weren't doing their job. So I would like to make sure that whatever we do, we look at the evaluation process and make sure that that is providing us the information we need to make sure that we have highly performing employees.
Supervisor Williams, what do you see as kind of the scope of work? What are the guidelines?
I think we leave it to staff. We've had CEO, HR, county council over a period of time note opportunities for refinement. I think this would be an opportune time. We're trying to clean up the county in a lot of ways, including getting better management in place. This is an opportunity for them to brainstorm, bring us back what they think would make a difference, and what they would recommend based on consequences and amount of effort involved. And if they bring us back nothing, I'm satisfied. But at least it opens the door to revisit a topic that's been idle for a long time.
Okay, because it's a little open-ended, and so my question to CEO Antle and CEO and County Council, Councilor Curtis, are you okay with that?
Yes, I believe we understand the intent as well as HR and the Golden Gate Bridge folks are nodding their heads, so I think we got it.
I would concur, and I note that while it's broad at this point, I think the boards will have to refine and give additional direction once we're able to provide some of the initial information that's sought.
Well, it fits well with their strategic plan, so that part checks. So I think unless there's any further...
Do you want me to move the recommended action?
Yes, why don't you?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any public comment?
I was just wondering, recently exit interviews were mentioned. I'm just curious if those were happening or? Thank you.
Yes, if I may, through the chair, we are doing exit interviews plus anniversary interviews. So on an annual basis, as the employee's hire date comes up, those folks are interviewed. They tend to be more successfully completed than the exit interviews. Typically, the folks that are leaving us are leaving us and don't fold back up with us, especially The department heads may know more, but we'll work with them.
Is there any public comment online?
We do have Peter McNamee.
Okay. Peter, go ahead.
Again, thank you for letting me speak to this. I'm speaking as a result of Supervisor Williams, again, reaching out to the Grassroots Institute and asking for our advice and input. And while we don't have a work group specifically designated for civil service issues, I think it's the consensus of our group that we have an interest in seeing the county operate at the highest level of efficiency and effectiveness. And to do that, you do have to have a very efficient and effective civil service system to ensure that employees are selected on the basis of their merits and that they have every incentive to perform at the very highest level. We see this as a necessary and important aspect of effective management for the county. And therefore, we would support at least in concept, examining the civil service system and bringing it up to date and ensuring that the best practices available that have been proven to secure good performance for all the taxpayers in the county are part of Mendocino's toolkit and that they're implemented effectively. So again, I thank you for the time to be able to support moving ahead on this.
Thank you. Well, if there's no further public comment, then I think we're ready to call for the vote.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
and Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Item 4J is discussion and possible action, including review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of legislation pursuant to the adopted legislative platform.
No report today.
Okay. Then we're down to item 4K, which is supervisors' reports regarding board special assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. Let's see, Supervisor Haschak.
All right, in the last couple of weeks, I've visited the cannabis department a couple times, and I was very impressed with the morale there and the work efficiency, and just seemed like people were really positive about their jobs. So I want to thank John Burks for that contribution to that department. It's really, it's a 180-degree turn from what it was. At the Willett City Council, there was concern about the Little Lake watershed and getting information from the county, and certainly it goes both ways that they need to be providing information too. So kind of look forward to doing a little closer collaboration in that way. I went to the Civic Well Climate and Energy Forum last week and went to a couple of good workshops on converting fleets to electric fleets. And so that's one of the reasons why Supervisor Jurdy and I are going to meet with Janelle Rao on Thursday. The Great Redwood Trail had a meeting the other day, and there'll be forums held at Alder Point on July 26th and in Hopland on July 27th. So if people are concerned or have interest in the Great Redwood Trail, they should certainly show up. And then the Friends of the Museum had an event on June 15th, and want to appreciate those Friends, which is a newly developed group, and also the Community Foundation for funding it, and about 40 people attended. It was very well received. So that's it.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Golden State Connect Authority has been working on our LATA grant. This is the JPA we're part of with RCRC. And we haven't seen anything yet. It's been a bit of a perpetual 2 more weeks. think that just indicates that they're overloaded by the workload. As soon as it becomes available, I will find a way to get it to staff and then they can distribute it. But it'll be our first glimpse of whether they have something for that $500,000, they have something kind of shovel ready that we can use, or have to fall back on our plan B. You might recall we authorized staff, specifically Tony Rake's IT, to work on a fallback plan to make sure we utilize every dollar that's available should another plan not materialize. But I'm hopeful. We spent a lot on it. It seems like they have really credible people working on a plan. We just haven't even seen a draft yet. I'm getting nervous.
I did contact Barbara Hayes by email, and she claims that it's in the queue, so we'll see. Anything else? So real quickly for me, very, very exciting for our water effort is that this last week we interviewed 3 people for the University of California Cooperative Extension hydrology and climate change position, and we had 2 very good candidates, and third one that would be acceptable. So hopefully within the month we'll know who is likely to come to us. They're all young PhDs. The candidates I liked, one from Berkeley, one from Davis. They both have experience working in the Eel River watershed. They know what's going on with Mendocino County water, and it'll be so great to have a staff member of the county who can assist us with all of our multitudes of water projects. The Russian River Water Forum continues to make progress, and the specific committees are being appointed and ready to go, and Supervisor Mulheron's participating with me. I think of Mendocino County as really being defined by the water around it. So we have the Pacific Coast, and then we also have the Eel River and the Russian River water basins, which are both incredibly important to not only us, but surrounding counties. The Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency, we had a meeting with environmental health and staff from the Groundwater Sustainability Agency and County Council to discuss our well drilling rules, because under the governor's emergency directives for the drought, it was restrictive as to getting permits. Basically, anybody who puts a well inside of one of the GSA areas has to have permission from the GSA. So we're trying to figure out exactly when that is and when it isn't. So we're making good progress in that, and the ball's kind of in the county's court, and we'll be working on that to finish it up. And that's it. That's all I have to report. So, anything else for the good of the order? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. For the good of the order, I did submit my report in writing, but on July 4th, I'm holding a community walk on the Great Redwood Trail starting on Commerce Drive. Also, UVA Ukiah Vecinos and Axion is doing several events on the Great Redwood Trail, really in the attempt to have more people out and using the trail and understanding the bigger scope of the project.
Okay, well, with that, no further business. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.